Moldova, Maia Sandu.
Dear Commissioner Kos, dear Prime Minister, Excellencies, dear partners and investors, welcome to Chișinău and welcome to the EU-Moldova Investment Conference. Your presence here is a message that Moldova is a country the world now looks at with more confidence and more interest. Moldova is changing, and that change is creating opportunities. A few years ago, not many believed in us. We were called too small, too fragile, and too close to the war. We were told our European choice would not survive the pressure. It survived because we stood by it. When others tried to buy our elections, to flood our country with dirty money and lies, to turn our people against their own future, we held our ground. And Moldovans chose Europe, freely, clearly, against the odds and the pressure. We took on corruption that once seemed untouchable. People who believed they stood above the law learned that no, they don't, and no one will. Our financial system, which was once robbed, has had its integrity restored, and we're bringing it in line with the European standards. We're reforming every sphere of life at a pace few thought possible. The European Union calls Moldova the best student in the class, the fastest moving candidate. Behind that pace is our commitment. We said we would do the work, and we're doing the work. Our EU path is now firmer than ever. Moldova's place in the European Union has the support of all 27 member states. So when you invest in Moldova, you invest in a country whose future is anchored in Europe, in rules that are becoming European rules, on competition, on fair treatment, on the protection every serious investor expects. As we align our laws and institutions with the largest single market in the world, we ask you to look at where Moldova is heading and to arrive early and walk this path with us. Many have made this journey. Country after country joined the European Union. Small economies, recovering economies, economies others underestimated. They opened to Europe, they reformed, and European investment followed. Within a generation, they transformed. Incomes rose, industries grew, and people who once left to find work found their future at home. This is a pattern repeated across our continent, and it is the same pattern Moldova is living today. Those who invested in those countries early did not regret it. And this is not a leap of faith. European investment in Moldova has grown by nearly 30% in the past 4 years. The European Union is opening its market to us. It is also the largest investor in our transformation. The EU growth plan, close to 2 billion euros, will translate into roads, energy, infrastructure, modern industry. It rewards reform with access to finance, and it ties those funds to concrete projects happening now in the sectors where Moldova can truly compete. Agribusiness, where we have always been strong. Information technology, which already earns our economy about 1 billion euros a year. Renewable energy, advanced manufacturing, and regional logistics, something that our geographical position makes possible. These are opportunities open today for partners with the ambition to seize them. And we have the people to build with, dynamic, working in several languages, and increasingly choosing to come home because the future is finally here. Ladies and gentlemen, our commitment is clearest in energy. 4 years ago, Moldova depended entirely on a single supplier for its gas and electricity. That dependency was used against us, and we ended it, something no government had dared to do in the previous 3 decades. We diversified our supply, we connected our grid to Europe, we grew renewables from 3 to 25% of our domestic electricity mix. We did this in the middle of a crisis with a war next door. We're turning our greatest vulnerability into a source of strength. Today, energy prices are high again, this time because of the conflict in the Middle East. But we know what we have to do, and we're doing it, investing in domestic generation, in storage, in grid, and in energy efficiency. Moldova today is defined by this commitment. The commitment to defend democracy, the commitment to uphold the rule of law, the commitment to join the European Union and to stay part of the free world. That same commitment goes into our ambition to make Moldova one of the most business-friendly countries in Europe, cutting bureaucracy, backing investment with real support, including state aid for companies that build and manufacture here, building industrial parks where you can start fast, opening the door to the European single market where you can build in Moldova and sell to 450 million consumers, or to Ukraine. Once the reconstruction of Ukraine starts, Moldova will be a natural hub for logistics, services, manufacturing, and energy. So when you invest here, you invest in the future of this entire part of Europe. And my commitment to you is that you will not navigate Moldova alone. This government will stand beside investors to cut through the red tape, to solve problems before they become obstacles. Dear friends, we are a small country, and it means we have to try harder, move faster, and work harder than anyone to earn your confidence. We're doing exactly that. People ask me what guarantees Moldova can offer an investor. My answer is our record. We move fast, we deliver on our commitments, we have proven it under the hardest conditions a small country can face, and we will prove it to you. Be part of Moldova story. Thank you. Pentru cetățenii noștri și pentru companiile de acasă, vreau să reafirm. Drumul european înseamnă investiții, locuri de muncă și un viitor aici, acasă. Astăzi salutăm la Chișinău tot mai mulți investitori privați, bănci de dezvoltare și prieteni din Uniunea Europeană care vor să ia parte la succesul economic al Moldovei. Munca noastră de zi cu zi este să transformăm parcursul european al Moldovei în oportunități reale pentru oameni, pentru ca toți moldovenii să aibă parte de pace, siguranță și bunăstare acasă, în familia europeană. Vă mulțumesc!
Mulțumim. Thank you, Madam President. It's always a great pleasure to hear good news from our President. Moving forward to speak about Moldovan economic transformation, please welcome the European Union Commissioner for Enlargement, Her Excellency Marta Kos. Madam Commissioner, welcome to the stage.
Dear Madam President, dear Maia Sandu, dear Prime Minister, dear Alex Munteanu, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, business women, businessmen, bună ziua. It's so good to be back in Moldova. It is now about a year since I was here to sign the EU growth plan, the single largest EU financial support package since Moldova's independence. At the time, I traveled through the country to meet the people who will benefit from it, the mayors who will help implement projects, the entrepreneurs who will bring them to life. From Ungeni, Balz, Jedinec to Komrat, Cahul, and the Danube Delta, I really met a lot of people with great ambition and eager to work. And I met many young people eager to grasp the opportunities their European future will bring here at home. This is the call we are here to answer with this investment conference. The last years have changed how Europeans look at Moldova. Europe sees Moldova's potential. They have seen a nation that stood up against foreign interference and hybrid attacks and made its choice for Europe, not just once, 5 times. They have seen a country that is moving against corruption and organized crime, putting people in jail that once seemed untouchable. And we are seeing a nation that is delivering on enlargement reforms at record speed. Now, I will not say that you are the best student in the class. Moldova is a top performer. But still the best student in the class. That's why I'm so happy what happened last evening. Very soon, and this will be in the middle of June, we will finally formally open the most important cluster in the negotiating process. This is the fundamentals. We waited, but you didn't wait. We waited this to happen, but you didn't wait. You didn't wait that the future will be done by somebody else. You were working already on your future, and this pays off. It will allow us to formalize the process and the work you have done through this waiting time. In many areas, including the all-important rule of law reforms, the informal negotiations allowed you to get ahead and build a foundation for your future membership of the EU. We have also seen the impressive numbers in the implementation of the growth plan reforms. With 93% of the implementation, Moldova is ahead of all EU candidates that have growth plans, 93%. This built trust. We see your progress, we see your potential, and so do many investors. I see them in the rows, and investors are already betting on Moldova's European future. We have launched a call for expressions of interest for European companies interested in tailor-made EU support for investing in Moldova. We focused on agri-food and food processing, manufacturing and light industry, renewable, ICT and digital services, tourism and transport logistics. Those are areas where Moldova has real competitive advantage. We had a great response, and what I see today in this hall is also a great response. I'm so sorry you cannot sit, everybody cannot sit, but please bear with us and stay with us. We really need you all, and this is the sign what the business community is seeing in Moldova. I thank you all for being here. We have received more than 75 projects. Today we will sign letters of intent with the first 8 companies. They represent around 208 million euro in intended investments. Additionally, we have lined up intended investments by financial institutions of up to 443 million euro. This will be mobilized through a combination of EU grants, guarantees and loans, alongside financing from international financial institutions, the government of Moldova, and the private sector. In total, EU support is bringing up to 640 million euro in intended investments. Together with the private sector investments announced by the government of Moldova of 364 million, this brings the total investment to more than 1 billion euro. This is your work. The numbers are important, but it's not everything. So what is hiding behind these numbers? We are talking about companies such as Bosak from Belgium. Where are you? Great to have you here. We have talked for the first time, I don't know, months back, but this was in Europe, in the EU, sorry. We are also in Europe here, but now you are here. Great. A water company that wants to build modern drinking water stations across Moldova. Or Balkan Pharmaceuticals, where are you? Good to have you here. A certified pharmaceutical manufacturer. You are already employing more than 400 people here in Moldova, and now you are looking, if I'm right, to increase your footprint so we can go up much higher. That is a great vote of confidence. Moldova is attractive because you have started to replicate the proven recipe of success of so many countries that have joined the European Union before. The recipe is very simple. Reforms that improve the business environment and legal certainty lead to investments, which in turn lead to economic growth and innovation. And with growth, prosperity will be enabled, and then come the best part, people will have also concrete benefits. This is what happened also to my country, Slovenia, or this is what happened in Croatia, the last country who joined the EU in 2013, in Croatia, where unemployment fell from 17% to 4% in just over a decade. And it happened to the Baltic countries. Just like Moldova, they regained their independence in the 1990s. They joined the EU in 2004 and now stand at about 85% of EU GDP. And today, they are investing here in Moldova. Two of the companies that will sign letters of intent today are from Baltics, from Latvia and Lithuania. Where are you? Thank you so much for being with us. This is the power of small countries. Yes, we are small, but we can also deliver. Moldova can follow the same path, that European path to prosperity that will bring opportunities to your hardworking and innovative people at home in the many towns and villages I visited last year. The business case for Moldova is strong because the economic relationship between the European Union and Moldova is already deep. Moldovan producers already have direct access to the world's largest single market. And since Moldova joined the single euro payments area, and citizens and companies in Moldova can make transactions with their European clients without minutes at near zero cost. This is real money on your balance sheets. More of that integration into European structures is to come, even ahead of full membership. Take energy. You were talking about, Madam President. Moldova has moved with remarkable speed in transforming its energy sector. Moldova is already fully integrated into the European electricity market, a step we took after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And by the end of the year, Moldova will also be fully decoupled from Russian gas. And another big story is in the making. In the last 4 years, Moldova's renewable energy capacity has grown by nearly 800%. The country is approaching 1,000 megawatts of installed renewable capacity. Just this April, renewable covered more than a third of national consumption. At certain intervals, even close to 100%. This is a market that is moving fast in the right direction. I'm not surprised you have attracted the attention of companies that build data centers. There is one more area of great potential I would like to highlight. Geography has not always been kind to Moldova. But your geographic position between Europe and Eastern markets is a competitive advantage in logistics and transport. One of the letters of intent for investments is with Danube Logistics. Good to have you here. A company that owns and operates Giurgiulești International Freeport, Moldova's main sea river port. This is a promising and a growing sector, especially now as the European Union is looking for alternative trading routes to Asia and increasingly looking towards the Black Sea region and the Southern Caucasus. Moldova is an essential link along this route. Dear business leaders, dear investors, now it's really a good time to invest in Moldova, because despite all the uncertainty in the world, one trend is clear. Moldova will be deeper and deeper, much deeper integrated in the European economy, not only at the point of membership, but already long before. It is already happening. We see the progress in the reforms. This success is the basis for the future success of your country. Change is coming to Moldova. I can already see it. Now, let us get as many as possible investment projects off the ground so the people of Moldova can see it and feel it too. I know that Moldova poate. Madam President, you have said that Moldova is a small country, perhaps in the square kilometers and in the number of people. But you are so big when it's about your EU determination, perseverance, positive energy, and really the motivation that you will do it. And I'm sure to. So, congratulations. And I wish you a very successful investment conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. I confirm about your trip in Moldova. I was there and I could see what you have done for the Republic of Moldova. Thank you for that. Thank you for money, of course. Now we are moving forward and let's see how this money will turn into investment. And it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Alexandru Munteanu. Please, the stage is yours.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, Madam Ambassador, ambassadors, dear friends, representatives of the international financial institutions, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, and I echo Marta's message. Apologize, this room is not big enough. Perhaps we'll need a bigger venue for the next year forum for sure, when we'll accelerate furthermore the speed of our reforms and our investments. We'll need a big arena for one of the next editions of Eurovision. Anyway, we have such great performers. Good morning and welcome to Chisinau. A year ago, European Union launched the growth plan for the Republic of Moldova. It was one of the strongest votes of confidence our country has ever received. Today, we are not here to discuss whether Moldova has a potential. That question has been already answered. We are here to discuss how fast we can turn that potential into growth, and how fast we can turn confidence into investment. The EU-Moldova Investment Conference is more than an event. It's a platform that brings together investors, business leaders, policymakers, and innovators to build partnerships, strengthen economic ties, and create new opportunities for growth and investment. And the theme of this year's conference captures the moment perfectly. Invest in Europe's next success story. For Moldova, this is not a slogan, it's a strategy built on reforms, investment, and European integration. For decades, Moldova was often seen as a small market in Eastern Europe. Today, we are becoming something very different, a future member of the European Union. A reliable partner for European industry, a growing hub for innovations, manufacturing, and agri-food production, a contributor to Europe's energy security, and a bridge connecting markets, talent, and opportunity. I know I was it before. You referred to the Croatia accession to the European Union. Marta knows this story already. I was in Zagreb on May 1st, 2004, when 10 countries, including your own Slovenia, together with the Baltic states, joined the European Union. We had to comfort someone who later became the president of the Croatia, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, whom we discussed that situation, that story recently in Dubrovnik. She brought Croatia into European Union 9 years later, in 2015. I remember how Romania joined EU on January 1st, 2007. Now, after some detours, let me put it this way, in the past, finally Moldova is ready. It's Moldova's turn now. For Moldova, European integration is not a political destination, it's an economic transformation. It means strong institutions, better governance and greater competitiveness, a more predictable business environment and greater confidence for investors. European integration is often discussed in political terms. Investors understand it differently. They understand it's better rules for competition and long-term predictability. That is exactly the Moldova we are building, a Moldova where reforms are not box-ticking exercise, but a driver on economic growth. We call it walking the walk, not just talking the talk. The place where the law always prevails. The European future of Moldova is no longer measured in promises. It's measured in roads being built, energy infrastructure being modernized, public services being digitalized, businesses being financed, and investment being delivered. In fact, Moldova is no longer preparing for the European economy. Moldova is becoming part of the European economy. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 year ago, the growth plan created a framework. Today, we are beginning to set projects. Tomorrow, we'll see new factories, stronger supply chains, greater connectivity, more exports, and more jobs. Today, we take another important step forward. This matters. Because investment follows confidence, and confidence follows results. At the same time, we at the government of Moldova, I have several colleagues present here, advancing investments in sectors that we consider strategic for long-term growth, sectors that have the potential to generate higher value production, stronger exports, better efficiency, higher productivity, and better paid jobs. One of Moldova's greatest advantages today is its ability to move fast. We are implementing reforms, we are modernizing institutions, we are investing in infrastructure, and we are accelerating digital transformation. Digitalization has become one of the strongest engines of Moldova's economic development. It also allows us to connect investors, entrepreneurs, and decision makers regardless of geography. I am particularly pleased that today we are joined by some of Europe's most influential, active business leaders, including Andrei Orcel, Chief Executive Officer of UniCredit. His participation reflects something important. Interest in Moldova is growing well beyond our region. Institutional investors are paying attention, not because of promises, but because they see progress, because they see reforms, because they see a country with a clear direction and a credible plan. For many years, investors looked at Moldova and asked, why Moldova? Today, I believe the question is changing. Why not Moldova? It should be Moldova. It must be Moldova. It's very hot. The best time to invest in Moldova is before everyone else discovered what is already happening here. In investment world, we call them elephants rushing into the bookstore. A candidate country firmly anchored on its European path. A country implementing reforms at speed. A country strategically positioned between markets. A country with talented people, competitive costs, and growing connectivity. Investors are already searching, are always searching for those basic three things: stability, growth, and opportunity. I believe Moldova offers all three. We have a clear European destination. We have the political will to reform. We have unprecedented support from the European Union and our investment partners. And we have projects ready to move from plans to reality. Moldova is acting, Moldova is reforming, and Moldova is investing. Moldova is ready. Today, our country is helping shape Europe's future as part of it, not waiting for opportunities to arrive, but creating them. Not asking whether we belong in Europe, but contributing to Europe's growth and resilience. The question is no longer whether the Republic of Moldova is part of Europe's future. The question is who will choose to build that future with us. Thank you so much for attending this conference. I'm looking forward to the great signings and exciting panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Now we are moving forward to our first dedicated keynote speech of the morning to look how the EU growth plan is actively improving to present Moldova's reform progress and the specific opportunities. I invite to the stage Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization, Mr. Eugenios Mochescu. Please.
Dear Madam President, dear Madam Commissioner, dear Mr. President, Prime Minister, Excellencies, dear friends, I'm the one who is standing between you are standing, some of you literally, and the signing ceremony, which is the most exciting part of the conference. So I'll not dare to take a lot of your time. But what I want to say is that we have threefold objectives today. The first one is 1 year celebration since the growth plan signature. And the constellation made possible that we do it today, exactly 1 year. Today is the closing call of expression of interest for the European Union call on investments 10 million plus. And today is the most important part of the conference, the third objective of ours, to show that Moldova is a trusted partner and that we're moving ahead. And I will not repeat the previous speakers, what they were saying. But the most important is that I personally, I'm a federalist, the way that Jean Monnet or Robert Schuman put it at the beginning of the European Union communities, at those time European communities when they were formed. But what I want to leave you with is that we as a country moving towards a union, and again I'm saying I'm a federalist, in terms of liberties, freedom, democracy, and security from all the perspectives. And please bear in mind that there are 4 fundamentals, freedoms, within the European Union. Some of them belong to this group of investors. This is the free movement of capital, free movement of goods and services, and certainly the free movement of persons. We are there. We are there with almost 100% free movement of persons. We have a free visa regime. We're traveling. We are within the DCFTA integrating into the common market of the European Union. What remains is services, and it's on our top list to be done in 2026 to align with the acquis communautaire, the EU directive on services. And this is within the commitments of the government. and then certainly the capital. And here I will leave you with something at the end, that besides the contracts that will be announced today, two major announcements that I want to make it from this stage. Number one, finally we launched the Fund of Funds. On June 18th, it will be launched. So please be aware, please submit your expression of interest. So the Fund of Funds. So these are the first birds on the capital market. And second, announcing today with the literally signing the program with UNIDO, which certainly it's not a EU-based agency, but important for us in terms of industrialization and in terms of all the efforts that want to bring more investments into the strategic sectors of ours. And today's discussions within the panels, agribusiness, energy, manufacturing, biotech, innovation, are those areas which are priority for us. So please bear with us, and I will not dare to take more of your time, and we'll move slowly to the next part of the ceremony, isn't it? Thanks a lot, and please have fruitful discussions, because within the panels we need to hear not only the success stories, but we need to hear what needs to be done more in order to accommodate more investments, to attract more of the eyes, but also to make life easier for all the businesses, including the Moldovan ones. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister Osmolchescu. Of course, the colleague will remove the stage. We will prepare for the next session, the ceremony of assignment. There is a word in Romanian, spor la muncă, I don't know how to translate it in English. It will be good luck with your work. I mean, I'm looking for break her leg, of course. You could do so. I will not say that in Romania because it doesn't seem good. Now, we will move forward because we will begin the signing ceremony of investment partnership to witness these historic agreements. I will invite for the signing ceremony to the stage the Prime Minister of Republic of Moldova, Alexandru Munteanu, please. And also I invite the Commissioner, European Union Commissioner for Enlargement, Marta Kos, for the ceremony, please. Thank you very much. And now to lead the ceremony and introduce our signatories one by one, I welcome our Master of Ceremony, Ms. Mariana Rufa, CEO of the European Business Association. Mariana Rufa, the stage is yours.
Distinguished friend of Moldova, Commissioner Marta Kos, dear Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Alexandru Munteanu, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen. Today, businesses and organizations from the European Union and Moldova will come together to signal their shared ambition across strategic sectors through letters of intent. These signatures are more than investment announcements. They are a political signal that the European Union commitments to the Republic of Moldova is moving from support to integration, from resilience to opportunity, and from solidarity to concrete economic transformation. Building on the European Union reform and growth facility and the call for expression of interest, they show that common ambition can mean in practice that Moldova is not only a country Europe supports, it is a country that can contribute to Europe competitiveness, to values chains and industrial strength. Therefore, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Mathieu Bousquet, Director DG Enlargement and Eastern Neighborhood, European Commission. Mr. Bousquet. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Eugen Osmolchescu, Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization. And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, the first announcement, and we are inviting INVL, building partnerships to support Equity Fund in Moldova. To start, Moldova needs capital that believes in its future. With INVL, the European Union will support and complement government efforts to develop capital and equity markets, bringing investments to infrastructure, growing companies, better governance, and shared growth. A stronger Moldova makes European value chains more resilient. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Andrius Nakajus, CEO of INVL Asset Management. Congratulations, Mr. Andrius Nakajus, for this exceptional opportunity. And the second one is TED Secure, Compliant and AI-Ready Data Center Development. From capital, we turn to the digital economy. With TED, the European Union looks at the digital foundations of tomorrow's economy. Digital infrastructure is not only about servers. It is about trust, competitiveness, and sovereignty. A secured, compliant, and AI-ready data center positions the Republic of Moldova as a digital location for the region and will be at heart of tomorrow's digital discussions. So at this note, please let us welcome Mr. Edgars Grandes, TED Chief Commercial Officer and Board Member. Congratulations to Mr. Edgars Grandes. Macro nanotech support to high-tech industry in Moldova. Staying in the innovation space with microtech, nanotech, the European Union showcases Moldova's innovations capacity. This is a country where rare high-tech knowledge already exists. Microwires and nanowires with applications in medical technology, sensors, and advanced industry. This is the Moldova we want to showcase. A country that innovates, produces, and contributes to Europe's technological future. Please support us in welcoming Mr. Marcel Verlan, Micro Nanotech CEO. Congratulations to Mr. Marcel Verlan. Moldovan company. Balkan Pharmaceuticals, building pharmaceuticals R&D and education hub in Moldova. With Balkan Pharmaceuticals, the European Union supports another dimension of Moldova's knowledge economy, not only production, but research, education, medical training, and life sciences. By supporting biopharma and medtech capacities, the European Union aims at investing in both Moldova's economy and the skills of its future generations. Please support us in welcoming Mr. Vasily Kazaku, CEO of Balkan Pharmaceuticals. Key Bay Container strengthening Moldova manufacturing capacity in support of Ukraine reconstruction. Staying on manufacturing with Key Bay Container, the European Union recognizes Moldova's potential as a manufacturer base for the European Union market and for Ukraine's reconstruction, with Moldova locations, skills, and industrial base making it a platform for the solution in the region we'll need in the years ahead. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dennis Steiner, CEO of KB Container. Congratulations to the KB Container Company. Danube Logistics, trade resilience and improve connectivity with EU markets. With the port of Constanța and Danube Logistics, the European Union focuses on connectivity. Giurgiulești is a strategic asset for Moldova. Strengthening its capacity means stronger trade links with Romania, Ukraine, and the European Union, positioning the Republic of Moldova as a logistic hub for the region. Please welcome Danube Logistics, Mr. Matthias von Tucher, General Director and CEO of the company. Sincere congratulations, Mr. Matthias von Tucher. Congratulations. BOSAC advancing knowledge on soil pollution and strengthen Moldova's water sector. With BOSAC, the European Union focuses on water, one of the most essential resources for drinking water supply and future generations.
bringing together ambition and private innovation to improve water qualities across the Republic of Moldova for better services for Moldovan citizens. Please welcome Bosac Jacob Bosser, founder and CEO of the company. Congratulations to Bosac company and Mr. Jason. Vedmar Agro, first fully autonomous climate control greenhouses for seedless table grapes. And finally, with Vedmar Agro, the European Union returns to one of the Moldova's greatest strengths, its land, its agriculture, and its people. By combining Moldova's exceptional natural potential with innovation, climate controlled production, and European Union standards, we move together from traditional agriculture to high-value agriculture, food exports. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Vladimir Vedrashko, Vedmar Agro CEO. Sincere felicitări pentru domnul Vladimir Vedrashko. And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to signing the investment partnership agreements with international financial institutions, IFIs. So, AFG, Program for Energy Efficiency in Buildings. The European Union is proud to have recently approved a 12.5 million euros grant under the Moldova Reform and Growth Facility in support of AFG's Program for Energy Efficiency in public buildings and residential housing. The program will help reduce energy consumption, lower costs and emissions, and strengthen the country's resilience to energy shocks. Please welcome Ms. Anna Rose-Weil, Deputy Director for the Europe and Middle East and Asia Department, IFD. European Investment Bank School Modernization Program. The European Union also recently approved an EU contribution for more than 3.5 million euros under the Moldova Reform and Growth Plan Facility to support the European Investment Bank School Modernization Program, which aims to support the modernization of school infrastructure and help create better learning environments across the Republic of Moldova for the next generation. Investing in education means investing to Moldovan's future and growth. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Lionel Rapey, Deputy Director General at European Investment Bank. Now we go ahead to announce 4 investment partnerships with EBRD. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development is a key investment partner in the Republic of Moldova. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Arvid Turtner, Managing Director for Ukraine and Moldova at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, for 4 EBRD announcements. First one, the EU and EBRD are pleased to acknowledge the recent signature of the European Union Guarantee Agreement for the Municipal Infrastructure, Industrial Resilience and Digital Program, through which the European Union provides a guarantee of up to 30 million euros to the Eastern Neighbourhood region to support the strengthening of digital infrastructure and services. Please, I would like to invite also Mr. Eugenius Mocescu, Deputy Prime Minister, should be on the stage for a joint picture. And I go ahead. So the EBRD and the government of Moldova signed a memorandum of understanding on the Moldovan High-Tech Park initiative aimed at developing a modern innovation hub to attract investment, foster entrepreneurship, and create high-skilled employment opportunity. The next announcement goes for launching of the Project Facilitation Unit. Today also we mark the launch of the Project Facilitation Unit within the Ministry of Economy and Digitalization, which will support the identification, preparation and implementation of a key investment project in Moldova with the support of EBRD. And the 4th one is the EBRD Portfolio Risk Sharing Facility with MAIB, Moldova Green Bank. The EBRD and MAIB signed 50 million euros portfolio of risk-sharing facility backed by a European Union guarantee to expand financing opportunity for Moldovan businesses. The facility will mobilize additional lending and support private sector growth, including SMEs and strategic sectors of the economy. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Makar Stoyanov, CFO and member of management of the board of MAIB. Now I would like to invite to the stage European Fund for South and Eastern Europe and Green for Growth Fund GGF announcements. The European Fund for South Eastern Europe, EFSE, and the Green for Growth Fund are two long-standing impact investment funds supporting Moldova's sustainable and inclusive growth. Notably, thanks to the generous European Union contribution to the capital of the two funds. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Oksana Bânzaru, the Regional Director at the Finance in Motion, representing both funds. Finance in Motion with MAIB for more than 2 decades. EFSE, GGF and MAIB have worked together to strengthen Moldova's financial sector and support long-term economic resilience, which further advanced today with several deals. 15 million euros loan for 10 years from GGF to MAIB to scale investments in renewable energy efficiency. Energy efficiency and sustainable buildings. 15 million euros senior loan in Moldovan lei from EFSE to MAIB to expand long-term producers and rural businesses enabled by TCX and EU support. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jos Kramer, Senior Vice President at TCX. Finance in Motion, MAIB and ErgoBricks. We also announced the signing of a letter of intent between GGF, MAIB and ErgoBricks for potential financing of up to 30 million euros to support the development of a modern energy-efficient brick production facility, contributing to regional supply chains and future reconstruction effort in Ukraine. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Alexander Braga, Chief Executive Officer of ErgoBricks. Finance in Motion, MAIB, Lumina Noastră Consortium. I'm honored to announce the partnership between the Green for Growth Fund, GGF, MAIB, Victoria Bank and Lumina Noastră Consortium through the signing of a letter of intent for financing of up to 80 million euros for the development of 65 megawatt and wind energy capacity in Moldova. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Mihai Ciobanu, representing Lumina Noastră Consortium. Finance in Motion Microinvest investment agreement with Microinvest. 2 new agreements are announced today with Microinvest. 15 million euro senior loan from EFSE to expand access to finance for MSMEs and especially farmers, and 5 million euros equivalent in Moldovan lei senior loan for GGF to support green investments. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dmitry Svinarenko, Chief Executive Officer of Microinvest. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today the government of the Republic of Moldova announces 4 investment projects representing a total of intended investment amounting 364 million euros. These investments will support the development of strategic sector, notably energy and the green transition, construction materials, agri-food processing and manufacturing. Renovatio, 280 million euros. Holcim, 50 million euros. Gvura, 29 million euros, and Baltics Composites, 5 million euros. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I think that's a huge historical opportunity for the Republic of Moldova development. A huge applauses to Marta Kos for all the support, to the EU delegation, to the DGNS team. A huge thanks to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Maia Sandu, and the government of Moldova who made this effort possible. And now I would like to invite here on the scene all of the signatories back on the stage for a group photo with the Prime Minister and the Commissioner Marta Kos. Thank you so much and sincere congratulations, sincere felicitări.
ladies and gentlemen, just a moment for a group photo group. It is like it used to be 1 billion of euro in one photo. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It is an historic moment. Thank you, Mariana Rufa, for the ceremony. Of course, a big pleasure to see that happening. I just will have an announce. We will have a short break. It will be till 10:40, and I will welcome you to enjoy the break. Of course, Prime Minister and Mr. Osmochescu will have some press conference in the hall for press, for you to know. Pentru jurnaliști vor fi declarații din partea domnului premier și a domnului vicepremier în hol. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult, ne vedem la 10:40.
să strâng măcar mâna, că de mult nu ne-am văzut. Dar de ce ești spărat? Da? Foarte bine. Eu sunt continuu. Adică aici sunt povești. Da? În orice caz mai mult ca dumneavoastră.
Bună ziua! Voiam doar să mă prezint. Ana Maria Ducescu. Ne-am intersectat, am prins soție. Da. Da. Păi am lucrat împreună și atât voiam doar să vă spun. Acum că sunt implicată un pic în proiectul acela cu renovație, care cred că va fi un proiect important. Succes pentru Georgat și eu.
Sper că am să ajung câtva.
Și eu sper. Anul ăsta Valentina Vidrașcu face o colecție de excepție, deci va fi un eveniment moldovenesc cândva, da.
Hi everyone. I will have to ask you to have a seat, please, because we will start in a few moments. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much. We will start in a few moments. If you could have your seat, please. Capital market. This brings us to our fireside chat, building Moldova's capital market. Now I'm very happy to see the panelists here on the stage. Prime Minister of Republic of Moldova, Alexandru Munteanu, and of course it will join us online from Italy, Mr. Andrea Orcel, CEO of UniCredit. Of course, I'm very delighted to announce Ms. Anca Dragu, Governor of the National Bank of the Republic of Moldova, and Mr. Andrius Naceus, CEO of Invalda Asset Management Lithuania. Prime Minister, please.
Can we see Andrea?
Our colleague from the technique, we will do the best to see if he will be online.
Oh, Andrea, good to see you. Cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, we can.
Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for joining us. I know that you are very busy, but I have a very distinguished panel. I volunteered to moderate it or to transform it in some sort of fire discussion. Very relaxed because of all the things I've done in my life. I think banking is closer to my heart. I did a commercial banking, I did a central banking, I was with the World Bank in Washington, D.C., I invested in several banks to arrive to the point when, as Socrates said, I know that I don't know anything, and that's why I brought that, I call it triple A panel. And I mean it in a direct way, because if you notice all the initials of our first name starts with an A. And I am a little addition to the AAA panel because my name also starts with an A. But it's an excellent panel, and I guess, Andrea, I will start with you, if you don't mind. I remember the meeting we had at the government building at 7 a.m. when you were on a very brief trip to Moldova, and we sort of immediately had that meeting of minds, and we talked about our own experiences and experiences of our kids, and somehow felt awkward that our kids, after all, chose to work across the ocean in America. Do you think Silicon Valley is possible in Europe? Is it, and of course I will add, is it possible somewhere close to Moldova, in Moldova maybe? What shall we do to make it happen?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Alex. You know, I do believe it is possible. I think Europe has enormous untapped potential, and it's all about execution. How do we do that? We need a European ecosystem. If you talk to most of the technology provider, AI providers, they usually smile and they say, when I ask any country in Europe what they need, they ask me for software, cloud, AI, but it needs to be in their country. And there is not enough scale to be done in one country. We need to do it European-wide. So I think without a European ecosystem, without a European solution with scale, we cannot do it. But if we do put to common denominator our pipes, our infrastructure, we can absolutely do it. To do it, we need the talent. We started with kids. We need the talents. My generation, unfortunately, like yours, went to work abroad because the opportunities in our countries were not enough. And to attract, retain, and reward the top talent is very critical in order to do that. And to do that, they need to have the right meritocracy, the right career opportunities, the right vision. Secondly, we need a much closer collaboration or cooperation between European university, research institution, companies. And I think this is very important because we tend to send all of our kids to the US or even to the UK. But if you look at statistics, undergraduate and sometimes even postgraduate education in Europe is actually better in Europe than in the US. But we send them to the US. Why? Because of the ecosystem and the relationship they form and the experience. But there is no reason why they shouldn't form it here. So this is very important. We need banks and capital markets. If you do not have growth stage financing, you will not have technology. And without larger banks and most importantly, well-functioning capital market that can finance in Europe, not in the US, not in China, not in other places, the development of technology, there is no way that they will expand. So talent, collaboration between all of our university and research institute, etc., capital market, banks for financing. Then and only then we should talk about public policy, but we need to have a sovereignty agenda that puts things in the middle for Europe. Where do we do this? To be honest, it shouldn't matter, but wherever we do this, it should be done for Europe, not for the country or the city where we do it. And that is very difficult for us Europeans to do. But I want to give you one last example because for me it was very impressive. If you take Berlin, Berlin is very advanced in terms of startups and fintechs. And it's an unlikely place. But effectively, because of affordable operating cost, skilled young workers, affordable living cost, a vibrant city with a great nightlife, good education, strong investment, and active government support, it has become the center for technology development and fintech and unicorns in Germany. If we can scale from there, in Berlin or in any other place, there is no reason why we can't do it in Europe.
Well, thank you so much, Andrea, for sharing your insight into that. And I guess at this point I will turn to Anka Drago, the governor of the National Bank of Moldova. You come with a variety of experiences across different sectors, not just in central banking, and maybe that's why we get along so well with the government of Moldova, because the National Bank of Moldova is not looking just at the monetary side of the story. What are the main challenges for the central bank currently? What do you feel? What is going to happen next?
Well, first of all, congratulations for this great event that you're organizing here. And yeah, I did start my career as a young professional, young economist in a central bank, because as a student, I fell in love with monetary policy. So that happened many years ago, in the previous millennium, actually. Indeed, it's very helpful, as you also have had significant experience in different sectors, to accumulate this knowledge and experience in technical areas, in banking, in energy sector, in private, in public, in national and international institutions, because it gives us the possibility to look at some topics from all angles and to find solutions that are suitable for everybody. So this is why, yes, our objective of the central bank is maintaining price stability. This is the fundamental objective. But we have also, by legislation, without jeopardizing the main objective, we have objectives regarding financial stability, regarding supervision of the banking sector, non-bank financial institutions, insurance sector. We have also the depository of the capital market at the central bank. Financial education is also with us. And we have to put together all these areas with and sending a full trust and confidence to the banking sector, to investors, to citizens in general. So probably the most challenging is to be good in all these areas and to keep this trust and confidence of economy in general in what you're doing. And I think we're doing a great job. By the way, today it's our birthday, let's say. It's the day of the of bankers. Thank you. We turn 35 today. So and I'm very happy to see that the banking sector now, it's a solid one, and it's considered, it's seen, is regarding by everybody in the country as a solid one and like a partner. So our role to have in the same time different hats, I think we succeeded to deliver on this role successfully. Let's not be modest today. Yes, that's a very special day, anniversary day, and that's why we don't have to be modest.
Well, we are all, as I said, in the government of Moldova, fortunate to have that good, very professional relationship with the Central Bank of Moldova. Because I remember when I was young, then professional and kind of been in charge of running the foreign reserves of the country at the National Bank of Moldova, we had a joke, and we had a consultant from Germany who was saying that the governor of the Buddhist bank at the time was not allowed to park in the parking lot of the German government at the time because the relations were very sour. We have a much different relationship, not in terms of parking, which is kind of awful in the downtown Chisinau, but because it's a very professional and cooperative, and we are working basically together as a team. Thank you so much.
Just a comment here. Independence, yes, we are an independent institution, but independence does not mean isolation. And we all work for the same objective.
No, absolutely. Of course, we can have a different views. Actually, in the government, we're also working in the different teams, and we may have occasional disagreements on, and certainly everybody disagrees with the Minister of Finance on the spending, because Minister of Finance cuts on all the expenses. That's inevitable, but we are moving forward. Andreas, turning to you, we never met, but we've been sort of moving in the parallel fields in the different countries. You know, how was your experience coming from Baltics into Moldova? Was it some sort of opportunistic choice, or was it rather a strategy? What sort of things were you looking at when you decided to make this investment in MAIP?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Prime Minister. So, us being a financial investor, you could say all of our investments are opportunistic. Having said that, it's not that we didn't think through carefully before making a decision to invest into MAIP. And the decision was underpinned by three key assumptions, or hypotheses, you could say. First was MAIP back in 2018, when it was a very different environment here, was already a profitable bank with a significant market share and financially sound bank. Second, we made an assumption that profitable bank with a good market share in need of a governance improvements that could unleash further profitability. And us being a financial investors, you know, we understand Excel and we maybe understand governance, not much more, right? So for us, that suited well. Second was, and that was debated quite a lot, you know, which route Moldova will take. Will it lean westwards or eastwards? And we said, you know, bigger chance leaning westwards. And that was another element of why we decided to come to MAIP. And the third element was that we also had and still have good partners in MAIP, EBRD and Horizon, which gave us additional comfort. And I have to say that the experience so far has been excellent. MAIP MAIP has continued growing, consolidating market share, increasing market share. MAIP has done a remarkable digital transformation in a short period of time, which is not given in the banking sector. I come spending ages in banking sector where we have failed this over and over is in digital transformations. But MAIP has managed to do that, and it has managed to do that on the back of local talent. And that's another impressive achievement that was done in MAIP on the back of local talent, many of whom have actually came back from Romania, from other European countries to join MAIP and go on this transformation. And you know, this basically brings that, you know, the success, and you having experience in a similar field in private equity, and we always look at IRRs or returns, what the investments are generating. And MAIP is among the most successful investments that we have made in all of our portfolios. So we are very happy with our investment.
Well, thank you so much. I have been obviously following MAIP because I was on the board of MAIP twice, and been part of the original investment with the EBRD, and I'm very pleased to see an excellent development, and especially on the technological side, you've done very well. When I compare, say, to the commercial banking in some other countries, and I can even say the United States of America, I think here it's I feel much safer with my accounts, and also with the quality of these services. So good job. Andrea, I'm back to you. If Andrea is still there.
I am.
Andrea, we finished with the first round of the questions, so I'm back to you. I'm kind of curious to get a larger view on EU banking from you, on EU competitiveness, where the banking is going to, because in private equity, we usually have that notion of commodity, and commodity translated from the private equity, you don't touch it because it's not interesting anymore. I mean, the machines will do it for us with AI and all those technologies coming. So where the European banking sector is going to, in your opinion?
Well, I think that clearly it's going to become increasingly digital, and that will change the shape of what banks look like. One important point is that I think if we look at the last few years, we have always thought that legacy banks like MAIB, like UniCredit, like many others, compete among themselves, and then on the side, you get fintechs, you get hyperscalers, you get other participants in the markets that offer certain targeted solutions to clients. I think this is changing very fast. I think if you look at 5 years from now, 7 years from now, it will be one competitive environment, and fintechs, legacy banks, hyperscalers, everybody will compete in that environment. And therefore, we have a relatively short time to adjust. I think that people who have players who have been built on the back of technology, on a brand new modern technology, need to get there by embracing making clients primary clients and embracing the complexity of services that banks provide, not only one or two, by building the trust, by having physical branches. I mean, everybody has read that Revolut is now opening branches, by doing a lot of the things that banks are doing today, while legacy banks need to completely transform their technology stack, their operations, the way they serve a client, improve a service, and reach the same level playing fields as the fintechs and the hyperscalers are. So everybody's converging, but the challenges are the mirror image of each other between one and the other. I do believe that AI is giving a leg up to legacy banks because it is a lot faster and easier to modernize our infrastructure with AI than it was without AI. And therefore, if we know how to capture it, I think it will allow us to compete and win in the new environment. I think scale is again important. How much we invest, how we invest, where we invest is important. And for Europe in general, we need larger banks. And, larger banks means more diversified. Larger banks means they can take greater risks. Larger banks means they can invest more in technology and in modernization and provide the customers with what they expect. So the level of change that you will see in the banking sector in the next 5 to 10 years, I think, is unparalleled, both in terms of how they need to change themselves, we need to change ourselves, and in terms of how we scale up to have the critical mass to support the transformation of Europe. Not easy, but I would say for private equity, anything but commodity. Quite a compelling and exciting journey that banks will need to go through.
Well, thank you so much. That's a very interesting perspective. Well, in light with Andrea's assessment, Madam Governor, what do you think how the banking landscape in the Republic of Moldova will change? What is going to be the role of the banking supervision in such a dynamic environment? Would that somehow all be delegated to the European Central Bank or not? And what we'll do with crypto?
Well, you have several questions. how I see the Moldovan banking sector in the medium term and long term, I'm absolutely convinced that the strong indicators will be maintained while the sector will expand. And why I'm saying this? We've already seen a significant increase of the banking sector over the last 3-4 years. Once we dealt with the first energy crisis, we saw that financial intermediation started to pick up. And over the last 3 years, we have seen an increase of loans to the private sector, the biggest in the region. And we increased by 5-6 percentage points from 23-24% of GDP, loans to GDP, to almost 30% today. That's, as I say, the biggest increase in the region. However, the quality of loans remains great. We have, I would not say the lowest, but let's say among the lowest NPLs in the region. And when I'm saying the region, I'm talking and I make the comparison with the new member states, Romania, Bulgaria, the Baltics, and Central Europe, also with Western Balkans. So we saw a significant increase of loans to GDP and of banking assets, while NPLs, so non-performing loans, have diminished. It's now 1.5. So it's really very low figure that we see in the banking sector. Only last year we had an increase of the loans by 20%. And it means that money went through real economy. It means that it's demand in the economy, but also it means that banks were able to provide these loans. And we have very good cooperation and communication with banks. Asking your question about supervision, I think we try to be smart supervisors and to understand the need of the market, the need of the banks, also to have the application of the best and the strongest rule in the EU. Oh, by the way, you know that we are now in the process of having this legislative equivalence by the European Banking Authority. So European Banking Authority will say, yes, the banking sector in Moldova is fully aligned with legislation and institutions and practices in the EU. And you know that we are trying to get all stamps and all recognition from different institutions that our sector is solid and with very good perspectives. A year ago, we had the financial sector assessment program with the IMF, and also the assessment was a very good one. There are not many countries so courageous, so many central banks brave and courageous to go through this extensive and exhausting sometimes exercise. But we are doing all this, we are taking this evaluation in order to put our banking sector up there to be really an outstanding banking sector. On crypto, yes, we are, we're working on the legislation, and the legislation will be ready by the end of the year. Will be 2 institutions in the country responsible for supervision and authorizing. It's central bank and the Commission for Financial Sector, Financial Market. Also, other institutions like in any other country that will be involved in this. So by mid-2027, this legislation will be fully operational, and basically this market will exist also in Moldova, which is normal.
Thank you so much. Andrius, wanted to ask you about your experience in Baltics, and somehow you managed to create the market for basically for all the 3 countries, with some great companies like Skype. Well, Skype does not exist anymore, but at the time was very kind of precursor to many other technological companies like Zoom and some other applications. Or Revolut out of your country, and several other projects which expand larger, because back to the Andreas point, you need somehow to scale the projects. And actually, I remember in the 90s when Moldova, my country, was moving together with the Baltic states, but unfortunately, and then I was referring to that 1st of May 2004, when the Baltics, together with Slovenia and the Czech Republic and some other countries, 10 countries overall, joined the European Union, and Moldova took a detour. Now we are back on track. So anything from your experience in Baltics we can learn from? Any advices, anything you would share with us?
Yeah, it's another good question, Prime Minister. You know, when it's my first time in Chisinau, and when I came to Chisinau in Moldova and walked the streets in Chisinau, for me, there's basically one or two words that would describe the feeling that I get while I'm here, is déjà vu. Déjà vu because it reminds me so much of my home country, Lithuania. I've lived in all three countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, know them quite well. And it reminds me very much where the Baltics were 20 years ago when they embarked on the path of EU accession. Because there is similarities go many, many ways, right? You know, Moldova, many people say Moldova is very small. Well, so they say about the quality countries, right? You know,
well, Estonia is even smaller.
Estonia is almost half the size. Is half the size of Moldova, right? So Latvia is small. Lithuania is about the same size, or a bit bigger. So they're all small. They all emerged. You know, the parallels goes further, right? The Baltics also have emerged from post-Soviet world. You know, lack of institutions, lack of rule of law, and so forth and so forth. You know, it goes a long way. Even this morning I looked up the GDP figures. Actually, if you look at the GDP per capita adjusted for inflation, Baltics were at exactly the same point where Moldova is today in 2004, the year when they joined the European Union. And what has happened, and many people ask me, you know, so what is the critical success factors for the Baltics in general, Lithuania, that made them so successful? And actually, Andrea, I hope, is still listening, right? Because for the story of the Baltics, you know, if you look at where they have gone to, you know, pre-2004, when it was where Moldova is today, to today. So today they have not only passed GDP per person adjusted for PPP, of course, Greece, Portugal, and other countries. Last year, Lithuania passed Italy in terms of GDP per person, Japan, and you know, quite many countries. So last year it passed Spain, and in 3 years, about 3 years' time on the current trajectory, it should pass Spain. So, of course, the journey has been remarkable, right, for the three countries. And your question, what is experience, what to learn? And many people ask me, so what was this, you know, success factor? And I basically name one element, and that one element is that, as Commissioner has said today on the stage, it was the same set. It's very much déjà vu. Back in 2004, the European Commission was telling the star pupils of European Union are the Baltic states. Why? Because they embarked on the reform. They quickly reformed institutions, they reformed the judiciary system, and we know what has happened afterwards, right? So if there is one thing to do, I don't know any other path. There is, of course, you know, goods and bads of European Union, but I don't know any other recipe that would build institutions, that would build the rule of law, that will build predictability as quickly as the EU accession. And as you, Prime Minister, said, it's definitely a big political win, EU accession, but for investors like us, it is not about the EU accession per se, helps. And it's not about exactly which year Moldova will join EU. For us, the most important path is that it's actually reforming and implementing the recipe that has worked in the Baltic countries. It has worked in Romania, with some detours that was mentioned on stage. It has worked in other countries as well. So I think there's a lot of parallels. And if I were also to name one different thing in Moldova, actually a positive thing, is EU accession is usually followed by a very large emigration, unfortunately. Lithuania has lost over 20% of population, even higher in Bulgaria. Once countries join the EU and the borders open, people leave for higher wages elsewhere. That has already happened in Moldova. You know, more than 800,000 Moldovan people hold Romanian passports, so they can leave, you know, for EU today. Over 1 million of people are living abroad from Moldova, and this is a huge asset which will hopefully be returning, as we see in the Baltic countries. You know, the people are returning once the economic opportunities arise. We see that in MAIP. Number of people are returning back to Moldova to work in MAIP. So we're very hopeful, and that's, you know, why it was mentioned at stage, you know, being early. We want to be early. We believe it's an inflection point, and we're having a very strong tailwinds from EU accession.
Well, excellent point. I can say on your last point about immigration, we observed that phenomena already happening in Moldova. Actually, we have several members of the cabinet, including myself and Vice Prime Minister Osmokescu, who came back from diaspora. So and Dumitru as well, and many others. And I think it's good. We have a big diaspora, very well-trained diaspora. I think a couple of years ago there was a study showing that the Moldovans, if divided by sort of per capita, would be the #1 country in all the Ivy League schools in the US. They think like that, so it's a highly skilled diaspora, and we want to bring at least some of them back, or at least consider doing something for their country. And we're already working on that, and we'll keep working on that. I guess the time is up. Well, please join me in thanking this fantastic panel. Thank you so much for sharing your insights, and please keep investing in Moldova. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, dear panelists. A good job for everyone. Of course, good skills of journalists, good questions. I can tell you, and I will not. It is a great job to do, of course. And some conclusion before we will start the next panel is, I would like to see this kind of panel in Bucharest, in Romania. Unfortunately, there is no government in Bucharest right now. And also, how big is the journey from the stealing $1 billion from banks, state banks in Moldova, and now the legislation being adapted to EU legislation? It's a huge work done from the Bank of Moldova. Great, great achievements. Thank you very much. And also, now we are going to the next panel. We were speaking about the financial, now moving to energy, Moldova's energy transformation. Capital markets fuel growth, of course, but infrastructure requires physical power, power amplified today by massive green energy investment project that bring us to our next session, Moldova's energy transformation. To steer this crucial conversation, I will invite the next panelists. The moderator will be Ms. Nadia Petkova, ABRD Managing Director for Impact and Partnership. Welcome to the stage, please. And the panelist I will name Jose Luis Gomez Pascual, Country Manager, Premier Energy. Serhii Makarchuk, Chief Business Officer, Gvura, SPRL, Republic of Moldova. Alexandru Teodorescu, Administrator, Renovation Engineering. Of course, Mr. Rauno Lehtinen, Partner Architect, Sargsige. And Mr. Dorin Junghietu, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Moldova. The stage is yours, please.
Is it on? Ah, okay, very good. Good morning everyone. Ah, hello, Minister, hello. It's a privilege to be here, and it's a privilege to kick off with the panel sessions at this very much upbeat, oversubscribed Moldova EU conference. My name is Nadia Petkova, Managing Director for Impact and Partnerships at EBRD. So before I introduce the panelists, I wanted to say a few words. So although we know Moldova is still in a rather fragile situation, shaped by the geopolitical tensions and the deep structural challenges we build in the energy sector, I truly believe that the post-election momentum, as also was called the inflection point which we are in, and the realistic prospects for the EU accession create a once-in-a-generation opportunity. International investors are coming back. We heard today over $1 billion already lined up at the doors, waiting to invest and ready to invest in Moldova, and the growth is very much part of the EU 1.9 billion growth plan for Moldova. As one of the largest IFI investor in the country, EBRD has been present in the country since 1992, and we have invested over 3 billion, more than half of which since the war in Ukraine started, which is a testimony of our dedication to the country and to our support to Moldova. Energy has become for us a strategic point of engagement. For decades, Moldova, as the President mentioned, has been fully dependent on Russian gas and electricity produced from a single source in Transnistria, which is not the case anymore. And the country has transformed its energy mix very, very quickly. When the Russian gas flows decreased in 2022, we immediately stepped up our engagement. We launched a 300 million emergency revolving gas purchase facility, which we renewed and increased last year to support that. A cornerstone, as mentioned by the President, of Moldova's energy sector transformation has been the full integration into the European energy system. Also, Moldova has synchronized with its electricity grid, gaining access to European power markets. In November last year, importantly, has completed the transformation of the EU electricity integration package. All very, very important steps towards the integration in the European Union. Energy diversification is not only about security, and it's also about competitiveness, sustainability, and green investment. As the President Sandu and Commissioner Kos also mentioned, Moldova, in the course of less than 5 years, has managed to increase 8 times its renewable energy source, and now it contributes more than a quarter in the energy electricity mix, which is an amazing success story. I'm very, very happy that EBRD has been also one of the biggest supporters, providing technical assistance to the Moldovan government for a renewables auction framework, and 2 auctions have already taken place. The second one is about to be completed, awarding more than 340 megawatts of total capacity, including 44 megawatts of BESS storage, which is very important in the context of increasing renewable energy generation. So clearly, energy reform has been the catalyst for broader economic resilience and investor confidence. So therefore, today we are starting the discussions with the first panel, which is focused on Moldova energy transformation. So with this short introduction, I wanted to introduce actually our esteemed panelists. First of all, we have Minister Dorin Junghetu, Moldova's Minister of Energy, and the driving force behind the reforms in the energy sector in the country. We have José Luis Gómez Pascual, Country Manager of Premier Energy, the largest electricity distributor and supplier in Moldova, which is also active in the development of renewable energy projects. We have Sergei Makarchuk, Chief Business Officer of Gvura Group, operating in
agri-food sector in non-citrus fruit and tree nut farming and trade, bringing a different private sector perspective to today's panel. We have Alexander Tudorescu, who is Administrator of Renovatio Engineering, a renewable energy player operating across markets in Romania and Moldova, focused on solar and wind production, industrial engineering, energy trading, and e-mobility infrastructure. And we have a very different perspective which we wanted to bring to this panel in the face of Rauno Lethinen, partner architect in SARC and SIGI, with a sustainability and design lenses on investments. So let me start with you, José Luis. If you can tell us a little bit your perspective and your journey in the country, your investments, the lessons learned which you have gathered in the process, and importantly, where do you see the opportunities and challenges in the energy sector in Moldova?
Okay, thank you for the invitation and good morning to all of you. The experience in Moldova, it's a very interesting experience. It's a master class every day, interesting and rewarding, by the way. And okay, let's start by the end. The company is growing, the group is growing in Moldova. We have gone into new business model because there are opportunities. We are hiring more people. We are learning along the way. We are contributing to the country in terms of implementation of the new practices, and then the financial results are growing, so the investors are happy, and we are listed in the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and the investors are perceiving that, no? So, as I was saying, it's a good experience, it's rewarding, and what have we done? We have done nothing special, just grasp the opportunities there, no? There are many. There is a situation that has improved, but is still there, of energy security. We have contributed there to trying to mitigate this issue with renewable energy. There is an issue with energy transition as well. There is a situation, I mean, a liberalization process, and we have contributed to that. And there is a regional integration possibilities. That's very, because, as you know, Moldova is perfectly located to trade and to intermediate arbitrage between Romania and Ukraine. So we have gone into that, just trying to use the dividends of the company. Shareholders decided to reinvest them in Moldova, and that has been a key factor for us, along with the banks, including EBRD, AB, MAIP, etc., or Victoria Bank now. And, okay, conditions have been there. Regarding risk, yes, the country still has a situation with the rule of law. The judiciary is in the process of being vetoed, but still this has some room to go forward. Also, bureaucracy, it's being diminished, but it's complicated. Sometimes for an easy thing, you need to devote too many hours. But I would say in our sector, and I'm not saying that because Minister Junqueira is here, in the energy sector, already because probably already in 2010, we entered the Energy Community Treaty. And it's, I don't know if it's an island. I consider it as an island as of now, in the sense that there is a good understanding with the regulator. Of course, it's one from its side. There are things that we agree. Yes, we say that sometimes it's too populistic, but in general, the first things that we propose, they are understood, and so there's a good dialogue. Also with the Minister of Energy. The Ministry of Energy, there are people there from the private sector that no doubt, I mean, being in the two sides, they can better understand a player. There is a pro-business sentiment, of course, with differences from time to time, but okay, that's why maybe we are too lucky that it's a little ahead of the rest of Moldova, no? But investors can feel heard and can dialogue. And also I need to say there are business associations, including the European, the American, and others that facilitate when an investor wants to come and does not know the way, doesn't know the way, so they will find the correct support for systemic issues, no?
Thank you very much. And you said something which is very important and resonates very well with us as a private sector focused MDB, is that the private sector is heard. I mean, with ups and downs sometimes, but ultimately the important thing that it is heard by the government, and this is a recipe for success in the long term in our experience in the countries where we operate. So, Sergei, let me turn to you, and if you can tell us a little bit more about your company and actually your experience in Moldova, the investments and the prospects which you see for further investments in the sector, in the country, giving a different perspective given you are an agri-business company at the end of the day.
Greetings everyone. Our journey in Moldova started 12 years ago. So we are a company that has different assets, such as production factory, which we are producing frozen fruit and berries. In the understanding of the general market, we are not too big. We are producing only 1,000 for the moment, only 1,000 tons of production per season. But we are the biggest producer of frozen fruit in the Moldova. Yeah, we have 350 hectares of lands, and we are operating as a growers as well. So we are producing fresh plums, apricot, cherries, and etc. So yeah, and it's a very different experience. When we started, it was one challenges, and as we started to grow, it's another challenges, and every year we like never the same, you know. We are trying to achieve one goals, and the challenges we are faced in this year, we are started to think what we want to do another. For example, when the war in Ukraine started, here in Moldova, it was the same problems with the electricity. So we had to buy a generator, just to have our capacity goes run good. And next year it was all good with the electricity, and like all the investments we have done, we just spend it, and now it's just assets, you know. So it's different time, different for every time, yeah. And that's why we started to think in a different way. We started to think how to become independent in the full cycle. So and our project is about this. So from our lands we have organic waste, we have agro waste, which is right now which is just only became left on the fields and nothing. So from our opinion, it could be it could be a type of fuel. So yeah, and that's why we started to think about biogas technology, which is which could give us electricity, heat energy. So after we received heat energy, so we decided to grow and to develop the greenhouse complexes, and to contribute all this energy we could produce. It would be like full cycle from biogas to frozen fruits and to greenhouse complexes. Yeah. Like this.
No, that's very encouraging. It has pushed you out of your boundaries to think about possible solutions. Me, as a former agribusiness banker for many years at EBRD, I understand how important is closing the cycle and gaining independence, especially in more challenging times. So that's the right thing from your perspective to do, and I think it is the right thing. Alexandru, sorry, we have okay, yeah. Can I ask for your perspective, the perspective of Renovatio, in terms of your experience so far in Moldova, and what are you posed to invest? I know you're looking, I know you already have specific opportunities in mind. How do you look at the perspective of future investments in the energy sector in Moldova? And again, where do you see the biggest opportunities, obviously, as you see, but also challenges?
Well, we've been here for almost 15 years. We started the renewable business in Romania, and the natural step was to expand also into the Republic of Moldova. As the Prime Minister said in the opening speech, why not? And the second thing that struck me was be here before others. So we started in Romania when there were maybe one or two other companies looking at renewables, so nothing was set up. We looked at Moldova and basically we did the same here. So based on our experience across the river, we've had measurements, we've had a project developed in the Moldova region of Romania. So we knew how to do it and we knew where to do it. So we chose the area of south of Moldova to develop our project. So right now we have 180 megawatts under development, and actually I can say under construction, because we started the construction phase 2 days ago. So
congratulations.
It's no longer just an on paper investment project, it's an actual construction site. Through this journey, we started this project together with IFC, so the branch of World Bank. And we've designed and developed this project according to all the rules from both EBRD and IFC, specifically to match the criteria of financing such a project by IFIs. So the project right now, as was announced, we're looking at close to 280 million of investment, maybe a little bit less because we already started spending money. The project is, as I said, 180 megawatts, but with an interesting component, meaning that we're also building a storage capacity for the entire power of the project with a storage capacity of 2 hours, so 360 megawatt hours of storage that will be able to deliver power exactly when is needed on the Moldovan market. And we're also waiting for future developments in the legislation, and here we've had very good discussions with the Ministry of Energy, and this storage capacity can also be used in the future for the balancing market, so to provide system services for the TSO. So we're here for the long run. We have a very strong partner with us that is already ongoing in Romania, meaning Greenvolt Power, and they are going to extend. We're going to extend the partnership to Moldova. So the future looks good.
You're here for the long term, and as you said, the battery investment in BESS and battery storage is extremely important when it comes to ramping up investments in renewables, because you need to be able to store and use the electricity when it's needed. So it's very much a very essential component of the investments in the rest.
Absolutely. So for us, the BESS investment is almost as important as the power plant itself.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll come to that when I speak to the minister a little bit later. But Ranu, let me turn to you. When I started looking at the panel composition and I saw an architect, I was like, that's very interesting. How does it fit in the discussions about the energy sector in Moldova? And it's very clear that, you know, architects, you know, in the advisory function, looking through the sustainability lens, are getting more and more involved early on in project design of various different projects. Where do you see your role as architects could fit better and be embedded more in the context of designing projects in the energy sector in Moldova and other countries in general?
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting. Yes, we see our role as combining the sustainability, energy efficiency with long-term investment value. That's a very big thing in the beginning of the project. And the first steps, when the project starts, the first decisions, early decisions affect so many things in the long run in the building. So it's it means like a lifetime value of the building, lifetime costs, ESG, performance, regulatory risks, and long-term asset value. And all these are very important and matter to the investor. So that's really need to be taken care of in the early beginning. Our value is helping investor and client early understand the consequences of the early decisions and also so that understand that the sustainability should be kind of part of the whole project. I think sustainability starts with flexibility. Flexibility is one of the key issues in the sustainability. Regulations change and the uses of the buildings changes in the years after years. So the building must adapt all that.
And does your work, a small follow-up question, do you in Moldova or in other countries envisage to work also with regulators or authorities which, you know, so that it's inbuilt, the sustainability is inbuilt early on in the process of when projects are designed, so that companies think about that? Is that something that your company is involved, could be involved into, working with regulators, or it's not? Yeah, sorry. Is working with regulators or other authorities also part of your job, where you know, advocate the importance of building in the sustainability in the project design early on? Is this something that you are engaging? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a bad. Yeah.
No.
I couldn't follow actually.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, Minister. Last but not least, let me turn to you. So Moldova is strong, fast, and steady on its path to EU. Through how would the government, through its reforms and its investments, will be able to support the infrastructure and enable private sector investments in the sector? And I think this is a nice segue to my second part of the question. I mentioned renewables auctions, and one has already taken place. The second one is about to complete. Can you share with all of us some feedback and also some lessons learned for the future? Anything you would like to share with us? The investors' interest, how was it? Did we get everything? Did you get everything right? What are the things that could improve in the future? And as we know that there will be some investors in investments in renewables will not necessarily go through the auctions, especially the bigger scale utility renewables. If there is no PPA, so to speak, safeguard, what are the measures which the government is thinking about in order to incentivize such investments? Sorry for the loaded question, but there is a lot to say on the topic.
No worries. Well, first of all, welcome everyone who is the first time in Chisinau or in Moldova. Welcome everyone, and good morning, good day to those who are cooperating sometime on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And I'm extremely happy to see so many representatives from the private sector, both local, but also most important, international potential investors in the country. To be honest with you, as you commented at the beginning of your, at the opening of the panel, Ministry of Energy is the driving force. But those remarkable results that Moldova was able to achieve so far would have not been possible without a significant, and I would say even very sustained intervention and actions from the private sector. So chapeau up for the private sector in the country. Yes, we might argue, we might have different opinion, but at the end of the day, the key in this success, it's the cooperation. It's the cooperation that happened so far. It's the cooperation that we count on in order to tackle those three objectives or challenges that not only Moldova, but most of the country in the world are facing at the moment. It's the energy security, specifically the availability of energy, is the energy affordability for the households, for the business, because this is what is driving the competitiveness. And last but not the least, the green transition. Yes, we are doing very well on renewables. We achieved so far 1,039 megawatts of installed capacities. But at the same time, we need to keep the peace with building additional infrastructure, enhancing the infrastructure, implementing the balancing capabilities, the balancing capacities. So the green transition should not come, the green transition should be fair, socially fair, and also economically sustainable. And this could be built, and at least this is what we are doing, could be built with enhancing the infrastructure, as I was saying, digitalizing the grid, the energy sector. Energy efficiency, it's one of the most important. I've seen, and I'm not stopping to repeat, there are projects in Moldova, businesses that they were able to reduce their electricity, their energy bill by 50%, thanks to the energy efficiency measures, thanks to installing solar panels, and now also installing the batteries. And now about the batteries. Looking how one interconnector, one cross-border interconnection is being built. It can take 1 year, it can take 2 years, it can take 3 years, depending on the complexity. It's totally different to what means building a storage system. 5 megawatts is a container that could be quickly deployed, installed, connected to the grid, and could be available. So, if we speak about measures that government is going to implement or it's promoting for short and medium term, we are going to incentivize and support the quick deployment of storage. We have already a situation in the country where there are businesses, or the energy is abundant. So it's abundant and it has to be utilized, this abundant energy, in the peak hours of consumption where it's most needed. Because between 5 and 11 in the evening, we are importing more expensive energy from the regional market. So this is what we are going to, and there are already some measures. There is a legislative initiative to eliminate the import taxes for the batteries, for the wind turbines, to adjust the mechanism so the VAT will be quickly returned to the investors. At the same time, and this is what will help both the country and also the investors, the electricity producers, to sell their electricity. Yeah, we have already a functional operator and a functional electricity market, which was launched by the end of last year. Though we need liquidity on the market. We need the company to go there and to sell, to trade the electricity there. Because as I said, the interconnectors, they will come. We are about to sign now these days, hopefully this week, if not early next week, to sign the construction, the contract for the second interconnector with Romania for Belt-Suceava, which is on track. The target is to be completed by early 2028. And that will also bring the opportunity, the opportunity for the investors, for the local producers to sell their electricity cross-border to Romania. So this is a bit of long term, but needs to go in parallel. And as well, we need to strengthen the grid. But what that means, we need to modernize our substation, both on the TSO, but also on the DSO level. And very important, we have embedded in our National Integrated Energy and Climate Plan, the target towards 2030 to have more than 30% of electricity in the final consumption coming from renewable. We have embedded in our energy strategy towards 2050 that our electricity coming from renewable should be 80%. But it's one important thing. We need to have a balanced energy mix. We need to have flexible generation for the moment when the wind is not blowing or there is no sun. Frequency in the grid, and there are many examples these days already, there are experiences, lessons learned that we have to implement. Gas generation, it's going to be there with us to be able to quickly adjust the frequency in the grid. So we have also our experience in January when, thanks to the operation of the two cogeneration plant in the country, thanks to some additional interconnectors that we have with Romania, we were able not to have a complete blackout in the country. And that experience showed how important it is to have flexible generation. So this is a bit of view, a bit of overview, and I'm very happy and I'm encouraging the investors to come to Moldova. Because the intention is that we build energy clusters that around it will be able to build economy, production, manufacturing clusters. Businesses need predictability, they need stability, and they need to see vision. And this is what the government of Moldova, the Ministry of Energy, is providing. And we need to ensure that also when we are implementing all the projects, when we are promoting all the projects, we have one thing in mind: competitiveness and affordability of energy for the business and for the households.
Thank you very much, Minister. You said a lot of very important things, but the fairness, and as you said, affordability, sustainability, and the fairness of the energy transition is very important, because ultimately it's about the consumers and about what they're able to afford. But it goes on all sides, and energy efficiency is a very important element, and thanks for bringing it up, because it's not only about investing in renewables, but it's also preserving and being sparing in preparing our assets for, in an energy efficient way to be able to do that. So very important and very, very topical points. Thanks for mentioning this. José Luis, I have a question, a slightly different question for you, which is to do with energy security threats, but not the ones which Moldova is already kind of very painfully clear about, let's say, the dependence on a single supplier, etc., etc. But think about from cybersecurity point of view, and related to, especially to untrusted equipment vendors. If you can give us your perspective of how big is this threat, how prepared is other energy companies and the government for that in Moldova, and what could be done for these risks so that can boost investors' confidence who are looking into investing in Moldova?
You're talking mainly on vulnerabilities or
vulnerabilities.
Yes, the sector has still several important vulnerabilities. Okay, I could not say that cybersecurity is always an issue, but I could not say it's the main one. Maybe it's because we are, we have had only two situations which were not so complicated, thanks to some consultant that we have that is telling us how to protect our network, especially the assets. No, but the country has different vulnerabilities. Again, still energy security. Yes, we have a lot of renewables, but the renewables need flexibility. We talk about that, both batteries and engines, internal combustion engines. Then, and we are on there as Premier Energy Group. Then the interconnections, yes, it's right. Not interconnection, but the power line Vulcanesc-Chisinau, I think is going to be this month when it's going to be commissioned, hopefully, and that's going to provide energy security to avoiding going to Transnistria part. But then we need the two other lines. We talk about a lot of liberalization for gases here, but electricity is going to start de facto next year. but until the new interconnection Val-Suceava is not in place, there's going to be a limited, truly openness, okay, given that, and that's another vulnerability, we don't have domestic production. Yeah. I'm talking about firm power in Moldova. Yes, we know the ministry is trying to work on that, to get some capacity generation reserves, but I would say that the mechanism the government has used to cope with these vulnerabilities, like renewables, like balancing capacity, have worked. So I would say that complementing the initiative of the government, let's try to make a tender for capacity reserves, okay, and to bring private sector. Private sector, as the minister said, has responded very positively. So that's one proposal, is to increase the energy security of the country. And then regarding market openness, yes, we have BRM from several years ago, and it's working for the gas sector. Electricity, we have OPEM. I mean, something needs to be done to promote this exchange. And I know the regulator with the minister are working on that, but that's an important vulnerability. We don't want OPEM or BRM to be just there to say, check, it's done. We want it to be used and to trade energy and so on, so solutions need to be there. Also another vulnerability, which was in the past a thing needed, a thing that helped the country a lot. I would say that even made Moldova possible to move forward. It's a state monopoly, but now the situation is different. Yeah. The situation has changed. We need to reduce the state monopolies. We need to avoid the crowd out of private sector, because there is, I know it's very attractive to have a big state-owned managing many areas, but I would propose to find a middle place, to find what best can do each party, and finding a common solution. So that's another area. And then the last vulnerability, I would say, is to reduce price. Okay, Moldova has jumped, the people of Moldova, from captive but very low prices in line with 60 euro megawatt hour to 121, 127. It's a big jump, and the available net income per family has not growth in the same manner. So I hope that the markets and mechanism will help to go into reduce somehow the prices for final consumers.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. All very, very pointy and to the topic of what needs to be addressed in the future. Alexandru, let me come to you with a follow-up question. So you mentioned your investments and your ambitions to invest further in the country. You've heard the minister saying what the government is doing in order to incentivize these investments. Do you see, can you think of other recommendations or other demands that from you as a private sector investor you would have to the government in order to, in terms of legislative changes or other changes that will be needed in order to boost the investments in the renewable sector? And what you already mentioned that you're working with the IFC colleagues in terms of advisory work for your projects. Are there any other aspects you think that would help make these projects and investments more bankable or easier to be bankable by IFIs and the local banks? Any recommendations and thoughts you have in that respect?
Well, when it comes to financing, yes, playing by the books and listening to what the requirements are from the banks in general and from the IFIs, and to define and to design, let's say, the project according to their specifications. That's the main drive. So. I don't know, the easiest example for me is like the environmental impact assessment, where both in Romania and in Moldova, the official requirements, let's say, they are the basic standards. But both IFC and the BRD, they have higher standards. So in dealing with and in the permitting process and in doing all the studies, we had to accommodate both the local requirements as well as the requirements by the IFC. So we did an extensive set of studies, and I gave the example of the environmental impact because it's the most comprehensive one, but others are the same, from wind measurement campaigns to the way you design the wind park and selecting the manufacturers. So recommendation number one is do the project by the book. If you want it to have it financed by even by the local banks, they need to see it as more than just I don't know, let's call it a PDF with lands and 2 permits attached behind it. In terms of the relationship that we've had with the authorities and with the Ministry of Energy in particular, we've had a lot of discussions, and they are very open to supporting investments into the energy sectors, and we've had productive discussions, especially when it comes to incentives, as Mr. Minister said, related to taxes, to VAT, to the import duties for equipment related to the construction of renewable projects, be it photovoltaic or wind, for BESS, so for the storage, all the equipment, and a reduction of import taxes. So all of these are together a message that the Moldovan government is taking things seriously when it comes to the development of their energy sector, and especially the renewables. So we've seen very good indicators that everything is heading in the right track. And with Mr. Junghia, we've had very good talks, and especially with the Minister of Energy.
It's not that often you hear that from the private sector saying that the things are really heading in the right track, and you know we are happy. Of course, there will be things that need to improve, I'm sure.
I didn't say that everything was all roses and perfect, but things are very good, and we've always had a good relation with the authorities, be it the ministries or the other authorities involved in the renewable energy sector.
No, that's very good to hear. Sergei, maybe very briefly to turn to you, because you were talking about the alternative sources for energy production like biomass. Do you see a prospect for that beyond your own needs, which you are planning to meet with the investments you are making to meet the company's needs? Do you see a prospect for further developing this sector? And is there anything else that needs to happen in the country in order to promote production, electricity production from biomass, for example? Do you see a prospect, for example, to use your biomass plant to produce electricity beyond your company's needs, for example, or are you planning only to use it for your own needs?
For now, we are just only looking into a way to use it by our own, for our own needs, but in the way we could grow this project, so we could sell it into the net. So, but for this we need some help from the government with the. Sorry.
Now it's your time to ask the government what.
I'll just
maybe
help.
You can help.
You know, in Moldova we have at the moment just approximately seven installations of biogas. And this is something that we are really encouraging the investors. I know the capex for a biogas facility, it's more, it's higher. It's a capital-intensive energy project. But there is quite substantial potential in the country to valorify, to utilize the possibilities, not only waste to energy, but also biogas. So we have agriculture sector, we have the food sector that has the potential to produce. We were having a discussion last year with some of the representatives from the agriculture sector about this. Of course, it's easier to install solar panels. Of course, it's probably longer to install a wind turbine. But the biogas facilities are really a high, will have a high added value into the system.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So your voice is already heard. The Minister and the government is quite aware of the potential and to see how to facilitate investments in the sector. Now that I have you, Minister, and you took the floor, I want to ask a question which is related to the reforms in the SOE sector and the potential privatization in the energy sector. It's a big part of the growth plan with the Commission, and this is something which has been discussed and agreed that improvement of the corporate governance of the SOEs and potential ultimate privatization. If you can give us your perspective, how do you see this process in the energy sector specifically for the energy SOEs? I know it's a bit of a tricky question, but your perspective will be very helpful because in the long term, this will be very important for the liberalization of the sector.
The beauty of energy, as I'm saying from a while ago, is that we meet, yes, sometimes we fight, but at the end we do. Just answering your question, now we are focused mainly on reorganizing our TSO, the Moldelectrica, which is a state-owned company. We want to convert it into a joint stock company. Moldelectrica needs to become a European level TSO, must undergo reforms. There is no intention to privatize Moldelectrica because it's the example that all the countries in Europe have. The TSO must remain under the government control. It's also a matter of state security, of the country security, but of course it must be reorganized. And we launched this reform for Moldelectrica. There is a lot of things to do. There are assessments that needs to be done. There is audits, but at the same time, Moldelectrica is advancing with the critical infrastructure projects. So you can say that we do almost everything at the same time, and for that we need capacity building. This is one of the areas which would really be grateful, attracting foreign expertise, enhancing the local capabilities. And by the way, last year we had a contest and we selected the board for Moldelectrica. Most of the companies or state-owned energy companies, they have boards of directors already. And somehow the corporate government reform has been already initiated. So we are focusing now on capacitating and in reorganizing Moldelectrica. Thank you.
And that's very important. As you said, capacitating, building the capacity in the company, in the state-owned company is very, very important and critical. We're almost running out of time, but I want to leave time for one or two questions, if there are any coming from you before I close to the panelists. I can't see a hand.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Perhaps vision from the auditorium will be. It's also very important for us. We are having a challenge with the excess production of electricity. We are having a challenge by some local investors which don't have possibility to sell the electricity. If we have someone in the auditorium who would like to give us a small 2 minutes perspective from their view, how we can or what we can do more in this regards, adding to what we are already doing, of course.
I haven't moderated such a panel where the questions are coming from the panel to the public.
No, I asked because I saw that there is nobody who want to ask the question, but feel free to give us a smaller view.
Any ideas? Anyone who would like to take this question from the public? Okay.
Of course, there is always more than we can do. But as I said at the beginning, cooperation is the most important.
First of all, I think I mentioned this before, congratulations on all the advances we've seen. I come from Denmark and have a lot of experience from the Nordics. The problem is we need storage. The grid needs storage really fast, and it'll take time to get there. I think that we're looking into seeing how a lot of some of the techniques of flexibility that we have used in the Nordics can be applied here to kind of fast track getting some of these storage capacities in. BPP solutions using existing connections and the flexible grid connections that are now introduced need a little bit of work because the grid, if we as investors can accept flexible conditions, that will mean that we can put them in fast and not wait for the grid to actually have this expansion that it needs. I think it's going to fast track this problem that we're seeing right now and allow us to keep accelerating in renewable assets.
I see this as a recommendation, but also as a question. So the idea, yeah, it's true that there are places where, in Moldova, where there is potential for renewable to integrate, but also there are places where the grid is quite congested. You cannot either inject or absorb the energy from the grid. So that's why we are discussing now with the DSOs and with the Moldelectrica to do an assessment, a general assessment to identify the areas in the country where we still can do something, where we can correctly guide the potential investors to connect to the grid. And one important, yes, there is huge interest for the energy. We need also to start building manufacturing, attracting, I was discussing this morning with someone from the auditorium about the telecom decentralized, but telecom and also AI, they must have redundant energy sources. So around the energy generation, we need to build energy consumption. About 70% of the electricity is going to the households. So we have a dromedary shape of the electricity consumption curve. So that's why we need to enhance the electricity consumption. Thank you very much.
Very good. Let me, oh, please. Yeah, one more.
First of all, congratulations for all this, let's say, full of hopes, dreams and expectations. I represent the European Federation of Construction Industries and also the Romanian Association of Building Contractors. Looking to the recent years, I have to tell you that there have been plenty of Romanian contractors involved in Moldavian projects, energy, infrastructure, rehabilitation of monuments, agri-food and so on. And for the great majority of these experiences, I have to tell you that the contractors are coming, performing, and then leaving the market. And I want to invite you to have a closer look on this perspective, because I have the feeling that we are losing the possibility of partnerships on long-term basis or medium terms, and these complementary potentials are not matching all the time in the best sense of the partnership. I hope it's not tactics from the Moldavian authorities, but this is quite a reality, and I'm trying to invite you to have a perspective on this regard. And once again, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I feel targeted to respond on behalf of the government. Well, what we truly are observing, it's also there is migration of skilled and qualified workforce, construction workforce from Moldova to Romania. Because the amplitude, the magnitude, the number of the projects in Romania, it's also significant. And the workforce from Moldova, it's attracted by contractors. Just recently, in this very same room, about 2 weeks ago, we had a construction forum dedicated for the energy efficiency. We have hundreds of millions of euros loans and grants from European Union to develop, I would say, at country level, not just regional or local, but at the country level, the energy efficiency projects. And this is what we really need, the support from the companies, from Romania, from Poland, from Slovakia, from Hungary, all the countries in the region, and that was the purpose of the forum which we had about 2 weeks ago here. We need to attract the companies to be able to develop at huge scale the energy efficiency projects. Unfortunately, we are now where Romania was 20 years ago, when I was studying and working in Romania. So I did the energy efficiency for my apartment myself with the construction company. But at that time, 20 years ago, you could see this chantiere, the sites everywhere, in Bucharest, in Ploiești, in Buzău, everywhere. So now we are there, and we need the expertise, we need more construction companies to have, who have the expertise to develop all the energy efficiency projects, not at the same time, but I would say in a sustained manner.
Thank you very much. I think this was a very... Oh, wait, apologies. Yes, yes, please.
And really, that was a very good question. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for a really brilliant event, which is a very important event of the day, of the today, and thanks a lot for all of participants who is today with us, and we are together with you. Dear Sergio, from my side, who am I? My name is Alex Baloga. My experience in energy efficiency, renewables, and optimization of consumption is more than 25 years. Right now, I'm representing here one of the BRD projects, which is dedicated to energy efficiency, renewables, and energy consumption reduction. EU for Business, a BRD credit line. I'm a local contact person in Moldova. We have a huge experience, and I'm speaking right now about technological lines. I'm speaking about fridges, which do have. I'm speaking about that brilliant ideas dedicated to greenhouses, biogas stations, and many others. You need advices, you see? We can do this for free of charge. That's why, just make a call and we will make you happy. Because we have a brilliant background and we can use EBRD possibilities and grants together with the Ministry of Energy and many other possibilities. So, right now we are not dream catchers, but we can transform your wish into the very profitable business, and we already have brilliant results. Southern projects already financed and already exporting. So you're on the safe hands. Believe me, and I will be happy to speak with you after.
Yeah, it would be happy to speak with you after.
No. My name right now is Mr. Jingoer. He's next. Mr. Dorian, Mr. Minister, thank you for your participation. We know each other a long time, and right now, my advice, first, knowledge. What should be improved? We need to improve the knowledge of local companies. Because right now, what we have, Moldova right now, it's chaotic movements of eons. Everyone would like to bring something energy efficient, something good, but nobody has no idea about the clear rules of the Moldova market. We are speaking about energy efficiency, we are speaking about your values, we are speaking reductions, we are speaking about many others, but please, let's create conditions that such a fog will disappear, yeah? We need to bring knowledge, European standard, European quality, to be absolutely transparent. So it should be a very good European machine to be put in power in Moldova Republic. When we're speaking about the biogas, when we're speaking about biomass, we have a lot of wastewater treatment stations, yeah? We have sludge. European Union is considering this like a fuel. Why? We are producing biomass, we are producing biogas, and we have an excellent fertilizer, yeah? Right now, during the summertime, if you are coming to the Moldova airport and you are feeling this nice smell, yeah? This is a visiting card of the capital. So, this is a smell of money, am I right? And we can do this. We have a lot of wastewater treatment stations and we may transform them into our incomes. Let's speak about agriculture. Let's speak about slaughterhouses. Let's speak about sludge. Let's speak about poultry and many others. So, very good income, am I right?
You're perfectly right. And taking the advantage that we have such consistent auditorium,
We have a mechanism, which by far is the first one in the southeast of Europe, in the region. It's called Sandbox. It's a deregulatory mechanism where companies could come to Moldova, fill an application for new technologies, and do the testing here in the country. So it's a very important mechanism. There is a commission within the ministry with colleagues from several entities where the companies could come and test the technologies and, of course, bring the knowledge.
That's very important, and I think that's a very good conclusion. I want to thank first the audience for these engaging discussions. New partnerships have been forged on the podium. I want to thank my co-moderator, Doreen. Thank you very much for that, and I want to thank the audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the panel. Thank you very much for the energy, because we spoke about energy. It is obvious that people will have this energy that coming from the audience. Next will be another panel, and this is all due respect to Dorin Junghietu. This is my favorite panel, because we will speak about infrastructure, and of course we need a bigger, better and good-looking infrastructure here in the Republic of Moldova. We are waiting for highways. I'm very interested in that, to connect Republic of Moldova on highways, let's say, to European Union. Next panel before the lunch, yes, it will be about integrating Moldova into European transport and logistic networks. Please welcome Mr. Mathieu Bousquet, Director for Enlargement Coordination, Strategy and Investment at DG NS, European Commission. Please take your seat. And next panelist will be Matthias von Touche, General Director, Danube Logistics, Nora Robe, Corporate and ACG Officer, Wizz Air. I will fly with Wizz Air home to Bucharest. Lionel Rapé, Deputy Director General AEIB Global, and Mircea Pășcăluță, State Secretary for Transport, looking for questions and answers about infrastructure. Good luck. Thank you very much.
So good morning again, and very happy, to moderate this panel on integrating Moldova into European transport and logistics network. Clearly, transport and logistics are very strategic sectors supporting the growth of the Moldovan economy and reinforcing the integration of Moldova in EU supply chains. We heard in the previous panel how energy is important, but infrastructure is also very key, and getting the circulation of goods and people is also very important. So I'm delighted to have on stage today four panelists. Matthias von Touche, General Director of Danube Logistics. You saw him already this morning at the signature of the letter of intent. Nora Rabe, she's a Corporate and Environmental and Social Governance Officer at Wizz Air. A company that I think all of us have used. Lionel Rapé, Deputy Director General of EIB Global. You also saw him this morning at the signing ceremony. And last but not least, Mircea Pășcăluță, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Moldova. So, I have, again, 2 rounds of questions. If we have time, we will also see whether there are some questions for the panelists from the audience. But I start with you, Matthias. So you are the General Director of Danube Logistics, General Investor and Operator of Giurgiu-Lesti International Freeport, which is the main sea river port in Moldova. So you're not a new investor in Moldova. Huh? So can you tell us about your past investments in Moldova, whether you've been successful, and also your plans, and we had this morning as a signing, your plan for further investment in Moldova. Can you tell us a little bit more about them? I think it works, you don't need to.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, to sum it up, I think we are very successful, but I would like to explain you now why, of course. When we started in 2005, actually, we started on a green field close to the Danube River, at the Danube River and Prut River, and there were some rusty assets on that. So at that time, we purchased these assets. And then we invested heavily into the development of an oil terminal. That was the first port terminal, which was opened in 2007. So the first vessel arrived in 2007. So where are we now today? And last year in 2025, we had 800 vessels coming in. So that's an enormous number, increase of course. We have 5 terminals today at both the Danube River and the Prut River, and about 2 million tons of cargo handling in the port. So why this excess? Well, of course, a special situation because until 2007, Moldova didn't have any access to the sea. It's an inland country, so building up a port means a completely change of the whole trade supply patterns for the Republic of Moldova. And well, and the business, Moldovan importers and exporters, they have experienced and they have recognized that that this is very beneficial for them. The logistic costs, the trading costs have reduced significantly since then by using an own port to have the independence from neighborhood ports in Ukraine and Romania. So this of course was the main success factor. I would like to mention also an interesting development. Suddenly after 2019 in Moldova, the political landscape and the business environment started to change. We had elections in this year, we had a new government coming up, and somehow the old oligarch system broke down. And then step by step from year to year, we saw on the port an enormous growing interest in doing investments in the port area. So all the big grain traders, they have built up, invested into storage facilities in the port because the situation in the country changed, the business environment changed, political landscape, the direction changed, and so suddenly all these companies, they had trust apparently in long-term investments. Before, we have tried for many years to attract investors here. And suddenly after 2019, then after 2021, we have filled all our free areas. So today we have only 2 land plots left, and we are under negotiations with them. So at the same time, this led, because you ask about our new terminal, which we want to build with the support of the EU. We have attracted so many investors in the port that our current port terminals are fully utilized. Capacity, we are at the edge. At some point of time in the season, we have waiting schedules for vessels for 2 months and more. So we urgently need additional berth capacity. And that's our new project. We will invest 24 million euro into a key infrastructure for the Republic of Moldova, and it will be the unique universal berth at the Danube River, which permits vessels up to a draft of 7 meters. to explain to you, this is the maximum per missile draft at the Danube River, the maximum size of vessels coming in the Danube, and which provides a big benefit for Moldovan importers and exporters because they can charter the biggest size of vessels and thereby reducing the freight costs and the logistic costs further.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm turning to Nora. So Nora, you are a corporate and ESG officer at Wizz Air. I mean, a company which is clearly the leading carrier in Central and Eastern Europe and the leading airline in the Republic of Moldova. So can you tell us a little bit about the role Moldova plays in terms of marketing your network strategy? What are your current plans of activities in Moldova for these years?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. And I'm trying to handle the pressure of standing in between you and the lunch. It's never easy, and also the pressure that the moderator just told us infrastructure is his favorite topic. So we need to be really entertaining here. We are trying to. So just about Wizz Air, probably to those who don't know us yet, my shoes are reflecting a bit Wizz Air. Today we are the pink airline. It's important to know that Wizz Air is one of the fastest growing airlines in Europe. We just celebrated 1 or 2 weeks ago our 22nd birthday, which is very remarkable. We have a fleet size currently of more than 260 aircraft. It's a huge size. Some of you might know another airline, Yellow Blue. So they had, thank you. So they had around 80 aircraft at this age. So I think the growth is significant, and the growth is basically Wizz Air's most important strategic plan. We are building on growth, and while some other airlines are pulling back capacities, these times we are just growing still. I think I can proudly say that we are referred to as an enlargement airline who is strengthening connectivity in Europe, who is connecting people, connecting jobs, connecting visitors, countries, regions. And I think Moldova plays a very important role from that perspective. So that you know, we've been present in Moldova for 13 years now. We started our operations here in Chisinau in 2013. Since then, the landscape changed a lot. We established the base here less than 2 years ago. It was 2024 October. And right away we added in 1.5 years basically 4 aircrafts to our base. We have a 4 base aircraft currently. That means we have 4 aircraft overnighting in Chisinau and then operating the next day back and forth. We've been operating currently 35 routes to 16 countries. I think that's also a clearly demonstration of our commitment that we are connecting the Moldovan people with other countries, and we are connecting regions. Obviously, that opens jobs, that gives opportunity for workforce. We have around 150 Moldovan employees, mainly crew. We have office employees as well, even in Budapest, by the way. And indirectly, we are creating more than 1,400 jobs. I think that's also a crucial role of Wizz Air. We have plans. You asked us about our future plans and our future growth. So we already announced the 5th base aircraft here in Chisinau. It's going to be operational from September this year. It was already announced, and obviously we have future growth plans as well, but probably I'll not tell all the secrets here for now. With that in mind, we are planning more frequencies for now, and all the Moldovan people will have, for example, the opportunity to try some leisure destinations with Wizz Air. We just added Rimini and Rhodes as well to our network portfolio already for this summer. And we are planning to add later on even more routes. So I think Moldova is a very good place to be. We were surprised. We flew with my colleagues Budapest, Venice, and Chisinau. And actually the Venice-Chisinau flight was fully booked. Probably I can say it was 100% load factor. So there is a clear interest. And that's why I'm saying that there is a demand. So Moldova is a great place for Wizz Air to be. And we are supported greatly by the local authorities, the local stakeholders. We have an exceptionally good relationship with all the aviation stakeholders here. So we are also very grateful for that.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you very much. So I'm passing the floor to Lionel. Lionel, you are the Deputy Director General of EIB Global, which is a dedicated international department of the European Investment Bank, I mean the EU Bank, responsible for all the EIB financing, partnerships and development projects over the world, but including, of course, Moldova. So as the EU Bank, can you tell us how the work of the EIB in Moldova is supporting the transport and logistics sector, and also how such support can be relevant for companies like Danube Logistics, Wizz Air, and the others active in the sector?
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Good morning to everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be back in Chisinau, not on Wizz Air, but I will think about it next time. Allow me to take a step back, Mathieu, on the role of the EIB here in Moldova. Our ambition, our role is very simple. This is to bring Moldova in European Union family. I think we have proudly supported the successful waves of EU enlargement over the past 6 decades. And we know that it requires lots of political courage of the leadership. And we have heard this morning, I think, the determination of the government, of the president, to conduct reforms. But it's also a very capital-intensive endeavor. And that's where, as I would say, the investment engine of the EU accession process, we play fully our role. So just to illustrate that as a point in case here in Moldova, our commitments have doubled over the past 5 years. So we have now reached nearly 2 billion of total investment in the country. And obviously we are keen to continue with that trend. Now, if I zoom in on the transport and logistics sectors, we have had, I would say, a very long-standing positive partnership with the authorities, with the European Commissions, with other IFIs in this room, to really support strongly the sector. So first, a lot in the road sector, which carries most of the goods and basically population throughout the country. We have built, rehabilitated with our support 170 kilometers of roads in the country. The team told me this morning that there is another 70 kilometers which is under procurement or being built. And this was both on strategic corridors, so to improve the interconnection of the country with the EU, essentially, but also at a local level to bypass cities or here, for instance, in the capital. The other engagement has been to a large extent in the railway sector. So here, there are significant needs to fully embrace the capacity of the railway sector. So we have supported the renovation of the fleet, which is very much an aging fleet, as well as rehabilitation of some railway lines, notably after the Russians' war of aggression against Ukraine, the change of the routes going through Moldova, the so-called solidarity lanes, to have electrifications of some of those railway lines ongoing. The benefits, impacts of all these investments are really obvious. It's not just about transport efficiency. This is about safety, reducing the number of casualties, injuries on the network. This is about better accesses to services for the population. But also, of course, a lot in terms of expanding for the businesses, the trade potential with the EU. I just would like to make a reference to what the Commissioner said this morning about Croatia, where she explained how EU accession has increased employment growth in the country. if we zoom in on or have a closer look at the rationale behind this, a lot was actually linked to increase of exports from Croatia to the EU. Now you could say this is linked to tariff barriers which were reduced. Well, not really actually. There was a free trade agreement in place between Croatia and the EU for many years already. A lot was linked actually to the improvement in logistics, border crossing, in particular for SMEs, which could, thanks to this investment, deliver just in time on EU markets. So when they need to deliver in Munich at 3 o'clock, it's not before, it's not after, and if they don't have warehouses in the country, being able to have an efficient transport network in Croatia, at the borders, in the EU, was really, really essential. To answer your question, Mathieu, on the support to companies, well, transport logistics needs to be seen as a system. So improving railways, roads, enables to have a reliable network for ports operator, logistics companies, and I think it's really important to continue doing all this investment. But obviously, we are also keen to look at supporting directly some of this private investment from operators, and we are really grateful to follow up on the call for proposal which we have initiated.
Thank you very much, Lionel. So now I'm turning to State Secretary. So Mircea, you are the State Secretary of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, particularly in charge of transport. So you had two companies and one bank talking about investment in Moldova. So how is the government supporting investment in the Moldovan transport and logistics sector, and how do you prioritize investments?
First of all, thank you very much for organizing this important event, and we are very grateful for the opportunity to discuss with all the private actors now. And the main message that I want to send on behalf of the Minister of Infrastructure is that you mentioned that investments are around 2 billion. So we, in the next 2 years, I think we will find, and we need to find the solutions to attract more than 2 billion euros for the new projects. And here we are discussing about the highway and also on the EU standard gauge. So there are very big opportunities for the private investments and also for us as a country to enhance our connectivity. Talking about how the government of the Republic of Moldova could support the private investors and also the companies that were presented here. So Wizz Air mentioned that is a very important actor here, and we can confirm that Wizz Air is one of the main partners on the aviation field. Danube Logistics is the main actor when we discuss about the ports infrastructure and the naval type of transport. We have the representative of the European Bank of Investment, and here with the support of the European Bank of Investment, we are developing the feasibility study for highway, for European standard gauge fully electrified on the railways from Unghel till Chișinău. And the main thing for all these projects and to have these results is to assure a good cooperation. This is one part. But the second part is to assure that we have a real and a good understanding of the legal part. What I mean, for example, on the aviation. Previous 2 years, Wizz Air enhanced their flights in the Chișinău International Airport, and they have 4, and they announced that they will have the 5th aircraft. And this is the result of good cooperation on the legal basis, because starting with 2012, we have a common aviation area agreement with the EU. So we have a clear vision how we need to develop on the legal basis our aviation field. The same thing we are doing now on the old type of transport. So we have the National Aviation Plan. On behalf of the ministry, we have 221 action that will transpose 280 regulation, EU regulation in our national legal basis, and we need to do this till the end of 2027. So we are preparing to have the same rules and to be sure that the private investors that are mostly from the EU have the same rules in our country. So for us, this is a priority. And of course, with the flagship projects that I mentioned before, so we need to focus on the big projects, as highway, railways, multimodal hubs. All of them are covered by our mobility strategy till 2030. We have the special regulation for the TNT because the Moldova starting with 2024 is the part of the TNT. This means that Moldova is allowed to access European funds. So here, together with our private actors, with the IFIs, we are working together to build the same conditions as in the EU. So European legal basis, the clear vision of our future big infrastructure projects, and of course, a good cooperation with the IFIs. So this is the main things that we are doing now. This is our focus, just to be sure that we will manage to achieve our very challenging process to become a part of the European transport system. And we can do this on the transport part even before the day of our accessions. And we, the ministry understood very well this, and we are working on this. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. And I think this is a good introduction, I mean, to the next round of questions. Or you wanted to react already?
Just if I may reflect quickly, because I think two very important points were mentioned here. First of all, that's basically the cooperation. So no matter what kind of developments are being done in one sector, we have to cooperate in between other sectors and obviously with the state and with all the stakeholders, so that at the end of the day we get there, that all our efforts and all our investments are not considered useless, I think. So we are all together in the same shoes, basically. I think it's very important, and it was a highlight for me. And the other one is the commitment of Moldova when it comes to the accession to the EU. I think it's just unbelievable from where you started and where you are currently. So I think this effort is outstanding. And I think that's why Moldova plays a crucial role for everyone when it comes to further expansion, further growth probably. And that's why I started earlier with saying that Moldova is a great place to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So maybe Matthias, I mean, so we are hearing, I mean, the government very committed. We heard President, Prime Minister, Commissioner saying it's a good place to invest. You mentioned the change which started in 2019 and with the evolution. But from your perspective, I mean, why is it good to invest in Moldova now? Also for the people that may not be already investors, why do you think it's a good moment to invest in Moldova, and what else, I mean, would you need, I mean, to further invest?
So well, today it's much easier than it was 20 years ago, I can tell. And just a proof, as you probably all know, that the Port of Constanța has just acquired the port 6 weeks ago. So that means the biggest Black Sea port has decided to invest into Georgia's international freeport here in Moldova, I think, which is a very good, indication. Also with regard to the future potential of the port. And when I see the market potential and somehow the port activity, it's somehow a reflection of the market development potential in the country. So at least from our side, we see further increasing cargo handling volumes in the port. We need to invest into additional capacities to accommodate the demand of Moldovan importers and exporters, which is an indication for me that the Moldovan economy is developing well. And plus, now, of course, we have a big opportunity coming up, which is the reconstruction of Ukraine. I think that's important topic for Moldova. There are potentials Today I met here in a conference a client who also signed a letter of intent. By the way, he was working with us. He's building up something in the north of the country with regard to the reconstruction of Ukraine. In our port, we have an investor who's building a facility for bitumen transshipment, which is also with the focus of regional supply of bitumen into Ukraine. So this is from the business side, but of course I mentioned already the changing environment within Moldova. And well, Moldova is a candidate country. I mean, things are moving extremely fast. I mean, as we heard, Moldova is very fast with regard to the accession process, and we feel it. Because many EU directives are transposed into local regulations. And there are many areas in which we feel it, which is good for us as we have like European background. So it makes us predictable. The old, let's say, for example, construction area, this cost designs, you know. Today, when you have a specific area and you don't find a designer, project designer in Moldova, you can take a European designer, and his documents are recognized, for example, here for doing project design. So there are many advantages, so that the environment, it's getting positive, you know. And then it's a small country, which has a big advantage. So in case there's an issue, you have a very short way to contact state secretaries or ministers. And like we in Germany, I mean, to meet a state secretary, that's rather complicated, you know. But here we are chatting on WhatsApp, you know. So that's a big advantage. Short ways, in order when there's a problem, you have a big chance to solve it fast.
So partnerships that Nora was mentioning, I mean, with the government. I don't know, Nora, you wanted to further react. You already reacted, I mean, to why is it a good moment, I mean, to invest in Moldova. Anything else you want to mention? By the way, I took Wizz Air to come here, so from Bucharest.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was full. It was full as well. So a lot of people are coming here.
How was the on-time performance?
On time, perfect.
Perfect. We are a
there was
friendly
no traffic, I mean,
and
to come to Chisinau.
Thank you so much for taking us. Thank you. Yes, definitely. So we see clearly a demand, and we see the momentum here, as I just reflected on that. And I think it was also another highlight of the morning for me when the commissioner closed the speech with saying, "You will make it, you will do it, you will get there." So I think it's so important for the Moldovan people that they get support and for the accession plans, and that basically all the member states are supporting their efforts. And that's why we see that this is a clear momentum, because that would require further accession and further connectivity. And Wizz Air, as I told at the beginning, is an enlargement airline. What a complicated expression in English. So an enlargement airline, and therefore we see the great opportunity here again to connect people, to provide more destinations further on. And actually, we are a market leader currently. I think 41% is our market share. It goes up to around 60 with adding the fifth aircraft on a longer term, even from September. And we see two sectors developing here greatly, visiting relatives and friends, so the VFR traffic. However, the leisure traffic demand is also strengthening. And we see also, and let me just reflect on a personal favorite topic for us. So we see international interest as well here towards Moldova, and we see tourists definitely coming here more and more often. We had recently, a couple of months ago, half a year ago, a Let's Get Lost campaign from Rome to Moldova. For those who don't know the concept, that means that a bunch of people get on an aircraft and they have no clue where they would land at the end of the day. And it's basically and it's intentional, just to make sure that's planned. And we had a nice campaign from Rome, Fiumicino, to here, Chisinau. I think, yeah, that was in September, probably last year. And it generated unbelievably huge interest. I think we had 84 million clicks or reactions on the internet, on different social media platforms. So that was also a great demonstration of the need of Wizz Air and Wizz Air's growth here.
Yes, 16 times the population of Moldova, so this is impressive. Thank you very much. So, I mean, we can clearly see, I mean, both from Matthias and from you, Nora, how much, I mean, you are both contributing to growth, but also enabling growth by facilitating with transport and logistics. Lionel, maybe a second question to you. I mean, you talked about, I mean, the work you are doing and the priority areas. What are also the challenges that you can see in Moldova, and how can EIB help overcoming them?
Thank you. Well, so certainly, I think Moldova now has a unique chance in a way to become a key connectivity link between European Union, Moldova, Ukraine, and Black Sea area. But indeed, there are still quite important challenges, and certainly lots of investments to be continued. And actually, we are working, I think, essentially around 3 areas together with the authorities and partners. One is to continue the investment to modernize the overall state of the infrastructure. We have to be honest, there were decades of underinvestment in the road and railway network in the country. Lots has been done, but still there is a need for continuous investment in this area. Second, we do see the need for further investment in the logistics capacity. In particular, when it comes to intermodal hubs, this is something which is still lacking in many parts of the country. I could extend this to digital freight systems, for instance, and also anything related to border management. So the customs, border processes and associated infrastructure needs to be improved to facilitate flows. The third aspect is linked more to institutional and financing aspects. To have this large-scale investment, you certainly need good preparation, expertise to deliver with the right standards, and you need patient capital. These are definitely investments with a long economic life, which requires to have very long-term and to a certain extent contextual financing. And I would say that this is where, as EIB, together with other financing institutions, European Commission, we have a key role, transformative role to play. I explained already the quite substantial volume of financing which is directed to transport sector. Basically, this is 48% of our total portfolio in the country. So yes, connectivity agenda is at the top of what we do, and it's already a significant amount of financing which is being delivered. But I would like to highlight another element to which State Secretary alluded, which is the advisory and technical assistance support which we can provide as partner of the country. We have established a few years ago an upstream technical assistance program together with the European Commission, EPIC, which enables to prepare projects in accordance with the necessary quality of preparation to have the right cost-benefit analysis prepared, option analysis prepared. In the previous panels, I mentioned environmental and social impact assessment, which are necessary. And this is typically what we are doing now. So we have actually a new generation of strategic projects which are under preparation. I would mention the bypass of Chisinau. The minister mentioned as well the highway, which will bring us from Ungen, Chisinau to Odessa, which is also a very strategic corridor. I would like the transformation of the railway EU gauge. So you can imagine in a few years to be able to travel from Bucharest to Chisinau non-stop. This is a reality which is expected when this project will be implemented. And the last project we are preparing is on inland freight terminal in Chisinau, precisely to address one of the challenges I mentioned earlier. And I think this element of preparation enables to then, I would say, fast-track, accelerate implementation when it comes to with the necessary financing.
No, thank you, Lionel, and so, thank you also for mentioning that, I mean, investment in this area is also long-term. You need patience, but I mean, you see growth and you see the benefits, as we could hear from both Wizz Air and Danube Logistics. Minister Mircea, I mean, what is your take on that? I mean, what are the investments that you are going to support and to prioritize? Lionel mentioned some of them. I'm sure you have other ideas, and also for the audience, I mean, where do you see the future?
So as you can see, we have a very strong partnership with the IFIs because you presented the biggest project that we are working now. And indeed, with the support of the IFIs, with the support of the European Commission, we will develop the first highway. We will develop the first portion of the railways fully electrified according to all the EU standards. Now we are finishing this feasibility study for the ring road, so this is also very important because it's the part of the next, the future highway. In the same time, we have a very good partnership with our colleagues from Romania, and with the support of the Romania and with the support of the EU, now all these projects have a starting point. So we have secured finance for the first projects on the highway, on the first multimodal hub, and with the support of the EU, we have also secured funds for the first portion of the electrified railway that will connect Ungheni with Iași. The main thing is the till 2030, and we have the representative of the municipality from the Ungheni here. The Ungheni will become the main gateway on the transport part, and we will extend this till Chisinau, I hope, till 2032, 2035, when we will have the when we will finish the feasibility study for the highway and for the European standard gauge, because our aim now is to use all the possibilities. And I mentioned that starting with 2024, we become the part of the TNT, and these things allowed us to access a lot of funds that was not eligible for our country. And with the support of the EU, we had these exceptions for our country and for the Ukraine to become part of the CEF, of the Connecting European Facility mechanism. And here we won 5 projects. Here, and in these 5 projects, we have the electrification of the railways. So we have a very good partnership with the EU. We have a very good partnership with the colleagues from Romania, and we start to work on these important flagship strategic projects for our country. And now we see the concrete results, and I'm not optimistic when I tell you that till 2032, till 2035, we could have the European trains at the Chisinau train station, because this year and next year we will finish the feasibility study and we will use at least 2 financial mechanisms that are provided by the EU. It's Connecting European Facility and I hope the pre-duration funds that will be eligible for the infrastructure projects. So we have flagship projects. In the same time, there is a lot of opportunities for the private investments. For example, on the highway. For the highway is a mandatory to have rest area for the trucks and so on. And as usual in the EU countries, these rest area are not managed by the state. They are given to the private investment. So we will have the same approach. There is a lot of opportunities, and now is the momentum to invest in our country because we are moving very fast. And the EU is moving also very fast. We have a very big support provided by the IFIs, provided by the EU countries, by the strategic partners. And the main message is for the private investment is also to move with us very, very fast. Just to be sure that together we will manage to develop our country and to bring Moldova in the European big family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have some time for questions, from the audience. If there is anyone who want to ask a question, to the panelists or to make a comment, please just raise your hand. Yes. Yes, the mic is coming. If you can introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Jurgis. I am a colleague of Andrius from Lithuania. I am a leader of Transport Innovation Association in Lithuania. We are quite successful association leading all digital projects who are involved in logistics. I am here because one of our members have, with ES support, a 10 million investment project here, and we will just negotiate a little bit with ES commissions regarding that. So I have two questions. First of all, what is the level of digitalization about logistic data? Because EFTI is coming in Europe, and I think during 2 years you should be ready for that. Second thing, I saw today morning a lot of different type of funds. Could they support our association member in this investment, and with whom I should provide him to talk, and so on and so on? Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mircea, do you want to start at least with the first question, maybe the second?
Sorry, I forgot one important thing, and it's critical for the future of the transport, is that together also with the transport community and our partners, we are developing the ITS strategy. This is the general answer to your question, but also together with the support of the IFC, we are developing the EFTA regulation and also combined transport. So here we have a clear vision on the regulatory part. We have the support provided by our strategic partners to develop this, but in the same time, we had already some process of digitalization, especially in the transport field. We have developed the e-autorizatie. It's something like a digital platform where all the transporters has the digital interactions with the state company responsible for the road transport. And here we have the transport operators. They have the digital permits of everything. The main challenge for us, it also will be to assure the interoperability between the road entities, customs, border police, and after that to assure the interoperability with the EU partners. And on this field, we are also working a lot. On the second part, you can discuss with us, with the representative of the Ministry of Infrastructure, and also discuss with the representative of the Ministry of Economical Development and Digitalization, because we are working together to digitalize all the processes for our private partners.
Thank you very much. And indeed, we will have a panel this afternoon about innovation and where, digitalization is also going to be addressed, knowing that Moldova, is benefiting from a high level of optic fiber support. Yes, another question there. If you can get the mic, mister. Yes. If you can stand up so that people will see. Yeah, thank you. The mic is coming. Also, if you can introduce yourself before raising the question.
Yes, hello, good morning. I'm Bernard, I'm a Swiss investor here. I have a question for the State Secretary in terms of the airport, the development. What are the plans? Because it's obvious when we travel from to Chisinau that we have limitations. We don't only see it in the lounge, but also in many other elements. And particularly, I would be interested in understanding the development plans around cargo. And then I have a question for Nora. Nora, I'm sure you have statistics about the percentage of transit passengers. And with all your plans that you have, what sort of impacts do you foresee when Odessa airport and so on opens again?
Thank you. So Mircea maybe first.
Thank you very much for your question. On the airport part, so we want to develop and to extend the terminal for the facilities for the passengers, and we launched the tender for this to extend the Chisinau International Airport terminal for the passengers. Also, in the same time, the Chisinau International Airport now is the main investor for the second airport that we have in our country, is Marculești Airport, and our plan is also to develop the second airport on the northern part of the country. The main focus will be to develop some short facilities for launching the flights on the charter basis, just the first phase. Also, we are open for the regular flight. So, to be sure that these two projects will be in place, our colleagues from the Chisinau International Airport also launched the tendering for developing the master plans that we will have the common approach and the holistic approach to develop the Chisinau International Airport, Marculești Airport, not to be in the competition, but to cover the needs from their parts. So actually, this is the strategic and good thing for us, that we have the main investor that is also managing the second airport in our country. On the cargo facilities, for us, it's very important to develop the cargo facilities on the Marculești. We will focus on this, but also we understood there is a very big demand for the Chisinau International Airport. All these parts, it will be a part of the assessment that will be provided by the master plans of development of the airport, because there we have some limitation, and now is important to understood the forecast for the passengers, the forecast for the cargo, and how we could use in the sustainable way and the adequate way the facilities and the total area that we have on the Chisinau International Airport, and also to assure that our action for the Chisinau International Airport will not overlap with the action that we want to provide on the Marculești.
Thank you. Nora, do you have some elements of answer?
Thank you. I'm trying to be shorter a bit because I'm pressurized by the lunch. So actually, I mentioned already the regional role in terms of connectivity of Moldova. So we see it as an important connection point, for example, to Ukraine as well. I don't know to what extent you are aware, but actually we are still present in Ukraine. Unfortunately, we had 3 aircraft got stuck there now already, I think 4 years ago. But this aside, we are ready to return to Ukraine, obviously, when the circumstances allow us to do so. We have plans in place. We are ready to jump. So absolutely, we see an opportunity here as well in terms of connectivity. And as I just mentioned, the regional role of Moldova is unquestionable.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe the last question there, the gentleman. Yes, it's coming.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kemal. I represent SKF Global Holding. It's an American company. And we are trying to do business in Ukraine. We have office in Kiev. And I would like to ask Mr. Matthias von Tucher, which would be the nearest port in order to supply for logistics to Ukraine, to Kiev area? And what would be the capacity in terms of containers and everything, bulk? What's the name of the port near to the Ukraine? Thank you.
Thanks.
So did you refer to the Moldovan port or Ukrainian ports? I didn't understand this exactly. Yeah.
Moldovan
well, it's Georgiles International Freeport at the Danube River, which we have 2 ports actually. So there's one private port, which well takes over about 80%, 75% of the total volume. And there's also a state-owned port. So, well, distance to Kiev, usually our clients supply either to the western part of Ukraine, they go via the northern border of Moldova, and often they then have transportation via railway, and then they go further east to the Kiev area, so it's possible. You mentioned container. Container, it's a big issue in the moment. And our plan is, that's why it's so important that we do the new investment actually into the new quay. Because in the moment we do not have spare capacity for containers. We have all the equipment to operate containers. We can do container handling like based on spot shipments, but we don't have the capacity to have a regular feeder service in the moment. You know, Georgia would be connected to the Port of Constanza. Port of Constanza would be the hub when you import containers from the US, for example. And we had this for 8 years. In the moment we don't have it, but with the new terminal coming up, it is planned to have such a container feeder service as well. Maybe the Port of Constanza now even decides to introduce it earlier. It's also possible, but it's a hot topic. I mean, for Moldova it's extremely important because the logistic costs going around with trucking from Constanza are much too high.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to stop here. Matthias, as you have the mic, maybe, I mean, one final word, I mean, from your side, and then I will ask, I mean, the other.
Just one final word. We haven't talked about people so far. People are an asset here, so we are highly satisfied with our workforce in the port. We have 300 working for our company, 800 in total in the port in the moment. And I really appreciate the attitude. So the attitude is very positive. They are very dedicated to their job from operator level to middle management level. And I would say people are an asset here, and a small recommendation for any investor here: introduce success-orientated salary system starting from the low level, and it will be highly appreciated.
Very good. Thank you very much, Matthias, also for putting, I mean, people also first. Nora, one final word from your side?
Probably the closing thought is that definitely we see the momentum, as I mentioned, and Wizz Air is committed to bring further growth and further opportunities to Moldova. We will stay here. We are committed, and I think we will provide even more and better opportunities for travel to Moldovan people and for tourists, for international tourists to visit Moldova.
Thank you, Nora. Lionel?
Thank you. Well, I think the discussion we just had really highlighted how the investment in connectivity will enable Moldova to fully grasp the opportunities of the EU accession and of regional integration. And secondly, that there is certainly a very positive momentum on this investment. Well, thanks to the authorities, thanks to the private sector. And obviously, as the EIB, we are keen to continue supporting Moldova all the way to the EU. Investing in Moldova is an investment in Europe's future, as was said this morning.
Absolutely. Mircea.
Yeah, and on behalf of the government, our final word will be that previous years we had a lot of democratic elections. And the message that was sent by our citizens is that we need to continue to our EU integration. So this is the main message that is provided by our citizens. On the governmental level, we are working a lot to transpose this message in the real concrete infrastructure projects. And also, at the same time, we are receiving very important political message from the EU part. So even yesterday, we received a very important political message that we are ready to start process to open the negotiations. So it's our time now, and we can do this without your support. So please invest in Moldova and help us to assure a better connectivity for our citizens. Thank you.
Super. I think it's an excellent concluding word for the panel. So I think you will join me in applauding, our panelists. And we're giving back the floor to our moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your insights and discussion. Thank you very much for a company from America, from Lithuania, Swiss companies that want to invest in the Republic of Moldova. Great news for that. Do you know what is common between human being and planes? We spoke about planes, cars. We need to refuel. So this is the time to refuel. Now we will have the next panel at 2:30. I will be very happy to announce the panel at that time. I will expect you here. Now it's time for the rest. use chains. So, welcome back to the panel. Now I will announce the panelists and the moderator of the next panel. Very hard to be back, of course. Take a breath and we will manage to go through this. Yes. Now, I will invite at the scene Ines Rocha, Regional Director at the IFEC. The floor is yours, of course. Thank you very much. I invite also Mr. Igor Korman, is Managing Director, Sumitomo Electric Board Netze. I invite Achim Luther, CEO at Bautex Composites, Germany. Gheorghe Girjev, CEO BCV Tech from Moldova. And of course, Mr. Eugenos Mochescu, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. Please.
Thank you. And indeed, you know, I think, you know, the success factor as well is that a lot of people are networking and having coffee. So, but I'm delighted to be hosting this panel this afternoon. And I will give just a small introduction and on our panelists. So, Mr. Igor Korman, here to my left. So, you're Managing Director Sumitomo Electric Board Netze, and which is a supplier of electronic wire, harness and components for the international automotive industry. And as part of a large international company, you operate in Moldova since 2015, and you have actually over 3,000 employees, which is very impressive. You have a career as a former diplomat, Speaker of the Parliament, and valuable insights on European integration experience, which we will discuss. We have Mr. Achim Luther, who was, I was saying, I'm very impressed because I see here he's a father of 6, which you know really praises in terms of your personal commitment also to the future. Yeah, that's good. And you are a German engineer, entrepreneur. You have background in economics, industrial engineering, high-tech industrial and business. And Bautex Composites established its plants in Moldova in 2021. And it's currently the largest manufacturer of fiberglass products in Moldova. So, you know, warm welcome. Mr. Gheorghe Girjev, CEO of BSW Tech Moldova, which is an engineering company from Moldova, building embedded systems, software, automotive, and project design, and was also warm welcome as a pioneer in a tech ecosystem. And finally, last but not least, illustrious Mr. Eugene Osco-Mescu, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy, Development and Digitalization, and before becoming a minister, he worked for international development institutions such as the World Bank Group, advising governments and public-private partners. So very useful to have the both sides to it. So I will start with a question for Mr. Girjev, and apologies my pronunciation. So as a relatively recent young Moldovan-based software company specializing in automotive, you are already deeply integrated into the EU value chain, which is the topic of our discussion today. And what do you see as the most important factor, whether it's policy, infrastructure, that helped you deepen and enter the value chains?
Hello, everybody. So the most important factors from my point of view is the knowledge that we have here. Second is the, I think, certifications that we have done in our company. For example, now we even are certified with anti-bribery. That is a very good signal to the EU partners that we really are aligned with all the policies. And the third thing is the local recognition of the country, that they have this engineering here. And also there is WODA, there is a lot of mechanism to help us and integrate us in the value chain.
Thank you. And moving to Mr. Luther. So as a foreign investor now, with experience in establishing and operating production in several countries, how do you currently assess a decision first to invest in Moldova? How do you compare expectations on the ground, and why would you choose? And also for future investors, why would you choose Moldova as a location, as a base for further expansion?
Okay. Well, thank you for having invited me and not being afraid of talking straight. I'm an investor not to be, but as you said, 5 years ago we came in and we had made a tender looking at different locations to expand our production. And we were choosing a country close to the EU, but with a economic free zone regime. This is extremely important to us because we're moving a lot of material which we're manufacturing. And the choice was between countries like North Africa, who have as a whole country this type of zone. So we were looking at Morocco, Tunisia, Bosnia-Herzegovina and Moldova. Obviously Moldova won the race. Why? Because we had a fantastic first impression when we came here. We hear there is new government, no corruption, no bribes, economic free zone, so tax incentives. And at that time we thought there is an untapped, huge potential labor force market. This was our impression, because everybody in Europe says, oh, when we need people, we take them from Moldova. So it's the new colonialism type of how the industrialized countries think about the small countries. They just take the workforce which are needed here, and I'm happy to hear that you're also proud of your country, because there are fantastic people. So when we looked at Moldova, it looked like paradise. Cheap electricity, even cheaper gas, huge port just next door, Odessa, workforce, and then just being on the gate to the European Union, huge market. All this did not quite work out this way, and I'm happy to explain and how we worked our way through. I don't know whether I should do it in the first...
Yes, you can elaborate a little bit more, yeah? It would be interesting to see your journey.
Well, first of all, what really happened was, and this is, I think, true today as well, and that's why I want to encourage people to invest in Moldova. What we received was an excellent reception by the country. In that it was the president of the Free Economic Zone, Mr. Choban. He basically took us by the hand and said, you go here, these are the lawyers, these are the notaries, this is the registrar, and so on. And what we had was a red carpet, and on the red carpet, a fast lane. So thank you very much at this stage to Mr. Choban. He was really, if you ask for what was outside the objective reasons, the main reason we came, it was a German-speaking, eloquent, straight talker, and we went through, yeah. And this has been an excellent service, and we came in with an initial investment of 10 million euros, which has exploded to 25 million euros by now, because of this support by the government. And I want to say, I hear all the time today on the panel, all the governmental people and the international corporations and so on, and the services. I'm very happy if I can just be left alone from government. I like to be an entrepreneur and do my job. Yeah? I don't need interference or whatever. And the experience I've had here now in Moldova has been slightly different. There was once a change in law which was really adverse for us, and I had a date with the minister at that time, like within 48 hours, and when I came there, he had already understood what was the problem, and he said, look, we will listen to all your arguments, but be sure we'll have already taken care of it, and next week it will go through parliament. That is what Moldova stands for, really direct access to the entrepreneurs. I was impressed. Now, with the current minister, we also had a situation, and I usually don't go to, as I said, to the government, but I want to tell this little example. As we all know, we have some president somewhere in this world across the Atlantic who's a bit crazy. And as a result, the situation was that European producers had 15% import tax to the US, and Moldova, being a net importer of products from the US, had 27%. So I asked for a meeting, which I had within 1 or 2 days. You had just come back from a trip, and you received me still in the evening to listen. And you said, don't worry, we'll take care of it. And today the situation is 10% import tax for Moldova into the US. And before you flew over to Washington, I remember you also said, look, can we have a quick talk? You came up to our plant, very impressive, and we had 1 hour talk, straight talk. And you said, I want to listen to arguments which I can bring to the White House. Wow, wow, wow. And of course, we had arguments. And I said, if you get the right import tariff straight out to the US, I will be able to produce much more in Moldova and bring it to the US. And you have delivered your promise, and I can tell you here today, I deliver my promise. We're delivering every week containers to the US, and yesterday night I received a call, we have to fly material from Moldova to the US. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you for sharing that. Mr. Kuhlmann, so you also manage a foreign investment operation in Moldova for over 10 years. You have been through also many changes. What, in your view, are the 2 or 3 critical factors that enable you to successfully operate? Were these strategic partnerships, talents, which we've also identified is in Moldova, some regulatory changes that have helped you as well? Maybe you can share a bit of your experience.
Thank you. First of all, of course, it's a pleasure to participate in this discussion panel on such an important topic for Moldova's future economy, industry in this case. First of all, I represent Sumitomo Electric Bordnece, is a company that has become one of the main investors in automotive sector here in Moldova. Our headquarters are in Germany, while our shareholders are in Japan. So I usually say that we have a German mother and a Japanese grandmother. Yeah, this is our situation. We have launched the project in Moldova 10 years ago. Yeah, now we have 2 plants in Orhei and Stresheni, around 3,400 employees. And we produce wire harnesses and electronic systems for international automotive sector, supplying global manufacturers, currently Volkswagen and Skoda. Our project here in Moldova is a successful one. Actually, we have good results, good performance indicators. Our shareholders, customers are happy with us. It's a really good story. Now, answering your question, actually, comparing with you, I'm representing foreign investors, but I'm a local guy. Maybe you'll see some differences in our approaches. I think I could even mention 4 important factors, in my opinion, are behind our success here in Moldova. First of all, I'm sure it's about people. Moldova has really intelligent, talented, adaptable people. Of course, all companies now are speaking about some labor force shortages, but not only in Moldova. And we feel this challenge as well. But I think if the company invests in the people, then usually the people invest back in the company. And I think the human capital is one of the most important Moldova's competitive advantages. Second factor, maybe you'll be surprised, but I think it is patience. In business, if you expect quick results, you can become disappointed very quickly as well. That's why in our case, from the very beginning, we launched our project with a long-term perspective. And we have invested, extended, hired, trained our people, permanently increased our performance indicators step by step, year by year. So now I'm proud, I can tell it officially, that the company in Moldova is actually a benchmark within our group, Sumitomo. Yeah? This is, of course, a very important factor for us. The third point is related maybe to the second. Not only we have to be patient, but also flexibility is one important point, because we have so many challenges, yeah, and especially in our automotive industry, a lot of challenges, starting with customer orders fluctuation, logistics, supply chains, crisis, regulations, everything you can have. And sometimes, you know, you are arriving at work in the morning and you can discover that the world changed overnight. So I think the ability to adapt very quickly is very important in such businesses like ours. And I think it's one of our main, so competitive strengths. And the fourth factor, now coming near to our forum, I think it's very important that Moldova offers a very interesting, very good combination of existing capabilities, first of all people, I already mentioned, but also proximity to the European market. It's about logistics, shorter lead time is a clear advantage, but also an increasing economic integration of Moldova in the European Union. So from the very beginning, we started our work according to the European international quality, compliance, operational standards. And so really we became part of high sophisticated European automotive industry. So I think these lessons are relevant not only for automotive industry, I think for all industries considering Moldova. Thanks.
Thank you. And Minister, turning to you, we heard the assets of people, proximity to the EU, work on corporate governance, anti-corruption, overall capacity, adapting quickly to changing environments. Do you recognize this, and are they aligned with your priorities?
Thanks, Ines. Thanks a lot, firstly, for the feedback. It's really appreciated by the entire team of the ministry and Marine Ciobanu that has been mentioned as well. So we're there to support the investors. And yes, indeed, we do see all of these challenges, we do see all of these opportunities as well, and we're painstakingly looking into them in order to address them and to fix them. For us, a step back. I was personally really impressed and happy to see that based on a study we have conducted in 2020, end of 2025, beginning of 26, but also the results of 2025, manufacturing became one of the drivers of growth in the country, together with other couple of sectors, primarily ICT and agriculture. So that's number one, because it's a shift from consumer-based economy to production and innovation. And here we speak about innovation as well, since including Baltics, we've seen innovative approaches in certain areas that we can push further as a company and certainly support as the government. So manufacturing became a top priority for us. One of those three drivers, as I was saying. So we have to concentrate, we have to focus, we have to attract more investments, and we have to grow and sustain the sector. Is it a bumpy road? I wouldn't say necessarily that it's a hugely bumpy road, but it is. So the ups and downs, but in an efficient manner, the government looks into the industries, and it's within the EU path and accelerating the integration. It's not only about the former Soviet ghost being killed as of January 2026 and taking on board the European standards and norms. It's about the national quality infrastructure which has to be fixed. So there are many pieces of the puzzle that have to be put together. But, well, long answer to a concrete and short question. Yes, all of these are being known and they're being addressed as we speak, including.
And you touched upon innovation, moving into more manufacturing. And let me then go to Mr. Gidjev. And I mean, you have now the opportunity, you know, we're here on a dialogue. What do you think the authorities could do to scale up and support innovative business in your sector specifically? So beyond, you know, these conditions that we know that we have and, you know, great progress and work that has been done, what more could be done in terms of supporting innovation and leveraging on this human capital of people that exists in Moldova already?
Okay, so since we are in EU-Moldova, then I'll have two advices, let's say, or two pains that I have. In fact, one I'll tell for the ministry and for the country, another one for the Europe. So we are a local Moldavian company doing software and hardware in automotive and IoT and biomedical. This is, in fact, not so easy to find the talents. So as you, Igor, said, invest in people, and we did it. I personally wrote a book. We did something with the support of the GIZ. We implemented in 3 electronic colleges, so we really invest in the people. And now we have these people, but we do not have the openness from the EU, and I'll explain you why and where. From my point of view now, the next, let's say, biggest or the richest software market is defense. And we as Moldova are not allowed to do it. And my question is why, and then what I will do with the people that we train. And we are not anymore involved in automotive because automotive is quite struggling. Then let's find a way to take these people and to, let's say, engage in the value chain in the defense and double destination software. So this is one point that I really struggle, and I've been discussing with the Ministry of Defense in Moldova, and we done some work in this way. And the second that can really help companies like mine, and is that I think we really need a lab where we can test, where we can support the devices made in Moldova. For example, biomedical devices. I cannot test it in Moldova. I have to go, and for me the cheapest way is go China, but I don't want. For example, yeah. Europe is too expensive for me because I am the company not at that level to go to make it in Europe. So I really want to push, and I all the time push that yes, we are pretty cool and we are pretty good in doing wines and agriculture, but look at the numbers. IT now is very high in Moldova, and we prove it by number. I think we have 1 billion, or what's the revenue in the MITP. Then we created a lot for the agriculture, for the wines. Let's create something for the Doamna Ina will not like what I say now because I'm also part of Ministry of Agriculture, but in any case, now we speak about the software. I am representing here software and hardware also, and the devices made in Moldova. Show me how many devices we are doing in Moldova. In fact, there is none of them named by, I mean, not none of them, sorry for the other companies there, but biggest device. None of them named us as the company made in Moldova. We go through outsourcing. Yeah? So I have, for example, we are doing software in BNV. Yeah? We are doing software in Alfa Romeo Stelvio. We are doing software and hardware in other cars, for example, even Volkswagen, Renault. But there is no label like made in Moldova, made by this company, because we go through many, let's say, value chains that we are somewhere in back. And in fact, we proved that we really have this expertise. We really know how to do it. So EU gave Moldova the work, but don't give Moldova to own the work, from my point of view, my perspective. So I'm I really hope that with this political vector that we really say thank you, and for all the support that the state provide to the companies like me, like ODA, and all the regulations, all the support, we really say thank you, because this is really helpful. And I think with the time we can reach maybe to go directly to tier 1 companies or directly to OEM and work directly, because we, again, not racism, not politics, but we have now China doing very, the speed of one product is very, very fast. We have now EU, and we, with EU, working, and my speech is that we are only 1 hour difference. Yeah, work with us. The cost reduction will be there, and the speed and the quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kirill. So, made in Moldova, I think is a very clear message. Mr. Luther, maybe just from your perspective, what could be done more to encourage, more European firms, also to invest in Moldova? Maybe, taking some of the thoughts for Mr. Gujev, how can we, promote also more local production?
I can speak for my sector easiest. So number 1, keep the free economic zone, definitely. If that is not kept, I would go out, and I want to continue. I want to continue to invest here. So if you can keep the promise to prolongate, I will continue to invest. Yes, yes. Secondly, and I was listening very carefully to Mr. von Tucher when he was on the panel before, and for me that was a great message. He said they are going to invest 25 million euros in the port of Giurgiu and having the container terminal. I've been asking him for the last 3 years, every quarter, when is it going to happen? Because we're bringing a lot of material, and we have to go through Constanța. And so the container terminal, let it become true. This is very important for manufacturing. I will give you an example, just not to have smart talk here, but numbers. I'm an engineer, I like numbers. I'm competing with the Chinese going to the German market. A container from Shanghai to Hamburg is $2,000. A container to my plant in Strashen is close to $5,000. Why? We have to go like them around Africa, but then we have to go through the whole Mediterranean Sea because Suez Channel is not working because of one war. And then we have to go to Constanța and not to Odessa because of war. And that's already more expensive than the products going from Shanghai to Hamburg to come to Constanța. And then the leg from Constanța to Moldova is costing another time as much, just for the 400 kilometers, because Constanța is a small monopoly. They have only licensed truck companies, and that transport is huge. So my hope is that Giurgiu will work soon. Of course, we also hope that Odessa will work soon again, and I hope there will be good competition, because for us, this freight is important, because let's not forget, for products like ours, which are a lot of transport costs within the value, we still have to go from here to Germany. It's not around the corner. My plant in Poland is half the transport cost and also the transport time. So, Giorgio Lest container terminal, I'm really asking for that to happen. Concerning the third part, the positive news, what is important for us is capital. And we are here in a building which is owned by a bank. We know them very well. I think this is also one of the good things here in Moldova, that we have shoulders, bank shoulders, who can carry our weight and who can accompany us in our growth. We've had for the last 3 years 40% each year growth. That's huge in manufacturing. And of course it needs capital, working capital. And this is a positive thing about Moldova, that you're being accompanied not just as by the government but also by the banks. And I also want, because my 2 colleagues have both said something very important about the people, I want to also say something about that. There are positive things to it and negative things. When I came here 4 years ago, we have more than 200 people now. My workforce was like a carousel. Oh, there's a German company, let's go. After 3 months, I had just trained them. Oh, you know, my friend called from Germany, they have to have a solar project for 2 months, I'll be back. Okay, this guy explained. The other guys just went past HR straight to the parking lot and drove up to Germany. Came back after 2 months, said, now we are back. And I said, guys, I'm not there anymore for you. If you leave us, you go forever. Now, since the message has been conveyed to Moldova, we have a loyal workforce. But this is also where we're talking about, you said lessons to be learned. This is definitely one of them. What I also want to say is we have fantastic people like you, and as an investor you do not only come here to pick cherries. I think it is a mutual commitment between an investor and the country, and what we have to do is exactly to train the people, to educate the people, to give them skills, and this makes them loyal, first of all, gives success to the company, but it also gives the word of mouth to their friends and families also living abroad, because this potential definitely needs to be tapped. And we have several people who came back from Germany, speaking fluent German, well educated, studied and so on, and happy to work with us now here. And this is something I wanted to say. I don't know who's here listening, but I hope many people from the government are listening. I think we can do a big job as entrepreneurs, and another part of the job has to be done by the local government, but also by the European Union. I said it before, it's not good to think in Germany and other European countries that they can just take workers from Moldova. We have to respect each other. We cannot just absorb and suck them away. And what can be done from here, I think what is very important is to focus on this idea that a male is only a respected male in Moldova if he works abroad. This has to be changed. People of Moldova have to understand you're a very respected person if you work here. We as entrepreneurs, we will skill, train, and I want to pay higher salaries. That's one of my commitments, to pay higher salaries, to be attractive. But it also has to be in general, in the politics, to tell the people, stay here. Yeah? Be proud of Moldova, stay in Moldova, come back to Moldova, let's grow Moldova together.
Thank you for that very uplifting message. Mr. Corman, in your view, I mean, being in an international company, Moldovan, what would you think could be done more on top of the current context to promote investments and attract more of the private sector in?
Thank you. Actually, to speak about the past is easier than to try to elaborate on future. The politicians can do it better. You know, Mr. Minister, what is the difference between politicians and businessmen? Politicians make speeches, businessmen make payroll. But it's true also that the politicians take decisions and the businessmen, they have to live with their consequences. Now, trying to answering your question, I think the key word here is really predictability. Businesses can work with many challenges, starting with competition and all logistic problems and even crises. But what is very important for customers, for investors, is of course the confidence in a stable country, a predictable environment. And from this point of view, I think at least we have two main challenges. First is the war in Ukraine. This war fundamentally changed the regional economic and security environment, and the proximity of the war affects customers' perception, first of all. It's not a secret that Moldova is still maybe yet not in a red zone like before, but still in a yellow one. This is a problem. And the question is, what can really help Moldova? My answer is very simple. Even I know that it's a simple answer, but it's very difficult to implement. This is the membership of Moldova in the European Union. Yeah? Of course, we understand that this is a common task, both of Moldova, of European Union, naturally with large support of Moldovan citizens, is clear. But I think that membership really can strengthen the country's stability and to increase the confidence of customers, of investors, is an important political goal for both for European Union and Moldova. And actually, I think we have now a chance, and together with Europeans, it's very important to come to this solution. The second point is increasing international competition. Now, Eastern Europe is no longer competing internally only. Now we have a hard competition with North African countries, with other regions, then actively attract industrial production with aggressive investment initiatives, and of course with lower operational costs. This is the reality. And the companies working, producing here in Moldova, actually they also need support in order to survive in this hard competition, in order to be able to maintain existing projects. Our example, shortly, building on our 10 years experience, now we are elaborating, we are analyzing opportunities not only to maintain but to develop our project in Moldova. By investing in advanced wiring systems for the next generation of vehicles, increasingly, of course, electrified vehicles, but even autonomous driving. I think what we are doing now is important not only for our company, but also for the country, and not only economically, socially, but strategically. Because I think by contributing to this advanced industrial production, automotive, Moldova can move from being primarily a low-cost manufacturing location to becoming a part of advanced Europe's future industrial ecosystem. I think this is important to understand that, of course, Mr. Minister, don't take it personally. We understand very well, and it's correct that first of all, the authorities, they are focusing on local companies. Yeah? It's very important, it's correct. But if we are speaking about the industrial future of the country, I think it's realistically that the international companies having their competencies, their know-how, capabilities, capacities, they really can integrate Moldova into Europe's industrial value chains. And they need support. What kind of support? Of course, the European growth plan for Moldova could be a possibility to support such initiatives, to show the way, yeah, how we can move. And of course, the authorities, I think, should have a real partnership also with international companies, yeah, in this sector, industrial sector, because again, it is not a critic, but yeah, sometimes we are thinking that international companies, they have their way, they have enough potential. Yeah? But there are critical moments, and now I think it's such a critical moment. Yeah, we are the third time mentioning Marin Ciobanu here. He knows very well, he's in permanent discussion with the automotive sector. Now is a critical moment for the companies producing here in Moldova in this hard competition for the new projects. Yeah, the war, competition with North Africa is a very difficult time for Moldova. We have to do together everything we can to survive, to maintain the projects, to develop, and really to become part in this European value chain. Because I think positioning Moldova in this value chain is not only an economic issue, it's also a strategic one. One that can anchor Moldova more deeply in the European economic space. Yeah, it's not only about geopolitics. Everything is interconnected, and the economy and politics should go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Minister, goes, we heard very clearly anchoring on EU membership, and I think it would be interesting also for our audience, maybe you can share, some of the latest updates on that. We heard importance of transportation and opening of some of the hubs. We heard about commitment as well on long-term partnerships, the role of international companies alongside local companies, also for transferring knowledge, larger scale projects, establishing joint ventures. So maybe what is the government doing in these areas, and maybe share your thoughts and how you see these.
Thanks. I would definitely echo what the other speakers are saying, and I would love to start with what Mr. Coleman is saying about the European Union extension and Moldova's integration into the European Union. Well, the last about 24 hours are rather paramount for the Moldova, since the Cyprus presidency has invited us to submit the negotiation positions for opening the negotiations on Cluster 1, the fundamentals. So there are chapters related to justice, freedom, also the economical criteria, procurement and financials. So that's number one. Number two, I would definitely echo what Mr. Coleman is saying, that the best way it is to integrate into Europe for European security, given our experience as the eastern flank during the war of Russia against Ukraine, but also the cyber war against us, but also for our own security. And then we have to think it from a different perspective. The biggest investor in this country is the European Union. So we speak about protecting EU investors and investments in this very country. Is it from Romania, from Germany, from France, or Belgium? Does not matter. This is EU for us. So that's the most important. So this is the way that we have to go forward, and I'm definitely positive that the timeline that we have established for ourselves, which is end of 2028, is achievable, since we can do that. Now, going into the nitty-gritty details, of course, we are competing, and we are competing with other regions, and that's a fact which is well known, as other speakers were saying as well. It's not only North Africa, what we can see, the rising competition with Central Asia republics, former Soviet Union republics, some of the Central Asia countries, where we can see a lot of incentives which are being put on the table compared to the rules that we obey as a country in terms of our accession to the European Union, where we have more competition. So here, transiting to a competition component of our accession to the EU, we have to be competitive, but we have to be resilient as well. So we have to prepare the private sector of the country to be resilient, and we have to understand that the reforms that the government has to implement, they are bold reforms. And these reforms sometimes are painful, but mostly they're painful for the public sector, for the public authorities, and not for the private sector if properly addressed through the existing instruments. A couple of them are well known, for instance, the state aid programs that we implement in the country, then the programs we have with the Organization for Development of Entrepreneurship. So this is something that we are not even shaping, we are reshaping, given the changes, geopolitical changes that we have in the country. And I can give examples from, I don't know, refugees that we're receiving per capita in this country. Most of the refugees per capita from Ukraine are in Moldova, not in other countries of the European Union. But we have to think, we have to bring them into the private sector. We have to make them active. We have to make active the population which is not active, unfortunately. Many of you have heard us saying about the productivity, that we are below the minimum of the European Union. And certainly there was a wave of discussions about how many labor to be imported we need in the country. So these things have to be addressed systematically and systemically. Structural reforms, definitely, we have to do that. So the examples that we're giving, for instance, related to Giurgiuleș port, this is one of the good examples where we have to think strategically and corroborate what we can do as a private sector already existing here and where we can grow. Yes, we can do that. And we've seen interest, an increased interest from potential investors coming into the country. We had discussions about the, almost like the Silk Road coming to Moldova through Giurgiuleș. So we have to work harder there. We have Giurgiuleș port, we have other components of a growth that we think, including by positioning the country as a hub to rebuild Ukraine. And here's where I want to stop, that think about future of Ukraine and think about now from purely private sector perspectives. You can launch yourself from this country into Ukraine. And this is an opportunity, I hope rather sooner than later. But then from the government perspectives, of course, we have the reform agenda, we have all the commitments that we have taken on board, and as I was saying, we'll go as a bulldozer and pushing all these bold reforms that we need to implement, and we will do that. Painful or not, for some of the stakeholders at the political level, definitely painful, but we'll do it.
Thank you for the commitment. Do you wanted to?
Yeah, I don't know how much time we have, but there's one thing, and I understand this panel is a chance to talk to the government, and there's one thing which is important, and we've mentioned this before. We as entrepreneurs, we do everything to train the people and to have a good workforce here. And one of the best models in the world is the dual educational system, which is partially at the college, partially in the plant. And it comes from Germany, and it has been established here. And I think you're with me. We have this college in Straszen where we both have our plants. And I just want to say, whatever you do, but do it that it continues to exist. Because I understand there's a threat about it. This would be the wrong signal. dual educational system is the best way to tie young people straight to the plants, because once they've gone through, they stay. And I mean, I know that the government is very interested. And I remember the former minister, she came also to us and she said, you know, we have this system which we actually use. People after college or university, if they take a job in Moldova for the first year, they receive a state premium on top of what we pay to make them stay. So this is very, very important. And please make sure that this dual educational system stays. And if we can help, I'm happy to help. But it has to happen that we have enough students. Yeah. So and again, I want to mention Mr. Choban, because he is one of the guys in this country who understands better than many other people what entrepreneurs from around the world want. And he has this wonderful center set up with machines and technology. And this is the type of things we need, and he's delivering. So let's go along this path. And maybe one more thing to finish. I will finish with how I started my day, which was in the taxi to come here. And I always talk to the taxi drivers. I always ask them, how's life? And the guy said, not in English, but he said, life is good, but could be better. And I thought, wow, what a better statement than that could be. It's good, and it could be better. And this is exactly what I like about Moldova. People are hungry, and they're looking forward to a better future. And this is exactly what is in the roots and traditions of this country, being, we call it these days, highly mobile. They're not only going abroad or coming back, but also mobile in their minds. And I think for other investors who are maybe sitting here thinking, should we invest or not, one of the things we should definitely not underestimate about Moldova is the enthusiasm we feel in our companies, the agility we feel. And I can say we have developed here in Moldova to be patented technologies for our German partners. And our German clients, they ask us, because they know we deliver competence and solutions from Moldova. So there's everything here. There's wonderful people. I love to invest here. Thank you very much.
Thanks. It's a really fair point about the dual education, and also it goes along with R&D, which we desperately need more and more in this country. So I absolutely agree with you. Thanks for the feedback to the Moldovan people. Never complaining.
And it's very exciting because actually at the World Bank Group we have a EU guarantee program called Better Futures. So it's very much aligned. I wanted to give just the opportunity to the audience to ask questions for the last few minutes. Maybe if there's anyone who wants to, you know, given the opportunity, you have a minister and a number of experienced entrepreneurs. Ah, yeah, there's one question there.
Thank you. My question would be...
Can you also introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Aliona. I work in the ecosystem for startups. So obviously we want to encourage the local talent to create their own businesses. You're obviously more established businesses already. My question would be, what exactly gave you the courage years ago to establish a business here in Moldova?
Well, as I said, it was really a tender situation where we looked at different objective things. Not all of them held true, but it was tax-free, free economic zone, number one. We spoke about workforce. Logistics is being established. And I think there's also a soft factor about Moldova. A lot of sunshine, good wine, and a lot of smiles on the faces of the people, especially beautiful women.
That's good to see. By the way, about the Moldovan startups, I had recently a discussion with certain Central Asian countries that they are interested to look into the Moldovan experience in startups. So probably we'll have some study visits, study tours from Central Asian countries to Moldova on startup matters.
Thank you, and that's that is a very important. I think it warrants another panel of discussing how we can support startups and entrepreneurs. Anyone else who wants to take this opportunity? If not, I would maybe just ask the minister if you want to share any final thoughts before we close the panel.
Only one. Let's rock and roll together.
Thank you. So round of applause. Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the panel. It was great to know that Germans know how to do business and how to deliver compliments to our country. Very great story of success. And because we heard speaking about agriculture and IT, now it's time to speak about agriculture, about wine, of course. I will invite the next panelists and the moderator of the panel, Anne Roosevelt, AFD, please. And the next panelist will be Victor Bostan, CEO of Purca Refinery. Also, Mr. Vladimir Vedrashko, CEO Sived Mar Agro. Jacob Bossaer, CEO Bosac. Jos Kramer, CEO VCP Structuring and Sales, TCX. Ina Butucel, State Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Food Industry of Republic of Moldova.
Good afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to moderate that panel. So, my name is Anne Roosevelt, Deputy Head for Europe, Middle East and Asia at the French Development Agency, Agence Française de Développement. It is a real pleasure for me to be moderating this panel on agri-processing and rural investment. And to be here today for this event, and actually I'm grateful for the invitation that gave me the occasion of visiting Moldova. It's my first time in Moldova, and it is with great emotion that I witness the energy and the determination of the country in its EU pathway. And so I'm very happy that the AFD Group is growing its activities here in the country as well. In support of this trajectory. So we are going to talk about agriculture. As you know, Moldova agri-food sector represents an important investment opportunity for the country. The sector is strategic for the country's growth. It accounts for more than 18% of GDP. And 45% of the country's export revenue. Also, the sector remains a very important employment sector, with about 21% of the labor force. So for all these reasons, it is a key economic sector for Moldova, but also obviously facing increasing challenges due to climate change. This is why AFD Group is actually developing investment in this critical sector through both public and private financing. So we are especially focusing on improving irrigation for agriculture, and recently launched a 60 million financing project as part of the EU growth plan that has just been ratified by the Parliament today. And it includes investment in irrigation systems and technical support for sustainable implementation, use and maintenance of these systems. And our private branch, Propaco, is also providing access to finance through a microfinance institution like Microinvest that we saw on the stage this morning. So here, I'm not going to say more about AFD involvement in this key sector, but I'm happy to present my panelists. As you know, there is a great potential in Moldova. Moldova has the raw material base, the market access to attract capital. But as we also know, the gap between this potential and actual investment is still important. So this panel actually brings together private investors, agribusiness leaders, very successful ones, financiers, and the Moldovan government representative to have a conversation on this potential and what it will take to make it a reality at scale and at speed. So I'm very pleased to introduce briefly the panelists. Most of them you saw on stage this morning, but I'm going to introduce them again briefly. So I'm very happy to have with me Victor Bostan, CEO of Percary Winery Group, one of the largest champions of wine in the Central and Eastern Europe. Yeah, I think you can do that. Thank you for being here. So with over 1,450 hectares of first quality vineyards, 7 production platforms located in Romania, Moldova and Bulgaria, the group already holds the position of the largest exporter of bottled wine from Moldova. And I think we all had a very good bottle of this wine in our gifts, in the bags. The group is listed on the Bucharest Stock Exchange and becoming the first winery group from Eastern Europe to enter the stock market. Congratulations. We also have Vlad Vedrescu, CEO of Vedmar Agro, an agrotech company specialized on the production of table grapes. So in 10 years, actually, he has built Frudova Fruits brand into a 6,000-ton table grape export operation, generating an average of 10 million euro in annual gross revenue and accounting for roughly 10% of Moldova table grape exports to the EU. They are already supplying to some of Europe's major retail chains, such as Lidl, Carrefour, and Mega Image. Okay, I also have on my left Jacob Bosser, founder and CEO of Bosac, a Belgium-based clean tech company developing advanced chemical-free decentralized water treatment system. His work spans industrial processed water, drinking water production, and water reuse, supporting governments, industries, and communities worldwide in improving water resilience and efficiency. You have already deployed a modern, scalable drinking system, water kiosk network, across up to 85 localities in Moldova. You're going to talk about that later on, obviously. Bosac modular system purify raw water right at the source without relying on chemical cleaners or traditional centralized grid, which make it very easy to deploy in rural communities. We also have Jos Kramer, Senior VP at TCX, the current exchange fund, and a Netherlands-based specialized development finance fund established in 2007 by a consortium of development financial institutions, but you'll tell us more about your organization and what it does, to provide local currency risk hedging solution in emerging and frontier markets. Thanks for being here. And finally, we have Ina Butusel, Deputy Secretary General at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry of the Republic of Moldova. She is coordinating the European integration agenda in this agricultural sector. And as Moldova accelerates its path towards EU membership, agriculture remains both a strategic sector and an area of growing investment with great potential. She will tell us more about the reforms that are ongoing to shape the sector and provide this potential and the opportunities emerging with this European integration process. Thank you, all of you, for being here. I'm going to start with you, Victor. So, as I said, Perker is already a great success story for Moldova. You've successfully attracted international capital. You've built a premium export brand from Moldova. So obviously for everybody here, it's useful to have your views and lessons learned on that journey. So if you would be so kind as to tell us what were the biggest barriers basically to overcome for you, and what you learned in that investment journey that can benefit from for the other. Yeah, thank you.
Bună ziua tuturor, îmi cer scuze, voi vorbi în limba română, e mai comod pentru mine. Da, cred că compania Purcari a fost printre pionierii care a reușit. Aștept. Compania Purcari a fost printre primele companii pionier în atragerea investițiilor mari din Europa și din alte țări. Deci primul proiect care a fost realizat în 2008 cu Banca Mondială, fondul AFC a Băncii Mondiale, a fost de 5 milioane de dolari în investiții în capital. Fondul AFC a devenit acționar a grupului de companii Purcari. Aceasta a fost 2008, când am fost un pic mai înainte de criza financiară mondială și având problemele istorice, embargoul 2006, după cum ține minte toată lumea, în 2006 a fost impus embargoul pentru toți producătorii de vin din Republica Moldova, unde sectorul vitivinicol într-o zi a pierdut piața care era mai bine de 90%, era piața Rusiei ca piață, și a pierdut sticlele de vin care au rămas neplătite în depozitele și la partenerii din Rusia, de circa, este o estimare aproximativ de circa 300 de milioane de dolari n-au fost încasați de tot sectorul viticol. Deci a fost la pământ sectorul a fost pus la pământ și acești 5 milioane de dolari care am primit suport în capital, Vinerea Bostovan și Purcari, aveam deja circa 800 de hectare de viță de vie, circa 700-800 de muncitori care lucrau în câmp la această vie. Aveam o dimensiune foarte mare, a fost necesar în continuare de a atrage investiții și în 2010 am reușit să atragem de la fondul american Horizon Capital, care este localizat în Ucraina, am reușit să atragem de circa 18 milioane de dolari în capitalul companiei. Apoi, foarte rapid a urmat listarea la bursa din București. Am reușit să obținem și această posibilitate, bursa din București. Și în acest fel noi am reușit să stabilizăm partea investiții financiare și să stabilizăm compania și să-i dăm această creștere și această dezvoltare care o avem astăzi în prezent. Care au fost provocările, care au fost impedimentele? Cred că, în primul rând, eu și toată echipa nu am fost pregătiți pentru așa dimensiune de discuții și negocieri cu investitori internaționali și am învățat toate lucrurile pe parcurs, deoarece în Republica Moldova nu este o instituție care pregătește specialiști în acest domeniu și în 2008 chiar eram la începutul acestor lucruri. Dar le-am învățat toate pe parcurs. Deci atunci când a venit IFC ca investitor la Purcari, deci un grup de circa 15 persoane au lucrat, au stat în Moldova și ne-au făcut un due diligence integral total, și agricultură, și oameni, și dezvoltare, și piețe, și toate, financiar, evident financiar. O lună de zile foarte activ am lucrat cu acești 15 experți care au fost atrași în acest proiect și am reușit chiar învățând toate lucrurile pe parcurs, neavând zero experiență. Apoi, deja având experiența cu IFC, a fost un pic mai ușor cu Horizon Capital, dar aici am întâlnit o altă forță care au fost foarte puternice în negocieri și iarăși pregătirea noastră nu a fost atât posibil, nu a fost atât de bună ca să ținem foarte sus negocierile, dar oricum, până la urmă, am reușit să facem proiectul și împreună cu ei am dezvoltat proiectul și l-am adus la o maturitate foarte mare, listare la Bursa din București și actual, acum aproape un an de zile, un grup mare polonez a cumpărat pachetul de 75% din grupul de companii Purcari și a plătit circa 170 de milioane de euro pentru acest pachet de acțiuni. Și actual suntem în procesul de integrare cu grupul polonez Maspex și dezvoltăm, creștem acest proiect mai departe și strategic noi vedem să ajungem la foarte rapid să dublăm cifrele, să le triplăm cifrele și să creștem în continuare de la 2000 de hectare care le deținem astăzi în Moldova, să ajungem la 3000 de hectare de viță de vie, să producem tot mai mult și mai mult vin, fiind Moldova partea principală a grupului Purcari. Moldova este partea principală, România este doar o singură vinărie și Bulgaria la fel. Nu știu dacă am răspuns toate provocările, a fost aceasta, că Moldova nu avea nicio cunoaștere. Atunci, chiar actual Moldova în Europa are o cunoaștere. Atunci, în 2008, încă era o conducere nu pro-europeană, dar chiar inversă și nu era nicio cunoaștere pentru Moldova. Dar noi am reușit. Mulțumesc!
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not going to translate for those of you who don't have the translation device, but maybe just to sum up very briefly, and thank you for your for the story you told us of your journey since 2008, especially, and you were saying one of the most challenging thing was that you weren't that prepared for negotiation and discussion with investors and international investors, and at that time also Moldova wasn't recognized probably as it is today, and so you had some learning process by doing in this negotiation, and also the support from IFC at that time helped you in this process. Okay, maybe now I will turn to you, Vlad. If you want also to give your perspective, I understood from our conversation that your company has actually shifted in 10 years from a company 100% dependent on Russia for export to a company that now exclusively exports its production to EU member states. So that's quite a revolution in 10 years. Can you tell us more about that, and how you did that, and what it means for you to be so integrated into EU value chains now?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. So, Frudova grows table grapes, not wine grapes, but we have the same challenges and same struggles that probably have the wine grapes industry as well. For us, it was 2016 was a new beginning, because after the war started in Ukraine in 2014, our company had a big challenge to go bankrupt, or to change, or to pivot to another direction and to go to European Union market. But at that moment, to go to European Union market was something, a dream, because we were used to collect grapes, store grapes, put grapes in wood boxes, and sell to traders to Moscow wholesale market. That was the main business model, nothing else, very simple, very short. So in 2016, it was our first visit to a wholesale market in Europe. It was Warsaw, where we had an experience where we took a pallet of table grapes with us, and we sold those table grapes box by box in 5 minutes. So there was the revelation of, for us, that it does exist other options than to wait for to sell the grapes in Russia, and we started to prepare. First thing what we did, we created a co-op. So we went to the 5 producers in our area. I'm coming from Costești and Milești area, which are the most intensive production of table grapes in the country. More than 2,500 small producers of table grapes in the area. So we went to the ones that were, how to say, on the same mindset with us, and we said, let's try to do something together. Long story short, in 2 years we were able to, after a lot of efforts, a lot of investment in infrastructure, packaging equipment, cooling facilities, modernization of our vineyards to pergola systems, we were able to list our company to Lidl Romania, and then to Lidl Germany, Lidl Poland, and Lidl in Baltics. So Germany, Poland, and I think at the beginning was Croatia, I think. I don't quite remember, to be honest. So this was the first experience for us to go on the shelf with our table grapes. The challenge was that we were not prepared. We simply were not prepared. I mean, we knew what to do, but we were not prepared because competition was rough. Italian grapes, Spanish grapes, grapes from Greek were very well packed and very well, good certification, packed, big volumes, delivery programs. So we started to understand that we should grow fast, but we should grow fast organically to keep the quality, quantity, certification, and all that. And this was the biggest challenge, to convince people to come in our co-op, to convince them that we are a reliable and trustworthy partner, and at the same time to find new partners to cover this expansion, because we had bigger volumes now, we need new partners. So in 2021, we were listed in Biedronka after a lot of efforts to start selling to them. And then it started other retail chains, big distribution groups for fruits. I mean, it was, I'm telling right now very brief, but it was a very, very hard time for us to adapt to all these new changes. At this moment, we have very modern plantations. We are, how to say, the very high technologized company. We have infrared heating for our grapes to protect ourselves from frost. We have plastic foil to protect from rain. We have software to track everything in our plantation. So basically, we are well prepared now to stay on the same shelves with Italian grapes, with Spain grapes, with Greek grapes. The biggest challenge that we are working now to face is transitioning to seedless grapes, because Moldova is a country with harsh climate. Our winters can give us temperature as low as -20, -25. So we need to find ways to plant and grow seedless varieties here to go to other markets beside Eastern Europe or Baltics or Balkans. We want to go to Germany more aggressively, we want to go to UK, we want to go to other markets, but we need to solve this equation of growing seedless grapes here.
Thank you very much. So a long journey of modernization, keeping the quality as a challenge, and now new challenges with this seedless development of table grapes. Thank you. I'm now turning to you, Jacob, CEO of Bosak. So let me know a little bit more about your system that you've been developing here in Moldova. When did you start it? And so basically you're doing water purification systems for rural communities. Can you explain a little bit more what it is?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for being here. So yeah, I'm Jake. I'm the founder of Bosak, a company that's active in water. We actually have two divisions. One is Bosak Industries, and we build water purification systems, containerized for companies to reuse their water. Water is in a lot of parts of the world a big challenge. Not enough in summer, way too much in winter. Polluted, quality is not good, so we process that water to good processed water for industry. But we also have Bosak Communities, which are the second division, and there we build mainly decentralized drinking water supply units. Also containerized units, where we make drinking water from any source. We even have a project in Belgium when we start from domestic wastewater to potable drinking water, direct potable reuse. It's quite new, first in Europe, by the way. So these projects are very focused on getting access to drinking water anywhere. There are in the world about 2 to 4 billion, depending on what source you take, billion people who don't have access to clean drinking water. And that's a high number. They have access to water, but it's not drinkable. And that's also what we found here. We have more than 100 samples from the country, all over the country, on the quality of water. And the quality is just not up to the drinking water standard, and let alone the drinking water directive from the European Union. So for us, it was really an opportunity to help the country to get people access to clean and safe drinking water. So we developed a system. It's the smallest we built. It's a kiosk system. Normally do a little bit bigger systems, but that's what the government wanted. And we provide in the villages, in the most rural areas, clean and safe drinking water for all the villages. So it's a project that we've done with the support of both the Belgian government and the Flemish government, together with the Ministry of Infrastructure. It was a very good cooperation. Of course, the first steps is quite a challenge. Yeah? You have to get to know the country, how to adapt. We also founded a company here with Moldovans, because our strategy is to do it for Moldovans, but by Moldovans. We do it in any country. So we set up companies there, so the Moldovans can do the job for us. Why? Because they understand a lot better than we how the country works, how it operates, and we supply the knowledge and the efficiency that we can bring to providing clean and safe drinking water. So that's, in short, what we do.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And so we heard this morning that you are up to new programs here with the help of also the EU. Can you tell us a bit more about that as well?
Yeah, like I said, for the Ministry of Infrastructure, water is a really big focus point. It's also in the growth plan, so drinking water availability is key. And there's a lot of talks about energy, which is of course key for industry, but most people probably don't know the biggest water consumer industry in the world is energy. So also their water is going to be under pressure. So we need to make sure that water is available. So the focus on water for us is of course very good, but it's also very necessary to make sure that an economy and a society can develop. Because we drink every day water, it has to be clean, it has to be good. Just the benefits in health spendings are immense. And that's of course with that message we I think convinced the government both in Europe, Commission and the government here in Moldova to work further on this track. And that's exactly what happened this morning to formalize that commitment on working together to make sure that every Moldovan has access to clean and safe drinking water.
Thank you very much. Let me now talk about the challenges in financing investment. And here I'm happy to give you the floor, Jos, from TCX. Maybe you can explain to the audience a little bit what TCX is doing and why it is such a good opportunity to boost also investment through local currencies.
No, thank you, Anna, and thank you for having me. So yeah, the thing is, I've been listening this whole day basically, and I've not heard the mention of currency risk, and we do think it is a very important risk. Because imagine Moldova, as we all have heard, is a very exciting country with lots of business potential. But at the same time, people are sometimes wondering there is not enough still coming to the country in terms of private capital. But of course, if you most of that capital will be mobilized in hard currency, so in dollars or in euros, mostly euros in Moldova probably. But the thing is then that you have a currency mismatch as the recipient of that money, be it a bank or be it further down the chain as an agricultural corporate or SME. And that is exactly the challenge that TCX was established to address. So with IFIs, NDBs, international banks, we work together, enabling them to offer local currency in countries like Moldova, where hedging in the local market is not possible. Because you can imagine if the leu would depreciate while you have a debt in hard currency, then your debt service will be in local currency, might be exploding if the local currency is depreciating. And that is something that, that is important to manage, and we offer that possibility. And one thing I would also like to mention is the EFSD Plus pricing facility. It's a facility in which TCX works together with the European Commission, enabling certain selected transactions to receive a discount on their hedging costs, and thereby making local currency financing more accessible for certain priority sectors like agriculture, SMEs, and also like energy. And maybe an example, it was the visibility moment that we had this morning with EFSA, MAIP, and ourselves, where we signed this deal that was destined for agriculture as well. And I think that is one of the main conclusions, that currency risk is not a theoretical discussion, but no, it's really essential that let's say banks and financial institutions in Moldova have the possibility to lend in local currency to real Moldovan companies, offering a safer and more sustainable financing in their own currency. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm now turning to you, Madam Deputy Secretary General. So, as we've heard, there's a necessity for Moldova to modernize its agricultural sector and to reach the EU standards, and that's part of the challenge of the EU integration process. And Moldova has committed to shifting agri-exports up the value chain. But investors, they need predictability, and we know that for that, specific reforms from the government are also expected. And so I'll be happy if you could tell us more about what's going on already in terms of reforms that you've been engaging in this integration process.
Thank you, Anne, for raising such an important topic for us. Indeed, if we want Moldova to move from exporting predominantly raw agricultural commodities toward higher value agri-food products, predictability and investors' confidence are very important. As investors need a very well articulated policy which are aligned to the sector needs. Investors need very transparent rules, reliable supply chains, and long-term vision of the government in terms of development of the agriculture sector. The EU accession process has accelerated a number of the key reforms in agriculture sector as well. This reform aimed at improving investment climate for agriculture sector and in increasing the interest of investors into agriculture sector and rural development. In practical terms, these key reforms are focused on a number of the priorities where we see that is a huge potential of investments. And I would refer here to increasing of the competitiveness of the agriculture sector. We focus on the investments in irrigation infrastructure, in storage, in logistics, in agri-food processing, in digitalization and modern technologies. Which are those key areas where we see that is a potential for growth? When we see that is a potential for added value for agri-food products, and we see that is potential for stronger integration of our farmers into European value chains. Another priority for us is to strengthen farmers' resilience and build on agriculture risk management, as we focus on the climate adaptation, on the reducing the vulnerability of the farmers on the external shocks, and on improving the long-term sustainability of the agriculture sector. Improving farmers' access to essential inputs, including to the fertilizers, is another priority for us. At the time when supply disruptions and price volatilities continue to place pressure on the agriculture producers. And last but not the least, we keep working on advancing on implementation of the EU requirements and standards, as alignment to the EU acquis. It's a top priority for us as a policy-making authority. In this regard, we are advancing in, beside moving forward with legal transposition, we are focused on developing the implementation framework and the enforcement rules, with particular focus on the food safety, quality standards for our agri-food products, and access of these products on the EU market. So a key policy reform enabling investment in these key priorities is, for us now, is reforming the financing model of the agriculture sector. So now the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry is working on shifting from the existing model of financing to a new one, which is focused on the long-term investments in the sector, and a model which is fully aligned with subsidy measures and the priority for financing that are provided by EU Common Agricultural Policy, which provide support to agricultural transition through different investment instruments, through income support measures and through access to advisory services that are so needed to the farmers. This program, so these priorities were just approved by the government of Republic of Moldova in the form of the Agricultural Strategic Policy Program for 2026-2030, which for us it's an important milestone in preparing agriculture sector for EU integration, and actually is a kind of pivotal strategical framework for a long-term investment in agriculture sector. So the key priorities that are provided by this program for investment in agriculture refer to modernization of the agricultural holdings and processing units, increasing added value of agri-food products, strengthening producers' presence within value chains through producers' organization and cooperation, improving resilience to climate changes, and diversification of rural economical activity. So all these priorities are introduced by the program through different investment instruments which will be provided through the National Fund for Agriculture and Rural Development, including through direct payments for strategic sectors, through targeted interventions for emerging sectors, and through rural development measures that will focus on modernization, on digitalization, agri-food processing, climate resilience, and rural entrepreneurship. Regarding role of the private sector, we see that the private investment are essential to complement the public financing that we will be having to support the development of agriculture and rural development, and in such strategic areas like irrigation system, modern infrastructure for storage, logistics, again digitalization, agri-food processing, we see that there is a lot of place for public-private partnerships that we think that they would be a very good mechanism for mobilizing financing and for sharing the risks.
Thank you very much. So we see there is a lot of strategic thinking going on and new reforms ongoing to make the sector develop. Maybe I'm turning again to you, Vlad. As I understand, behind your export volumes, there's a network of local grape producers in Moldova. And how do you work with them in practice? How are you making them join forces? What does it look in practice, and what will it take to scale up this model more broadly?
So in 2016, when we started to invest in infrastructure, we cooperated with World Bank on a program called MACP. At that moment, they forced us to join teams because they said, if you're going to join teams together, you're going to create a co-op, then we're going to finance 50% of your investment. So we basically didn't see any sense in that at that moment because that was the way of doing business. But since then until now, we understood that this is the only model to grow, and this is the only model to be competitive. Because we are competing with Chile, we are competing with Peru, we are competing with South Africa, which they have huge cooperatives of producers. They have a very low production cost, they have a very good logistics, they have a lot of potential in turn because they are cooperating. So at this level, after we have the co-op at the first level, and now we are going to clusters. So there's 3 table grapes production clusters in Moldova. Tomorrow we are signing a union of clusters. We're going to combine all 3 clusters in a big one cluster, and we're going to start investing together in research, in development. We're going to start together to create strategy, policies to developing the table grapes market, because technology now gives competitive advantages to our competitors, which we cannot adopt and implement by ourselves. We need bigger structures. We need all the producers to produce in the same way, with the same treatments, with the same crop collection time. We need modern facility to store those grapes. We need planned deliveries, and that you cannot do by yourself. One partner that we have, for example, requires 3,000 tons in 2 months delivered. No one producer himself can do that. I mean, and imagine today we have a demand 3 times bigger than we can offer. And that is because the production pool of table grapes is very decentralized. Everyone has 1, 2, 3 hectares, and they do the job how they like and how they think it's proper to do it. And that is the thing that we need to change. And this, I mean, we did big steps in this direction. Now we have producers. We are not going to them, they are coming to us and asking to join efforts to go together, but there's still a lot of things to be done in terms of certifications, in terms of adaptation to the production and all that, but things are moving, and that's a good thing.
Okay, great, thank you. Maybe it would be useful for us to hear your views, Victor, as well, on the broader Moldovan agri-sector. Where do you see today the most untapped potential for investment in Moldova agri-sector, and what is still making it difficult to attract capital in this sector? What is your experience?
Cred că principala cu ce se lovesc agricultorii în Republica Moldova, principalul este irigarea, care astăzi este doar parțială, foarte parțială, și zona sudică a Republicii Moldova, raioanele sudice, Vulcănești, Cahul, practic nu este irigare și în această zonă nu este posibil de a crește culturi cu randament corect și cu garanții de an la an. Cred că una din problemele la fel importante este logistica, ceea ce în alte discuții s-a discutat despre modernizarea portului Giurgiulești ca să avem acces mai simplu și la containere și vapoare de altă capacitate, ca să reducem și simplificăm logistica, care este o parte mare în cost și aici ce spunea în panelul următor că $2.000 costă un container din China până în Gambur, dar din Gambur până în Moldova costă mai mult de 2.000 ca să-l aduci. Problema 3, care eu cred că la fel este undeva în mâinile guvernului, de a dezvolta școlile profesionale care pregătesc și viticultori, și pomicultori, și sudori, electricieni, tractoriști, care la fel avem o insuficiență mare pentru a face proiecte mari. Dacă vorbim că trebuie să plantăm încă 10.000 de hectare de viță de vie, atunci cu siguranță trebuie să ne gândim și la cine va lucra, cine va face lucrări în aceste următoarele încă 10.000 de hectare de viță de vie sau struguri de masă sau pomi. Deci logistică, irigare și forță de muncă calitativă, pregătită calitativ, deoarece a dispărut acest vinou în rezultatul transformărilor prin care a trecut țara de la perioada sovietică la perioada modernă și chiar și forța de muncă chiar și forța de muncă calificată mai puțin, la fel este o lipsă mare în țară, deoarece avem circa 1 milion de oameni care au plecat și pleacă în continuare, și ca să dezvoltăm sectorul agrar pe toată țara, să facem proiecte foarte mari de dezvoltare, să plantăm vii, să plantăm livezi, să facem grădinile care, istoric, Moldova, toată Valea Nistrului și Valea Prutului erau pline cu grădini, care milioane de tone de fructe se creșteau, se mergeau la fabrice de conservație, se vindeau se exportau pe atunci în Rusia. Iarăși, toate acestea necesită forță de muncă ca să creștem o agricultură de o dimensiune mare. Forță de muncă, eu cred că, așa, la prima ce îmi vine acum, acestea sunt cele mai importante lucruri care lipsesc și nu sunt suficient de bine în țară.
Okay, thank you very much. So, investment in irrigation, logistics, but most of all, skills and workforce. That's what I hear are key for driving the sector development. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe last question to you, Jacob. So, you're already having this activity in the peri-urban and rural communities here in Moldova. What do you need to scale your model and activities today? And what would you like to take the opportunity to ask as part of this panel?
Yeah, what happened today for us is, of course, very important. It's a support of the various governments are involved, because the European Commission, that support is important to attract investment, to make sure that we can do these projects, to convince the banks, to convince the financial institutions to fund these projects, and of course the cooperation from government. Now, we cannot complain. I have to say the first project we've done took me 3 years from the first contact with the government and then signing the deal, so that was a long period, but now the relationships are a lot better established. We know who to talk to, and it's been told several times before that the government is really willing to move forward, and we feel that. Okay, there are a lot of barriers, there are a lot of things that are not clear, some regulations are not implemented yet, people sometimes don't know how it works, even now in the projects we are executing, but the willingness is there, and that's a huge step. And they want to move forward, and with the support and also the pressure with the huge investment of the European Commission, it really helps. So it's not we are complaining, but I think what most entrepreneurs or companies have challenges with, we have that as well, but we try to navigate as much as possible. I want to actually give a positive note to what's happening, because we struggled to get in, but now we're in, and we believe that I'm not saying it's going to be very, very smooth, but it's going better. And we feel that everything is there to make it possible. So to invest in Moldova for us is almost a no-brainer. With all geopolitical things going on, and with all the things that try to scare us, I don't see any reason. It's one of the best countries for us to invest, because we're worldwide. We're in Indonesia, we're in Colombia, we're in Suriname, we're in Ghana, in Rwanda, South Africa, so we're in a lot of countries active. And Moldova is by far our best country to invest. It goes fast, there's the most opportunity. So yeah, really good.
Great to hear. Ina, let me turn to you again. So we heard about the challenges of logistics, roads, cold chains, water networks. We heard also about the training our workforce. So all these key subjects. What is the government actually working on with DFIs on this key subject today? What are the key programs you are working on to achieve this?
So, beside the issues or the challenges that were mentioned by my colleagues, I would say that infrastructure still remain a challenge for agricultural competitiveness and rural development. So, as infrastructure or agriculture-related infrastructure is not like a supporting condition for agriculture. I would say it's like a prerequisite for attracting investment in the sector. And without logistics, storage, roads, transport, communications, it's quite difficult to attract some private capital into high-value agriculture or agri-food processing. Given our strategic objective in terms of preparing agriculture sector for EU accession and for integration of agriculture sector into the EU market, I would say that it's important to build on a strong communication among the sector stakeholders in order to identify and to mobilize financing that are needed to invest in competitiveness of the agriculture sector. So we as a public institutions, international financial institutions, investors, development partners, producers organizations and private sector, we all play a very important role in ensuring that these investments are mobilized and focused on the strategic infrastructure that is needed for improving productivity and resilience of agriculture sector. And in this regard, our role as a Ministry of Agriculture is to channel these investments to those areas that can create a real and measurable impact and can accelerate integration of our agri-food products into EU market. And good example is in this regard is that financial package that was mentioned by you at the beginning of the panel discussions that will contribute enormously to access of the farmers to the water, that will contribute to increasing of the irrigation areas and on the modernization of irrigation infrastructure for that zone where the finance will be allocated. So we think that such investments will contribute not only to the increasing the productivity and the competitiveness of the agriculture sector, but will contribute to creating new jobs, on ensuring food security of our country, on creating new opportunities for rural communities, and on Moldova's successful integration into EU market.
Thank you very much. So we see that there is lots going on and the government is really trying to be conducive to this investment for the sector, and obviously with the help of some financial partners. Last word will be for you, Jos. We see that there is many good things going on and very positive opportunities. What, in your experience, and probably apart from Moldova, is the last piece that typically needs to fall into place before capital comes really in? What is your experience on that?
Yes, thanks for the question. Yeah, I think it's rarely a last piece that fits the whole puzzle. It's a very complex, of course, landscape. But I think what I would say in general is that, especially international investors, but probably also local investors, they dislike uncertainty, be it uncertainty regarding geopolitics, national politics, maybe logistics, availability of water, a qualified workforce. So uncertainties like these are always, let's say, detrimental to international investment. On the plus side, of course, we have in Moldova the EU accession process, which I think is a positive anchor and serves to give direction to, let's say, all the reforms, institutions, products, norm standards, etc. So that is, I think, a very good thing that's happening, and it has been mentioned also a few times before today that EU accession is not a solution to everything, but it would be a very good thing for Moldova. At this moment, it's a dot on the horizon, so let's hope it really makes real progress. I think from TCX's perspective, one uncertainty that I would like to mention is, as I said before, uncertainty regarding your future debt service because of this currency mismatch. And that, of course, the good news is that, yeah, we can do something about that. We can hedge your financing and basically transform a hard currency financing into local currency financing. And of course, that also touches upon the development of a local capital market with long-term local financing, local currency financing, but also credible benchmarks, etc. And I'm not saying that TCX is a replacement or that TCX can magically let this capital market appear, but I do think that we can in some way bridge that gap if we repeatedly hedge hard currency financing, and we create, let's say, reference points or dots on the horizon that I think are able to build confidence in the market and basically gap the time while the local currency capital market is developing. And of course, the end goal would then be that financing is not just attractive for the lender, but also attractive, safe, and sustainable for the Moldovan borrower.
Thank you very much. So we see we already have great success stories. We have a willingness from the government to build strategic reforms that will be favorable to the sector with a good climate for investors. We see investors already willing to invest, so that's very reassuring. I don't know if we have time for a question from the public, maybe just one because time is running. If anybody wants to react or ask a question to the panelists. We're good. Yeah.
I have a question for Mr. Victor Bostan, if I can ask in Romanian, and after that I can translate if the case. Domnule director, dumneavoastră ați menționat niște provocări tare interesante. Dacă ați putea să ne enumerați câțiva pași foarte concreți pentru provocările pe care le-ați menționat, câțiva pași concreți, 2-3 câte vreți dumneavoastră, fie referitor la irigații, fie referitor la personal mai puțin calificat sau calificat, de care ați nevoie, ar avea nevoie sectorul?
N-am înțeles bine întrebarea, mă rog.
Deci aș vrea de la dumneavoastră, dacă aveți referitor la provocările pe care le-ați menționat, niște soluții, niște eventuale soluții. Fie referitor la partea de irigație, fie referitor la capitalul uman, pentru că știm că avem puțin acum în Moldova.
E foarte simplu, e foarte simplu. Pentru irigație sunt necesari bani, foarte mulți bani pentru a face irigarea. Adică cifra se duce 500 de milioane sau asta e doar ar fi o primă fază care este necesar, dar dacă vorbim despre irigare complexă, cred că se duce peste 1 miliard. În ceea ce privește forța de muncă calificată, atunci reabilitarea școlilor profesioniste care s-au diminuat, nu știu, de 10 ori sau poate chiar și mai mult, nu mai sunt. Deja un sudor cere salariul ca un director financiar. La fel și ceilalți tractoriști, viticultori, la fel sunt lipsă, că nu mai se pregătesc, dar doar foarte puțini. Nu este suficient pentru a deservi actuala situație. Dar dacă vorbim că explodăm și irigăm și cultivăm, creștem de 5 ori mai mult roșii, de 5 ori mai mult alte culturi, struguri și altele, atunci lipsa de forță de muncă calificată este la strigător la cer. Școlile profesionale, deschise școlile profesionale, s-au stimulat școlile particulare, de a se forma școli particulare, nu finanțate de stat, de guvern, dar cu plată, școli cu plată, dar undeva guvernul trebuie să fie alături pentru a stimula acest proces de dezvoltare și, nu știu, adică nu, e foarte complicat în 3 minute să dăm toate soluțiile.
În contextul oportunităților și mecanismelor de finanțare ce vor să vină pentru Moldova, vedeți asta fezabil?
Da, bineînțeles, bineînțeles. Deci eu am experiența foarte mare a României, unde vinăria din România pe parcursul a 10 ani a primit circa 7-8 milioane de euro suport nerambursabil pentru proiectele de modernizare, plantare, creștere, modernizare, utilare acestei vinării. Deci, evident că toate proiectele care se așteaptă să fie proiectele europene sunt un suport mare pentru a moderniza și a crește agricultura la toate subiectele agriculturii, și pomicultură, și viticultură, și vinificație.
Vă mulțumesc frumos!
I don't know if we have time for another question. We're running out of the time. What do you think, Mathieu? Is there any other question, pressing question before you close? We're good? Okay, then thank you very much. Round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much for insights and for the success story from Purcari. Now I'm thinking that Armenia is living what we here in Moldova experienced years ago about the embargo from Russia. Now we have a break for half an hour. We will see in the room at 5 o'clock sharp with the last panel, and also we'll have some conclusion. Thank you. See you here. about infrastructure? What about scaling innovation? To answer to this question, I will invite the next panelist. Of course, the panel will be moderated by Hoa Bin Ajemian from European Commission, Head of Unit Private Sector Engagement, DG NST. Please welcome to the stage. And the panelist will be Georgia Apostol, Director for Distribution Development, Balkan Pharmaceutical Moldova, Marcel Vârlan, CEO at Micro Nanotech, Doina Nistor, Board President, Moldova High Tech Park, Tomasz Bocek, Vice Governor for Target Group Countries, CAB, and Galina Rusu, Secretary General of the Ministry of Education and Research of the Republic of Moldova. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last panel, but an exciting one. So the title is Scaling Innovation, and I'm not going to tell you that innovation is key. It's key for growth, key for transformation, and as we know, it's through innovation and transformation that we can have the growth, the shared growth that we all hope for Moldova and Europe. So I have an outstanding panel. With different speakers, different questions. We're happy, as we said, to have someone from the private sector, biopharma, micro nanotech. We signed letter of intent with them this morning. We're super happy to have the board president of Moldova High Tech Park, also important, because both of the gentlemen also have a vision to move into the high-tech park, and we have the vice governor of a bank, because as we heard this morning, I mean, money is not the only thing that is important, but it helps the transformation, and here we're talking about innovation, so we need to fuse it and fuse the approach. And first and foremost, a great honor to have the Secretary General Ministry of Education, because it all starts by skills and the vision, and we all want to work on it. So allow me to start this first round of question, and then to interact with those who are not too tired at this time of the day. So George, you're the Director of Distribution and Development of Balkan Pharmaceutical. We heard this morning that your company is one of the key players in the sector of pharma. You're employing hundreds of people, and you're building on skills. So first, can you tell us a little bit about the growth potential you see, and the constraints you have, focusing in particular on the skill part of it?
Okay. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to be here. An amazing conference. Thank you, everybody, for organizing this beautiful event that is extremely important for each industry in particular, the pharmaceutical industry, obviously, but for the entire country. I represent Balkan Pharmaceuticals. This is a company that has been established 20 years ago with a vision to secure the pharmaceutical processes in Moldova in a way that we try to keep a resilience in times of need. I think that was proven during the COVID times, and I think that we're trying to build upon each single day. And now we're here with this beautiful new project, which we call the MedTech and Pharmaceutical Park, which is actually a vision for a combination of manufacturing and education, research, and development. As a pharmaceutical company on the market, we have always been open to academia background, building an ongoing relationship with the universities, having memorandums in place which allowed universities to use our company as a platform for education for their students. And now that we've established this new vision, this new plan, we want to scale that to the maximum capacity possible And the vision behind the idea is to integrate within our new manufacturing facility a laboratory and a manufacturing flow that is meant for teaching and education of students, and therefore improving their skills in a way that when they finish either the university or the college even, they are skilled enough with the basic information to be useful to their employees. As of today, the pharmaceutical sector employs around 700 people, so we can grow based on that, and it's also, we have the need of adding value in that perspective.
Maybe George, and allow me not to follow the prepared question. Sure. Maybe for the audience, what is the percentage? Can you tell us a little bit more about the percentage of people who are studying pharmaceutical or medicine that are trained and go through your companies? The percentage. How many percentage of the students that are studying here in Moldova pharmaceutical go and do a training in your company?
We welcome the students from the faculties of the State University of Moldova and the Medicine and Pharmaceutical State University of Moldova as a permanent scholarship. So they are welcome to do the practical courses within a company. And it's several, I'd say several hundreds of students per year come through our premises to get acknowledged with what the pharmaceutical manufacturing is.
Okay, thanks a lot. Maybe Marcel, you're the CEO of Micro Nanotech. I mean, you received a letter of intent. We signed it jointly this morning. Maybe before I'm not sure people grasp what is your business and how you are on the top, and you're one of the 5 top countries. I mean, countries, no, a company in the world doing something very particular. Just tell us how you're leading, and as being a demonstration that Moldova can and is at the top of the research in particular field.
Thank you for the tough question. And it was really tough to compete. Okay, in the biggest project, biggest client that we have been competing with countries like Israel, Switzerland, Japan, and China. And we won that against all odds. Being in Moldova, it's quite difficult to put together high tech, but being on this stage means that it's possible. So we did it, we succeeded, and we are providing now micro components that are sensors in the catheters that goes inside the body worldwide. What we are producing this month will help around 30,000 people all around the world not to have a stroke in upcoming years. We are growing, and hopefully starting beginning of next year, it will be in hundreds of thousands per month, people that we are helping worldwide.
No, thanks a lot. So you're making very, very thin, like wire, and there's only 5 companies around the world that know how to do it, and you're one of the companies that does the longest one, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
Okay. So from your perspective, being at the top of the innovation in the sector, how could Moldova and the ecosystem in medtech grow and be at the top of sectors, in other sectors? What do you think are the recipes, and how would you advise us, public sectors, the banking, to support and Moldovan students to develop businesses and be at the top of the international competition?
Well, straight away, it's by helping us put together high-tech park.
Fantastic transition.
And I'll explain you why. Again, in competing with countries like Japan, China, Israel, Switzerland, It was tough because in order to put together a technology, to put together equipment, you need so many components and so many suppliers, meaning that we have to search worldwide. On the other hand, countries like China, Japan, Switzerland, they have everything required in the near village or city or anywhere around them. In Moldova, we are somehow still isolated by the supply chains and by the value chains. So having together high-tech park in one place will bring together academia, will bring other companies that will facilitate us growing even faster.
Fantastic. So I'm so honored, and I'm sure my colleague that helped me set up the panel thought about the transition, and I'm so thrilled to have the president of Moldova High Tech Park. And Doina, can you tell us a little bit what you've done, the vision, and how you would support what Nanotech was saying and multiply innovation here in Moldova? Thank you.
So Moldova High Tech Park is about a dream. It's a dream by the young people of Moldova. When I spoke about the High Tech Park, the people who are asking me, how is that High Tech Park doing, are the young people, the students from the technical university, the college students, the high school students who love like robotics. They want a new place to work, live, and study. So this is how we came with the idea of a high-tech park. We want a little innovation district where we can combine talent, we can bring in companies like Marcel's company, we can bring in like the medical faculty, the medical university, the technical university, and we can also bring in the government and create this innovation district. Under Moldova High Tech Park, we have 50 hectares in Stauchen, and I want to applaud the Moldovan government because they've allocated the best land, the premium land. They could have sold it, to developers for apartments.
No comment,
it's
no
good
comment.
luck, This is how we say, if something breaks, it's good luck. It means that we need to buy something new, like build a high-tech park. So on the 50 hectares, we want to bring companies, corporations, innovators, startups, university, government together to develop Moldova innovation economy. We have several. What is the high-tech park about? We have several verticals and clusters that we want to focus on. This is artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, robotics. This is, of course, the healthcare industry where Moldova has exceptional scientists, exceptional companies, and exceptional talent. And all together, this to form the high-tech park. Of course, we cannot do it alone. So the vision is that the government puts some money from the growth plan. Our international partners, the IFIs, put some money. The EBRD, who have joined us already on the project, and we have seen the MOU signed earlier.
IFD was looking at you.
Yes. And this is just the initial part of the money, because it's, the project is growing. And we have also the companies coming in to invest. So basically, the first phase of the project is estimated at 200 million euro. From the first phase of the project, we want for every €1 that is invested by the government and by the IFIs, because it's a sovereign debt also, to mobilize another €3 from private investors to come and help us develop the park together. I want to highlight that Moldova has been the fastest growing tech destination in Eastern Europe. Our tech industry grew from 2.6 million in 2006 to 1 billion today. This is like the wine, and I saw Mr. Bostan speak about the wine a bit earlier. It's a heritage. It's a national, basically, industry that we can capitalize upon. It's talent, it's STEM engineers, and we can grow. And in the high-tech park, we have estimated that we can create 20,000 knowledge jobs, future engineering jobs. And we can also create an economic value of another $1 billion just from the residents of high-tech park, like micro nanotech. Of course, this is going to be developed in phases. It's not a 5-year project. It's a long-term project. It's a long-term vision. We see it developed in stages, but we want the first buildings to be already there by 2029 and to start to have some excavators going into the field already next year. We have some exceptional partners that are helping us with master planning. We have a vision of a green district. This is very important because the young people, they want to now live, to have green areas, to have exceptional conditions and architecture and nice environment to work in. And I'm happy to say that we have a great interest from investors to come into the high-tech park. We have great interest from both local investors, from diaspora investors, and also from regional investors. And last but not least, we have the intent to have a GovTech cluster. So basically, the government is not stepping in only to fund the infrastructure and provide the land for the project, but also with the plans to collocate there a GovTech core, starting with a data center, relocating some research science institutes so that we can actually form an innovation core.
No, thanks a lot for the vision, the direction of travel. We'll come back on the challenges and the path, but you were talking about financing and partners. We're thrilled to have Thomas Boschek on the panel, Vice Governor for target group countries of the Council of Europe Bank. You previously had a lot of high-level position, ambassadors in the Czech Foreign Affairs Ministries. A question, the Council of Europe Bank is known to support sectors as education, research, innovation. How can and how do you see the potential and the ways an institution like yours could help Moldova create the condition for innovation countries to grow?
Good afternoon. Maybe I will start just to say a few words about the CEB. I don't know how much you are familiarized with that. CEB, or as I learned, you call us CEP in Moldova. So a few words about CEP. We are, as you said, Europe's Social Development Bank, set up 70 years ago, exactly, and having Moldova as our member country since 1998. And to date, we have approved more than 330 million euros in loans and 35 million grants to Moldova in the sectors that you mentioned, but also in support of MSMEs. So I'm coming back to your question. And I would like to highlight 3 key roles for the institutions like the CEB. First, it's mobilizing affordable finances for MSMEs, in particular for micro businesses and startups that do not have, let's say, access to the traditional banking sector. And I give you an example that, for example, during the COVID period, the CEB mobilized more than 30 million euros to support 300 MSMEs, especially micro and small firms. And this project helped to preserve more than 7,000 jobs and created 900 more. So this confirms that Moldovan businesses can innovate and grow even during crisis if financing is accessible and affordable. Now I'm coming to my second point, which is institutions such as the CEB should finance the broader ecosystem that enables businesses to innovate and to reach scale. This means creating reliable public infrastructure and accessible and efficient public services and strengthening human capital. Our current projects in country include a regional public territorial hospital in Balti, a public housing program, expansion of the model school network, and the modernization of the vocational education and training system. And while the model school network and upgraded VET, or vocational education and training system, will help to better align skills with labor market needs, the housing and healthcare investments aim to address two key drivers for emigration: limited access to affordable housing and reliable healthcare services. And tackling these constraints is essential not only for social cohesion, but also for retaining talent and sustaining a productive workforce. And third, institutions like the CEB must go beyond financing. We need to be real partners on the ground, because funding alone is not enough. What matters is having the right skills and the right expertise to turn investments into concrete results. And that is exactly our approach at the CEB. We combine financing with targeted technical support and strong project preparation. So that is how complex investment actually get delivered, not just approved on paper. So let me be clear, innovation does not happen by itself. It requires skills, infrastructure, and right environment. And this is where institutions like ours can make a tangible difference.
No, thanks a lot. We feel to have on the panel to complement the different dimensions we have actors from the private sector. We have the high-tech park, which is a vision. We have an institution that is there to support, and we're happy to partner with you on different topics, in particular to support Moldova transition and growth. But most and foremost, we need the skills. And Galina Rusu, you are the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education Research of the Republic of Moldova, but in particular you're leading reforms aimed at strengthening the alignment between education and the labor market. Having been in the sector for a long time, it's a mantra that we hear a lot. Mismatch between skills and the markets. Very complex issues that can be tackled in many different ways. How do you do it in Moldova, and how do you want to build on the success, and we heard about it, that happened in the tech sector, to spread it even further, for example, in the biotech sector? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to be here and to have this discussion. It makes sense to discuss about skills, as you mentioned, all together, and of course preparing, in the way of preparing the needed skills. We have to have these discussions and these interactions in order to anticipate and develop the needed for our country skills. Of course, we understand that not only in our country skills become the last period of time become the most important element, factor that contributes to the competitiveness of a country, and we understand very clearly that we cannot compete as a small country. We cannot compete through scales. We only can compete through talent and through the development of the needed competencies to use the talent that we have in our country in order to be more visible and competitive, of course. to develop the needed skills in our country. If the model schools were mentioned, I should also mention that, of course, we are thinking of developing the needed competencies, starting with the kindergarten, but today I will refer to the higher level maybe. And of course, in this sense, we are focusing on the modernizing the qualifications, the modernizing of the study programs, in particular in the sectors that can contribute to the development of our country. And of course, here we are speaking about, according to the smart specialization study and program, we identified the most valuable sectors maybe for our country, the sectors that we can develop and we have more potential. And here, of course, we speak about ICT, we speak about health technologies, we speak about renewables, and trying to modernize more these sectors, of course, not leaving the others, the other sectors. We are working on the updating of curricula, including the competencies concerning digital, green competencies, entrepreneurial competencies, and transversal competencies in order to prepare our students, citizens to new technologies, new economies. We are strengthening the STEM competencies, and in the context, let me mention that two of our reforms concern the motivation for STEM, since we feel that in our country we have this potential, and to motivate students to come to this, to study these specialties, we are in process of increasing the scholarships for students choosing STEM specialties, and also to increase the allowance for teachers choosing choosing these subjects in schools. Of course, speaking about also the development of new laboratories and so on, technologies in schools, starting with schools, in order to fortify, to strengthen the sector. Let me mention also an element that is working, we think at the Ministry of Education, that is working very well in our country, and this is dual education. We started it in VET, in Vocational Education and Training, and it seems that it will work, it starts to work very well in higher education, and mentioning that in pharmaceutical sector students are prepared in your laboratories is exactly the pattern, the model of dual education. Last 2 years, the number of students, they are not so big numbers, but the number of students in VET students in dual education doubled. It's a success for us, and more companies are involved in the process. But to be true, at this moment, in order to encourage companies, economic sector, to be with us, the academia and the research and innovation sector, we have motivation or we have as motivation the compensation of costs, of the half of the cost of the companies, costs of the companies that have in dual education. So at least this is a factor that maybe works in order to make these three parts, let me say, 3 parts: education, research, and business all together in order to work in this direction. Also, in order to develop the needed skills, of course, we are open for flexible pathway along so lifelong learning, and we are working, and we have flexibilized the pathway involving the economic sector in the training procedures. Now in our country, micro-credentials, upskilling, reskilling programs usually are developed together with the academia, with the economic sector, but private sector can also be provider of skill development, and it helps very much, since we understand, even if we have very great support in order to develop our educational sector, I mean in order to open laboratories, bring technologies in classrooms, we understand very clear that to have the same level of new technologies in classrooms is very difficult. So we prefer to have these triangles and to prepare skills all together. In the context of pharmaceutical also and ICT, but pharmaceutical is more visible sector, starting maybe with 2005 when we aligned to Bologna system, we became part of European educational area, and in the domain of health, in the domain of technologies, in the domain of architecture, we adopted the European standards in the preparation of our specialists, and now we can say that we are reaching these standards. Our specialists, our qualifications are recognized. This year we passed the way of aligning or referring, let me say, the education system of the Republic of Moldova to the European one framework, in order to make our skills clear, transparent, understood, and to be with the private sector, with the research sector, in order to make the talent of our citizens, since we are sure we have this talent here on the ground, to make the talent closer to business and to contribute to economic development of our country.
No, thanks a lot. I'm very pleased and that things go in the right direction. I see collaboration, close collaboration between the public and the private, a clear vision for the high-tech park. I mean, growth coming. Let me ask, when you read the news about tomorrow, you read that AI will change everything. AI will disrupt the market. 60% of the jobs of tomorrow are going to be changed. Education is changing. Biotech, biopharma is moving from wet lab to AI-driven approach. So from an education point of view, and preparing generation of tomorrow, knowing that tomorrow is unknown, how do you embrace it? And what's the approach of managing this unknown in moving part? If we want to focus, for example, in the medtech sector that is also completely changing with different database, Google approach on designing new protein. What's your vision?
Thinking about AI is to say that it's something unprevisible, but in any case we are thinking how to use all the potential of technologies and of the AI also in education. let me start with the positive part of AI in education. And of course, it's something incredible that can AI do now in the process of learning. Thinking about inclusion, when AI can support the process of pupils, students with disabilities, and how it can knowledge be closer to these people is something very, very, very important, and it helps. Imagine a book that we are working on by digitalization them when people with disability can have the text adjusted to its needs. Think about the talented people when you can propose, using AI, propose something different that you can do with the entire class. We think about all the possibilities of creating, by the way, books. Last period of time, the last versions of AI, of Claude and so on, creating context of learning and so on. So this is the positive part. How AI can help in research, and of course mentioning all the data and so on, and in management, in education and so on. And of course, we also understand that the process of learning is more complicated. By the way, we are, at this moment, we are almost sure that the teacher cannot be changed with by AI, and the creativity will be on place if we have or not AI with us. And the other challenges we should face altogether, and these challenges, of course, are linked with the interests of pupils, how to keep them in the classroom, how to keep them patient in the process of learning, how to focus. It's very, very important. Me as a teacher, I'm reflecting on the fact that it is very, very important to have learn students, pupils, how to understand processes, how to focus not on the results, but on the process of learning, of understanding, on reflection, on having experience, and speaking about STEM, not without STEM, not without art and creativity, of course. The bringing of knowledge not only in the classroom but in the real context of understanding, of reflecting, of developing, of experience, practices, and so on, they cannot be changed by AI for sure.
No, thanks a lot. Let me continue the tour de table, and back to George. And we heard about skills and the collaboration, and we feel to see that you want to have a role as a Balkan Pharmaceutical, also to work closely with the government to support the skills. But in your sector, competitive sectors, your company is leading in pharma in this part of the world, if I understand correctly. But what are your growth constraints? What could nudge you to accelerate and to support this transformation we're all waiting for?
The growth constraint is exactly what we are discussing now in this panel, because currently our entire industry is struck by a lack of professionals that could really bring the added value that is needed for us to, to start.
So your constraint is skills.
Yes, in a way, not only the skills per se, because honestly, well, our universities are also rated as the best universities in Europe in top hundreds or so, especially if we talk about the medical and pharmaceutical university, which is our main ally. But also the desire of students to pursue a career in our field, in pharmaceuticals. So we need to find a way to tackle that challenge and to bring the students back to the idea that they can build an incredible career that could save lives quite literally, and not only in Moldova but abroad as well. So this would be the challenge, to bring the people back to the idea that they need to study in order to be involved in the active processes in an industry that is small and young, so to say, but very, very promising.
No, thanks a lot. And Marcel, do you share this point of view? Is it the same growth constraints you have, or do you find the skills you're looking for?
I'm very glad for the pharmaceutical industry that they have such a wonderful partnership. In our case, it's a bit different. I'm more on the side of agricultural industry. There is a big lack of welders, skilled operators, skilled engineers, skilled engineers in every field. So that's, I'm repeating myself, that's again why we need the high-tech park to join together technical university with the industry in order students to see what they're learning for, to see ahead. Okay, I'm studying for 4 years at technical university or 5 years, and I'm gonna work in a top-level company, and they have these kind of problems, and I have to study to be competitive on the labor market. But indeed, we need more and higher skilled people in Moldova.
So Doina, the conversation always converges back to the high-tech park. So there's a lot of hope. I think I heard the vision is clear, but let me ask you, I mean, there's a lot of high-tech park around the world, and some succeed, some fail. And what challenge do you see? And opportunities are there, willingness is there, vision, we heard about it, but what are the, en français on dit les écueils, so the difficulties you might see that you have to overcome and that you will overcome?
I think that with the technology revolution, with geopolitics, with the challenges that the country like Moldova has as a small country, as you know, these are challenges that none of the partners can solve alone. So to me, the foundation of the high-tech park is built on the so-called Golden Triangle approach. And the Golden Triangle, it means that the government, the academia, the universities, the science, and the private sector, they all come together for the same goal. We do not want a high-tech park that is just a real estate, like buildings and offices. And frankly speaking, we discussed a bit about the AI. I think that AI is going to affect the Moldova's tech industry the way it is right now. So we've estimated that could potentially maybe a third of the current jobs in Moldova's tech sector may be affected, short-term, medium-term, or long-term, by AI. And this is a challenge that the tech sector cannot solve alone. So we need to come together with the university, join forces, and prepare for the future, convince the engineers to reskill and upskill. For example, on the high-tech park, we have been discussing about joint programs, joint degrees between the technical university and the medical university. You think that, okay, medical engineer, who should teach it? Is it the technical university or the medical university? How can they come together for one shared study program? And is it enough if two universities come together and say, let's say tomorrow we start teaching medical engineering, is it enough? And I say, no, it's not enough. That's why we need the private sector. What private sector do we need? We need the global companies I'll give a EU example, speaking, for example, from the medical field with Arencia. Arencia is a German company that is a leader in medical trials in Moldova. So we need them to come in and help us to bring in those medical trials for the students, for the, the next generation, things that we're preparing for the future. So we need the European partners and the multinationals and the global corporations to come in the park. Next, we need the companies like Balkan Pharmaceuticals and like Marcel's company, nanotechnology. We need the Moldovan companies to come to the park because they also innovate and they also create that blended approach with the students. They are on the same campus. And that's also not enough, in my opinion, because they may feel that, okay, we're corporations, we're just hiring the students. Some young talent, they want to do their own startups because we're in an era where the new products, new ideas, they spark all the time. So I think one of the challenge of such technology and innovation districts is how to create a pipeline of ideas and of startups, whether it's together with Marcel and a student develop a startup or Balkan Pharmaceuticals, test something with a medical professor, maybe a new, a new pharma. And I was fascinated, like when we are co-designing or co-creating the so-called high-tech park, of what if we bring everyone together on the same campus? And this is not a new idea. I think it's more difficult to actually bring it to reality and how to have everyone working and innovating towards that shared goal. Because in my opinion, we cannot have a sustainable economic future in Moldova without innovation, without the technology. We cannot create the jobs of the future without innovation. We cannot have the right education without the innovation element. So we are basically building a high-tech park for tomorrow that we don't know yet, for an uncertainty. And that, of course, brings a lot of challenges on our own side, like of planning, what do we build first, what we build second, at what point do we bring the private investors in, is it the time? Now, what kind of private investors do we bring in for such a complex project like the high-tech park? But I want to say, like on the positive note, for example, Moldova this year got the ranking as the fastest growing number of startups in Eastern Europe. We never had that. I mean, we struggled over the past years how to get those startup ecosystem going. And I'm very happy. We have 66 startups, like active ones. Is it enough? It's probably not. But the rate at which that is growing, that is a signal that is, it's boiling. The young people, the talent, the innovators, that is going. And by the way, the second fastest growing Moldovan startups are in the pharma and the healthcare industry. So IT is number one, and healthcare is number two. So we really see that potential basically to clusterize healthcare and health tech and have that build on that tech competencies and future AI competence that we may have from the tech industry and combine that with pharma and with the medical competencies. And I think that together can bring a whole new industry and a whole new basically momentum of growth, of high caliber, high quality growth, innovation-led growth for the country.
No, thanks a lot for the vision and the vision on the unknown also, because we're all moving into unknown territories. And Thomas, you were saying the Council of Europe Bank is a bank that invests in innovation. I mean, in supporting education, social, in this golden triangle that Doina talked about. How do you see your institution helping better connect investment in education and the need of the company, so the company and education?
Well, we are a financial institution, so we don't come with the ideas. These ideas should come from, let's say, being private sector, being state institutions. If there is a project, we can come and finance it. Okay, and we definitely, and we have spoken about it. We have a lot of sympathy for High Tech Park. There is a future, I think, for our cooperation. But as a social development bank, we try to finance also everything that is connected to it, so that the people don't leave the country, that the brains stay in the country. So if you don't have accessible, affordable housing, if you don't have, let's say, if the air is polluted, if you don't have good social services, no matter how skilled people you will have, they will not stay. They will leave. And this is the role of the institutions like ours, to make the conditions for the people to stay. And here I see this connection.
Yeah, you complement the triangle in many ways, but there's more to the triangle in the economy. But it's a third dimension. It's a pyramid. Galina, let me ask you a question, and maybe we're running out of time. I mean, it's a wonderful vision. I think we've been all thrilled to hear about the collaboration, the high-tech park, the work between you and a growing medtech ecosystem that we feel also to support the need for social, to make sure people are happy and thriving to be here. But as you know, countries are competing. We're in a competing world. And it's hard to be the leader in every single sectors. And us, when we're supporting, and part of my job is to engage with countries around the EU, we are happy to see this enthusiasm and this growth. But what do you think is the niche, if any, and where should Moldova further focus in this competition of innovation? Or should you embrace the unknown and walk the walk, and what will come, as we don't know what will come? Open question.
Thank you. First of all, speaking about challenges, we understand that to develop a skill, it takes so long, and the gold triangle that we are speaking here today is the only way that can help to make this path shorter. Thinking about where is the niche of our country, theoretically speaking, at the normative level, we somehow decided it. When I say we somehow decided it's about a study, it's about the smart specialization program to be implemented at our country, and theoretically we have a plan. And it's the good way. And saying we have a plan in the specialization, in smart specialization program, we identified the smartest direction of our country that we can improve, we can evolve. And here we speak about ICT, we speak about agriculture, we speak about engineering, construction, this sector of and we speak more or less of health sector, but in some specializations. And of course, we cannot think about the fact that a study can very clear establish the vector of our country. We saw during the pandemic how things are changing. We saw how quick we could adapt as a country in the sector of renewable energy when we saw the problem and the challenges. So of course we see the door open in order to try, innovate, become better. And of course, in all these aspects, I see that the talent should be valued. We should create context of development, of innovation, and to see where we can in the future become better.
And just to add on what Mr. Russo is saying, Moldova is about innovation, and this panel is about innovation. When you think about innovation, you need to test it somewhere. So you cannot test it in large, because the risk is large and the costs are too high. So Moldova is a test bed for innovation. We have actually orange tested 4G here in Moldova across the whole group. And I can say, what Marcel is testing here. So we are working on a sandbox legislation. We have sandbox legislation for the energy sector. But around the high-tech park ecosystem, we're working on sandbox legislation because we want to be a country that tests innovation and new technologies.
No, thanks a lot. Maybe, I don't know if there is any questions. I see one question from a colleague there. I don't know if there's a mic or I have to stand up. Or you can come here, it's okay.
You can hear me. My name is Mădălina Argăseală, and I represent RoHealth cluster from Romania, the health and the bioeconomy cluster. And because we are working in this innovative ecosystem you represent here on the floor, I just wanted to underline 4 key points I memorized from what you have said. So regarding the high-tech park, I recommend you to include also the end users and the multidisciplinary partners in your ecosystem, because when we are discussing about healthcare, we are discussing also about healthcare providers, medical units, and the medical devices are developed for these medical units. And you can inspire from the Netherlands model. I don't know if you know how University of Rotterdam works with TU Delft and also with the hospital, and they work together, the hospital, the technical university, and also the economic university, because you develop medical devices, but you also need to assure the cost effectiveness of what you developed. Another thing I want to add is regarding the role of the Ministry of Education. I think it is necessary to have like an observatory of competencies in order to identify and to foresee in a way what kind of competencies you will need in the future. And also I think the collaboration between the companies and the universities needs to be very close. I can share something from our own experience. For example, we are implementing a project at the European level which tackles the need of staff trained in regulatory affairs and compliance for medical device. And at the European level, there are needed over 30,000 people trained in this area. And don't forget in your high-tech park to bring also the regulatory companies or compliance companies, because since you start to design your product, you need to assure the compliance with the European regulation. For the representative of the banks, I think if we want to support innovation, maybe some banks can create some special products for the companies who are carrying out research and development activities, because only through supporting these kind of companies, innovation can strive. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the multiple questions. we'll give back the floor to our panelists who wants to answer very shortly because we're running out of time. If any one of you want to respond briefly.
Thank you so much. It was a lot of information, and I'm glad that you brought it out to us. Indeed, regulations, it's very important in health care, and I think both of our companies have already passed through the complexity of it, both MDR in Europe and FDA in the United States, so it's a lot of competence here already in Moldova. Education system, of course, supports us with their part, and High Tech Park for sure will be a success.
So on this positive note, and on the certainty of a success and a clear strategy to embrace the unknown, on the strategy of putting Moldova in and focusing on innovation at the heart of the Draghi report to become Europe's next success story. I think today was a demonstration. I would like to thank all the panelists. I mean, it was the last panel and the room is not full, but still we have people who've been there whole day waiting to hear from you and they learn a lot. So thanks to you. Thanks a lot for all of you and thank you to have stayed for that panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for the closing remarks, I will invite Mr. Mathieu Busquet, European Commission Director for Enlargement Coordination, Strategy and Investment, DG NS. Also, I invite Mr. Mihai Burunchuk, is Deputy Director of Invest Moldova Agency.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will be very brief because it's been a long day. I mean, some of you may think that having a room which is not full is not good. I think it is the opposite. An investment conference, everything takes place there, not here. And this is important. So we have the panel, we have the vision, we have a discussion, but then what matters is also, I mean, the bilateral contacts, the networking which is taking place in this place. So I think on that, I mean, it was a very good success, and seeing so many people wanting to discuss how to invest in Moldova was brilliant. So on that, I mean, I'm very happy, I have to say. Before concluding, I mean, I think it's been a long day, but it's been a good day, at least, I mean, from my perspective. And if I want to recap what we heard clearly a government that has a vision, a strategy that wants to implement reforms, that is implementing reforms. We heard about the changes that have taken place in this country. We heard about investors that have been investing long time ago and are seeing the change. We heard a government which is responsive and which is open to discuss with you. So I think this is all key elements. We heard the importance of predictability. And what else that anchoring Moldova being an enlargement country, opening the negotiation formally, is it that not about predictability? So the sandbox, which is very good, I mean, is for a limited period of time, because then, I mean, all the acquis will be implementable here in Moldova. And that's also a very powerful message. So on that, I mean, we have predictability and we have a stability. We also heard about opportunities. And of course, I mean, what is happening close by in Ukraine, the possibility of reconstruction in Ukraine, I mean, the impact, preparing for it is also important for Moldova. We heard that in terms of logistics. We heard the transformation of the enabling conditions in terms of transport and logistics, enabling conditions also in terms of access to finance. And I want, I mean, here also to thank very much, I mean, the IFIs, the international financing institutions that join us today. Most of them, I mean, moderated some panels, I mean, which show how much, I mean, they are committed, I mean, to support further investment in Moldova. You heard a supportive commission and a supportive commissioner. I mean, nobody can replace Marta Kos, but I mean, you can see that from the top level and to the level of all my teams and the delegation, we're also here to support you, to support the government of Moldova, and to support investors in their investments. So we will follow up. I mean, there have been plenty of meetings with my team, which I want to thank again, from the Commission and from the delegation. So there'll be plenty of meetings. We will continue and we will see how further we can support. So having also a supportive Commission is key. I want also to thank, I mean, the Deputy Prime Minister had to go. You just saw him maybe before he was called by the President, probably, I mean, to get some feedback about the success of this event. But I mean, I want to really thank our colleagues from the government for the organization of this conference. I want to thank very much Invest Moldova, Mahib. I mean, it's a nice place where we are, so that was very good as well. And of course, I mean, I want to thank Mariana and the European Business Association for support and logistics. I mean, this morning, I mean, I think she was very brilliant in managing very well the signature ceremony. So clearly, I think the key message is there are opportunities, there is a willingness, there is a vision, there is a strategy and a trajectory. So it's time to invest in Moldova. So to all the people that are newcomers, that are new investors in Moldova, I mean, please do this investment. You will get strategic positioning before Moldova becomes the next European Union member. So thank you very much from my side and from the Commission, and we will continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Director.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear investors, thank you for those who still are in this meeting room. Today, indeed, we gave a right signal to the foreign investors, to the European Union, that beside the fact that the Republic of Moldova is a safe place to invest, it gives to the investors, indeed, stability and predictability. I understand that between me and the official reception which we prepared on behalf of the EU-Moldova Investment Conference is just a little short of time. This is one I will try to keep short and sweet. We start the June with this beautiful event. We have announced indeed a portfolio of about 1 billion euros which will be invested directly in the economy of the Republic of Moldova. But at the same time, on the 29th of June, in this conference room, will take place the Green Finance and Investment Forum with the participation of the Commissioner for Environment, Jessica Roswell, with the participation of business and banking community. You are very much welcome. At the same time, in the goodie bag, you have found the Investor Guide 2026, which was printed on Tuesday. This will help you to take the right decision whether to invest in our country. Because the proper time to invest is now. Those who don't invest now in the Republic of Moldova probably will regret in the near future. And at the same time, I use this opportunity to invite you to the flagman event of Invest Moldova Agency. It is the Moldova Business Week, which this year will take place between 28th of September, 2nd of October, and it will end with the beautiful weekend with the national celebration of wine days on the 25th anniversary, right? So on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry, we invite you with a very warm welcome. At the same time, I want to thank the organizers who made this event possible. It is the government of the Republic of Moldova, European Commission and DGNS team who provided in great endeavor to have such a beautiful event with great results. Now I want to invite all of you to an official reception which will take place at Zaxi restaurant. It is a rooftop restaurant within the Radisson Blu Hotel. It is a walkable distance. We have finally a good weather outside. Thank you once again, and let's celebrate the endeavors we made today together. Thank you very much.